A service of KIBMradio.com, the Internet's home for an all old-time radio.
And now, the Goldbergs. There's an old Latin proverb which goes something like this. After you hire the guards, who are you going to hire to guard them? And right now, that seems to be the situation at the Goldbergs in Glastonbury. Young Christopher Cater, psychiatrist, medical doctor, psychologist, is trying to help Sammy and Sylvia straighten out their confused and almost ruined lives. But his interest in the case is beginning to get rather unprofessional, although he thinks he's the only one that notices it. Meanwhile, Sylvia's father is arriving in Glastonbury this afternoon, and Molly's discussing him with Dr. Cater. Listen.
Doctor, have you time to sit down for a few minutes?
Indeed I have, Mrs. Goldberg.
Thank you. Thank you for your gentleness, Doctor. Please sit down.
Thank you.
I'm glad Sylvia went to the station to meet her father, and for that I have to thank you, too.
That's quite all right.
And, Doctor, what did Sammy say when you told him that Mr. Allison was coming?
Oh, he's worried, naturally.
Why do you say naturally, Doctor?
Well, he feels that Sylvia's father can be coming here only for one purpose.
To take Sylvia back with him, huh?
Yes.
And, Sammy don't want that, huh, Doctor?
He doesn't like anything that'll force him to give up Sylvia.
Oh, I see.
That's why he doesn't like me.
I'm sorry, Doctor, because,
You like me?
Very much. I like you very much. And I see what you're trying to do. So you'll have to pardon Mr. Goldberg if he's a little impatient. He thinks your method of curing is new-fashioned.
Yes, I know.
Maybe it has a new name, but I know that your kind of curing is as old as the world. I know that. So if Sammy or Mr. Goldberg, I don't want you to be insulted.
Oh, but I'm not.
I realize this is your vacation, and what you're doing for me is a special favor. And, Doctor, believe me, I appreciate your coming here. I just wanted you to know that, Doctor.
I do.
And now that Sylvia's father will be here, maybe, as you said, you can speak to him and learn a good deal from him and help Sylvia also. If there was some help for her, Doctor, it would be wonderful. I personally, for personal reasons, could only see in Sylvia what was hurting my son. So I feel guilty, Doctor, that I couldn't even try to see reasons and wherefores for Sylvia. You can understand that, Doctor. It's very human when the shoe is on your foot. And it takes a bigger person than me. I wouldn't say to forgive. I forgive her. But to forget and let bygones be bygones and welcome her to my heart, I couldn't.
I know.
And don't think I like myself because I can't. But mothers are selfish for their children, Doctor. Very. Do what you like to me, but leave my children be.
Yes.
That's stronger than I am, Doctor. Stronger than all my philosophy. And Mr. Goldberg calls me Shakespeare because all my life I had a word for everything.
Well, we'll soon have everyone here who's necessary for the solution of what's troubling all of us.
And there was somebody else also, Doctor.
Oh, you mean Sylvia's brother-in-law, Ed?
Yes. She told you that herself?
You see, he's not important as a person,
only
as a symbol. One of those whom Sylvia tried to destroy.
That word is so funny, Doctor. Destroy. Did she?
She did. People destroy not so much what they hate, but what reminds them of their own cruelty, stupidity, or inadequacy. They invent hatred to cover up. And Ed reminded Sylvia that she hadn't succeeded as a person in life.
Well, that's true for more things and bigger things in the world than just Sylvia.
Yes. The feeling of inferiority is at the bottom of most trouble among people.
The train is coming into the station now, Doctor.
The train coming through the Connecticut hills to the small town of Glastonbury brings the last figure in the story of Sylvia Allison. And as Dr. Christopher Cater makes his way back to his father's house, he assembles in his mind the blocks out of which he intends to reconstruct the world of Sammy and Sylvia. He moves slowly around the bend in the road, feeling the summer sun on his shoulders, and then the coolness, the shadow of an overarching tree. This is the countryside of his childhood and the peace and quietness of a home he loves. It seems strange to him that he, a boy from this small town, should interest himself in the quirks of the human heart and mind. And then he thinks of his own as he nears the door of his father's house.
You live most of your life without knowing yourself. The closest and most secret thing in your life. Yet, to know yourself is the beginning of knowing others. The beginning of everything. Each time I take a case, I start with my own reaction to the patient. And yet, this time I haven't. I've stayed outside, looking in on them. Not daring, perhaps, to see closer. But there'll be no end to this unless I do. Now, that girl is a queer one. Saner than all of us in her unusual way. She seems like a piece of clay waiting for a potter to mold it. You look at the beginning at this shapeless or badly shaped thing, and you know it can be anything you want it to be. But Sammy isn't the one. No. Not that confused child who hardly knows himself what he wants from the world. If I had time, if I had the patience and desire, I could turn Sylvia into... I wonder what.
Is that you, Chris?
Yes, sir.
Has father come yet?
Well, he must be on his way to the house now.
Well, come in and sit down. You look warm. And thoughtful.
I'm warm.
Have a drink of juice, then. I just made it myself.
Oh, thank you.
You know, by the end of this week, you're supposed to be leaving for Canada. Finish your vacation.
Yes, I know.
Think you can do anything with Sammy by then?
Oh, I don't take him as seriously as his family does. He'll straighten out. It's Sylvia who's the real patient.
I see.
What do you see?
I see what you mean.
Oh. I think I'll wire my friends that I won't be able to make it this year.
You'll be awfully disappointed.
Oh, I like Glastonbury. And it's enough of a change from the city to make it a vacation.
Well, it's your vacation.
Why? You want to get rid of me that badly?
Not quite.
Then I'm staying.
What's wrong with Sylvia?
Nothing.
Then why is she patient?
Because she doesn't know how to begin living.
You going to teach her?
Oh, I'm a doctor, not a...
Not a what?
That sentence seemed to go off on the deep end. I'm not quite sure.
You know, Chris, I'm kind of a psychologist myself.
Well, everyone is, more or less, Dad.
Well, I'm a very special kind.
What kind is that?
One of those who can prophesy.
Oh, a prophet.
Yes. I've got a great streak of prophecy in me, Chris, especially when it comes to you.
Oh?
And you know, I feel a spell of prophecy coming on me right now.
Are you sure it's true?
Oh, I'm a real prophet, Chris. That's the one thing we don't tell.
Then speak, Oracle.
Go to Canada and let Mr. Allison find another doctor for his daughter. Or you recommend one.
Oh. Why should I do that?
Because if you don't, we'll be having to send to New York for another doctor to look after the doctor that's looking after Miss Allison. Well?
I'll have another glass of lemon juice.
What are you going to do?
Stay?
Old Dr. Cater pours the cold drink into a tall glass. The ice tinkles, and he doesn't dare to look at his son, who watches the juice bubble as if it were the most important thing in the world. And be sure to listen tomorrow to the Goldbergs. This is Bill Rogers saying goodbye for the makers of Duz, the new kind of granulated soap for all three kinds of wash.
October 1940. Suddenly, peace was abroad. From overseas, the agony of the innocent massacred was rising, darkening the light of the world, making a mockery out of the wily stratagems of temporal political alliances. To me, the issue became a simple one: freedom. I wrote a play, and the distinguished actor Raymond Massey said, "Yes, of course I'll do it, anywhere, anytime." But the radio network said, "Sorry, we're not at war. We have no enemy. We still do business with all customers." So Mr. Massey and I flew to New York from California, pounded on tables until the microphones were given us in small surrender.
Every Man's Theater, written especially for radio by Arch Oboler. Tonight, our star is the celebrated actor of stage and screen, Mr. Raymond Massey, in an adventure of our times, This Precious Freedom, the second of an exciting series of plays especially written for radio and brought to you each Friday at this time and over this station by Oxidol. And now, Mr. Oboler to tell you more about tonight's program in Every Man's Theater.
This is a fictional story, a play about a tomorrow which would never happen here.
Morgan?
Yes, sir?
Can't you make this crate of mine go faster?
Sorry, Mr. Stevenson. We're bucking a pretty stiff headwind.
Come now, don't tell me the heavens are conspiring to keep me from getting back to work. Open her up, Morgan. I've had enough vacation.
Yes, sir?
That's better. You know, Morgan, I should think you'd be as eager to get back to the city as I am. After all, a young fellow like you, month up in the woods with nothing around but those overstuffed squaws. Well, I, for one, am going to be glad to get back in harness again. Of course, I'm not going to admit that to Mrs. Stevenson. I talked to her for the last 10 years about cutting myself off from civilization and having a real vacation, and... Morgan, what's the matter?
Oil line open.
By George.
All right, take it easy, Mr. Stevenson. We're okay. Just fasten your safety belt.
Where are you going to land?
The field ahead. Hold on. Don't be afraid.
Don't be a fool. I've been in forced landings before. All I want to do is to get down there fast. I've got to get to the city. Got to get back to my business.
Yeah, guess there's no one home, Mr. Stevenson.
No one in the fields and no one to help us. Fine end to a vacation.
I guess we'd better try to flag a ride into town.
Wait a minute.
Huh?
Someone coming. Well, how do you do? We just had a forced landing out in one of your fields.
What do you want?
But I'm trying to tell you. We had a forced landing out there in your field. Could I use your telephone?
Wait a minute. Who are you?
I don't see what earthly difference that makes. All I want is to use your telephone. Why, you... Morgan, did you see that? Slam the door in my face.
Yeah.
In my face, infernal fool.
Mr. Stevenson, you know, that guy was awful scared.
This is the main road, isn't it?
Well, that's what the sign says.
Then where's the traffic? We've stood here for an hour. Doesn't make sense, that, on a main road.
Hey, wait, Mr. Stevenson. Here comes a truck.
Well, about time.
If he don't stop...
We'll make him stop. Driver! Driver!
Driver! Hey, driver, stop!
Driver, stop!
Stop!
Driver, my plane. I had a forced landing out here. Could you drive me into the city? Did you hear me? I'll give you $25.
Okay. Jump in.
Morgan, you better stay here with the plane. I'll send someone back.
Yes?
I hope you're a fast driver.
Fast enough.
Well, for a while there, I thought there weren't any trucks on the road anymore.
Not many.
But this is the main highway. Now it's practically empty. Why?
Mister, I'm just a driver.
Some sort of labor disturbance, eh?
You kidding me?
What are you talking about?
I'm not talking, mister. You are.
Look here, I've been vacationing up in the woods for weeks. I deliberately haven't read a newspaper or heard a radio in all that time. But now that I'm back, I might as well start taking it again. What's up? Well, why don't you answer me?
Mister, I'm just driving.
What is this anyway? All I want is a civil answer.
I don't know any answers, mister. You'll find them out for yourself.
$15, $20, $25. There you are.
Okay.
Well, I certainly didn't get any conversation for my money.
Are you getting off, mister?
Yes, of course. Manners certainly haven't improved while I've been away. Goodbye.
Paper? Paper, Mr. Paper?
Yes, of course, boys. Let me have one of each.
Huh?
I said one of each. Each newspaper.
Who are you kidding?
Say, what's come over everyone? Here, give me a Tribune, a News, Times, all of them. Well, don't stand there. I'm in a hurry.
Mister, don't you know?
Know what? What? Boy, come back here. Where are you going? Come back here. At least my office is still here. Door stuck. Fine business. Can't get even into my own office. Well, open up. Open up. No one in there? Door locked. Where's my key? Nice business. 11:30 and they haven't even opened the office. That's loyalty for you. Didn't expect me back so soon, I suppose. Entire office staff decided to take a vacation. Well, what in the... Desk. Files gone. Office empty. Where in the...
Are you looking for something, mister?
What? Regan.
Huh?
Regan.
Who are you?
Regan, don't you know me? What's going on here?
Well, Mr. Stevenson.
What's happened to my office? Where are all my things? What's going on here? Don't stand there with your mouth open. Tell me.
Dead? I thought you was dead.
What are you talking about? Everyone knew I was going on a vacation. What's happened to my things? Where are all my people? Answer me.
You don't know?
Know what? Talk words, man. What's happened to my business?
Mr. Stevenson, I can't tell you.
What do you mean you can't tell me? You're the manager of the building. Who moved out my office? Where are all my things? Answer me.
You're hurting me.
Answer me.
You can't ask questions, Mr. Stevenson.
What?
Go home, Mr. Stevenson, please. Go home quick.
Jean? Where are you? Jean? Jean?
Looking for somebody, fella?
Who?
Stand still. Frisk him, Joe.
Yeah?
Who in the devil?
Keep your mouth shut.
How dare you? Get out of my house.
Start walking, fella.
Walking? What do you mean?
Somebody wants to talk to you.
What are you? Police?
Sure. Start moving.
But why?
Mister, get going.
No. If you're police, where are your warrants? Yes, where are your warrants?
Yeah.
No, don't! room. Where? What? Oh, man. What did he...
You all right?
Yes.
No. You better not try to stand up. Take it easy.
Are they police?
Yeah, in a way.
Someone made a mistake.
No mistake, Mr. Stevenson.
My name. You know it.
Yeah. And I used to do business with your company once. Always treated me fine.
Who are you?
Me? Oh, nobody. Just sort of clean up.
Where am I?
Well, Mr. Stevenson, there are some things I can't tell you.
Mistake. Horrible mistake. I'm John Stevenson. I'm a respectable citizen. My wife. I've got to get in touch with Jean. She'll be worried. She wasn't home.
Now, take it easy.
No, wait, the mayor. Yes, the mayor.
No.
He's a friend of mine. Got to get the telephone.
Keep your
tell the
voice
mayor
down.
what's happened.
If they come in here again...
Let them come in. I've got nothing to be afraid of. I've done nothing. Come into my house without a warrant. They've got no right.
Now, Mr. Stevenson, you don't understand. Please, Mr. Stevens.
Understand what? Tell me.
Things are different.
Different? What do you mean? What's it got to do with this? With me?
Mr. Stevenson, it's something I don't understand. Where have you been?
Been? Out of the city, in the woods. Don't waste time, man. Call up the mayor. Tell him.
But that won't do any good.
Why not? There's been a mistake.
There's been no mistake, Mr. Stevenson. I guess maybe you're the only one in the whole country don't know about
Talk
it.
sense, man.
Well, I'm trying to. I don't know exactly how to say it.
Well?
Well, first that part of the Constitution, they threw it out.
Part of it? What the devil are you talking about?
That part of the Constitution. You know about rights. Threw it out. The way I got it figured out, when others ganged up on us, all them battleships and airplanes, well, there wasn't much we could do now, was there? Had to sort of, throw in the towel.
Are you trying to tell me that while I was away, there's been an invasion?
Invasion? Well, they ain't gone all the way. I mean, just this piece of the coast.
Get out of here.
What?
You heard me. Get out. Haven't I had enough today without listening to you, you crazy old fool?
But, Mr. Stevens...
Get out, I tell you. Listen, someone out there, get this crazy old fool out of here. If this is a jail, get me my lawyer. What am I being held here for? What are the charges? Get me my lawyer. Get me my lawyer.
So, you still insist on having a lawyer?
Certainly. If there's some criminal charge against me, I have a right to have a lawyer.
Right. What right are you talking about?
You're obviously some sort of police official. Well, let me tell you, a horrible mistake has been made. I'm no criminal. I'm John Stevenson, an ordinary businessman. Call Mayor Olden, he'll tell you.
He'll tell us nothing? The man is of no importance.
No importance? But the mayor.
The mayor of what? The Worms?
Worms?
The man is dead. Oh, but that, too, is of no importance. What is important to me is you and your activities.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Your so-called vacation trip. Whom did you meet?
Meet? What do you...
Don't ask questions, answer them. You've been out of the city for weeks. Suddenly you return. Where were you?
On my vacation, of course. Is there any law against that?
For the last time, don't try to be clever with me.
Once and for all, will you tell me what the charges are against me? There's been some kind of terrible mistake, all right. But tell me what the charges are. Give me a chance to clear myself.
I have wasted quite enough time with you, Mr. Stevenson.
Let me post bond. Let me call my lawyer. You've no right to keep me here. My wife, she wasn't home when I was taken away.
Yes,
She'd be worried.
Yes, of course, your wife. Have you any idea where your wife is, Mr. Stevenson?
Why, home, I suppose. Yes, she must be there now. If you'll hand me the phone.
She is not home, believe me.
Why do you say that?
All right, Sergeant.
Here, Mayor. Jean, what are you doing here? What is it? Jean, stop crying. I'm all right. There's been some crazy mistake, but... Jean, why should you cry like this? You never cry. Jean, the children, are they all right? Jean, talk to me. Stop crying and talk to me.
She knows better.
Better? What are you talking about? Jean, lift your face. What's happened? What's wrong?
Take her away.
No, she'll stay here. Jean, you tell me what this is about. Has everyone gone crazy? What? No, let go of her, you bastard! John! Let go of me! Bring her back here! Bring her back here! I'll kill you! Jean! Jean!
You will be quite calm now, eh, Mr. Stevenson? Yes, I'm sure you will. We have quite a technique for calming down unreasonable people, haven't we? So you still persist in talking. So, discipline. That is the first lesson you must learn in this new state of ours. Discipline. Always discipline. It is very strange, Mr. Stevenson. You've been here now over an hour, and yet there is very little fear in your face. I wonder why. Astonishment? Yes, a sort of astonished wonder in your face, as if you can't believe... Could you possibly be ignorant of the facts? This glorious new state that we are planting here. This fulfillment of the dreams some of us have had since the day we heard a voice telling us of our destiny. A dream that will come true. This will soon be our nation now, Mr. Stevenson. Ours, all of it. Your men are fighting, yes, but we will win. Wonder in your face? Yes. Sometimes I ask myself, can it be true? The wonder of it, yet no wonder of it. The plan, Mr. Stevenson, the plan, always it was there and always we followed it. We poured our propaganda in on you. Yes, we used your own weaknesses against you. We said, let us speak, it is our right. How simple it was to use your own rights against you, so now you have no right, Stevenson. No one has right but we who are leaders. I was quite carried away, wasn't I? I must not forget to let you speak. We want to know many things. Every detail of your airplane trip, whom you saw, which of our enemies are hiding up there where you were. I warn you. Answer quickly, Stevenson. Who were your friends? Which of our enemies did you meet? Who were your friends? Whom did you meet? Where did you go? Whom did you meet? Where did you go?
Put him here.
Yeah. Dead yet?
No, not yet.
Dead yet? No, not yet. Who said that? I can't see. All mixed up. Vacation. Enemies of the state. Airplane. I don't know. All mixed up. No. Got to stop. Got to think. Oh, pain. No. Got to think things out. What's happened to me? What?
Our glorious new state.
We who are the leaders.
This will be our nation soon.
Voices in my head. All mixed up. Think things out. I've got to go crazy. From the start. Yes, from the start. Vacation. Coming back from my vacation. Landed plane.
Go away.
Yes, that farmer.
That guy was awful scared. Awful scared.
Yes, Morgan, you said that.
I don't know any answers. You'll find them out for yourself.
Yes, truck driver.
Mister, don't you know?
Mister, don't you know?
Yes, newsboy, he too.
You can't ask questions, Mr. Stevens. Things are different. You can't ask questions, Mr. Stevens.
Yes, they said that. Everyone said that. Everyone talking to me, trying to tell me. I didn't know. I don't know.
This will soon be our nation.
It isn't true. No. It's all in my head. Jean, where are you? Jean, where are the children? Jean. Did I just cry out? Cry out? Why should I cry out? My name is John Stevenson. I have a business in the Central Building. I have a house in Arcade Street. I have a wife, 2 children, a boy and a girl. We have a good life. A good life.
Is he dead?
Not yet.
Dead?
Why do I keep thinking that? Who said it to me?
Dead?
Yes. I know. I remember. Going to kill me. I'm an enemy of the state.
Our glorious new state.
But it's so funny. John Stevenson, 832 Arcade Street, enemy of the state. I went on a vacation. I came home, and I'm an enemy of the state. Yes. My wife. The children, that's what he said. Everyone, enemies of the new state. Now, it's madness. I'm me. I can do what I want. I can get up out of here. Yes, I will get out of here. I'm John Stevenson. You hurt me. Blood. No, I will get out of here. You can't accuse me and not give me a trial. You can't come into my house. You can't take away my business. I'm a free man. I'm an American.
This will be our nation soon. Ours.
How could that be?
Seeing as we weren't ready, there wasn't much we could do now, was there? Let's mind our own business. Nothing to do with us.
Who said that?
Let's mind our own business. Nothing to do with us.
I remember. I said that. Yes. All the time. I said that.
Men have no rights.
None of my business?
We spit on freedom.
None of my business?
Right is right.
None of my business?
Our leader, our people, our world.
None of my business? How could I? Why did I?
Don't antagonize them. We'll have to do business with them. Let them talk. Mind our own business. Don't antagonize them. We'll have to do business.
All the things I said.
Seeing as we weren't ready, there wasn't much we could do now, was there?
Our glorious new state!
Dead yet? He will be. Dead yet? He will be.
I do understand now.
He will be.
I wanted everything, and I didn't want to risk anything to keep what I had. What I had. What I had.
Your home is your kingdom. Your own God is your God. Say what you want to say. Write what you want to write. Trial by jury. Sanctity of person. Due process of law.
What I had.
John!
Gee, is that you? No, in my head. So dark. There's blood in my... So dark.
Dead yet? He will be. Dead yet? He will be.
Gene, I'll tell you something very funny. I'm not afraid to die. No. I'm afraid to go on living. If all this isn't really a dream, bad dream, then I don't want to go on living. Everywhere I'd turn, they'd be there.
Shut your mouth. You can't do that. Come with us. We accuse you. Shut your mouth. Give us that. Keep moving. Attention. Shut your mouth. Shut your mouth. Shut your mouth.
No, I can't live with that. All my life I lived with freedom. Gene, we didn't know it was freedom, did we? Living in our house, a good life. And our neighbors. Not hating anybody. And driving in the country with the kids wherever we wanted to go. And feeling sure of the future for the kids because whatever was wrong here, we ourselves could fix with work and with our votes and with what we knew was right in our hearts. I never said, this is freedom. But it was. It was. When they talked to me about losing it, I said, don't be fools. No one will take it from us.
I thought freedom was like the air, always with me as long as I lived. I thought I didn't have to do anything about it. Gene, I was wrong. I've got the words now to say it. What I had wasn't a gift. It was a victory. And I can't live without it. Do you hear me out there? I won't live without it. To say what I think is right. To do what I think is right. That's the only life I want. It is life. I'll live for it. I'll fight for it. This precious freedom.
This is Arch Oboler. May I present the leading actor of our play tonight, Mr. Raymond Massey.
Ladies and gentlemen, I want to say this. At the opening of tonight's drama, Arch Oboler said, "This is a play of a tomorrow which should never happen." I know all of you agree with me that this kind of a tomorrow must never happen. And it can never happen, as long as we all dedicate ourselves to live for the freedom of our fathers and the future freedom of our children.
Every Man's Theater, written especially for radio by Arch Oboler.
Sunrise and sunset, promise and fulfillment, birth and death. The whole drama of life is written in the sands of time.
We present a new series of radio programs, The Clock.
The dictionary defines the word tourist as one who makes a tour, a traveler, someone who goes from place to place learning new ways of life and seeing new things. To many of us, the word has a romantic quality, and we envy the lucky globe-trotter. Just as Liz and Henry Briggs envy the travelers who pass the little tourist house and gas station they own just off the big state highway on the rim of Death Valley.
It's the location, Henry. Now, why should people stop overnight at a place like this? They're on their way to Hollywood, maybe, or New York. They don't have time.
I know, Liz, I know. You told me before. But you seem to forget that a man behind the wheel has got to get some rest.
Not here, though. Not in this forsaken spot. And I don't blame them. I bet it must be nice to travel. Europe, Africa, India. Can you imagine seeing the Taj Mahal in the moonlight?
What have we got for supper?
Supper. That's all you ever think about. Your stomach. Aren't you even interested in anything else?
Right now? No.
Someone's pulling up outside.
I like the pumps. Station's closed.
He's not stopping in front of the pumps, Henry. He stopped by the door.
Say, maybe he wants to spend the night.
Look at that car, Henry. Isn't it handsome?
He sure must be going places. Look at the size of that trunk he's got strapped to the back.
We'd better go out and see what he wants.
All right.
Evening.
Evening.
I saw your sign. I was Wondering if you had any room.
Oh, we've got plenty of room.
$3 a night, single.
6 with meals.
Oh, that sounds fine. Well, I'll park the car.
Oh, it's all right where it is.
My luggage is in the back.
Well, how about that trunk? You want to leave it there, I guess, if you're only staying for the night.
Oh, I may stay longer, so I'll take it upstairs with me. My name's Hewlett. Jason Hewlett.
And mine's Briggs. And this here's the message.
How do you do?
Well, glad to know you.
That's quite a trunk you've got there, Mr. Hewlett. I never saw so many labels. Goodness, look at this, Henry. Paris, London, Cairo, Constance.
Hey, stay away from that, please.
What?
I don't like anyone going near my things.
I was just looking at the labels, Mr. Hewlett.
Oh, I'm sorry. That was rude of me. Yes, that trunk has been around quite a bit. It's had its share of experiences.
It looks kind of heavy, mister. I'd better help you unstrap and carry it upstairs.
You'll be very careful.
Why, sure.
All right, we'll carry it up together. Oh, first, here's 3 days' rent in advance.
Huh?
I'll want a quiet room on the top floor, if possible. And I want all my meals served there.
Well, that's kind of irregular.
I'll pay you extra for it.
Is it okay with you, Liz?
Oh, sure. It'll be a pleasure to put ourselves out a little for a traveling man like Mr. Hewlett. And he might even tell us all about the places he's been to and the things he's seen and done, if he gets a little time.
You never can tell, Mrs. Briggs. I might.
Oh, what a load that trunk was. Must have bricks inside. Goldbergs, maybe, the way he kept telling me to be careful.
Did he like his room, Henry?
No, sure, he's not hard to please. He'd have plenty of money, too, the way he handed it out.
Did you ask him about his business? What he does?
Now, listen, Liz, that's his business, not ours. You got a bad habit of being too curious. Man's got a right to some privacy.
Oh, my goodness, it can't do any harm to ask him what kind of work he does. Maybe he's a government agent or something. All those labels on his luggage.
Your trouble, you go to too many of those spy pictures. Government agent. My guess is this guy's a salesman. He's got that trunk full of samples. Here he comes. Now, don't ask him any questions.
Hello.
Oh, hello, Mr. Hewlett. Would you mind having dinner downstairs with us just for tonight? It's all prepared, and if I take the time to bring it up, it might get cold.
Well, all right. Just for tonight.
I'll sit down, make yourself comfortable. I'll have the soup on in a jiffy.
It's nice to have you with us, Mr. Hewlett.
Oh, thanks. How far is the nearest town?
Oh, about 11 miles east. Death Valley's west.
11 miles, eh? Is it a large town?
Large enough. Liz goes in every Monday to do her shopping for the week. Town's called Warren City.
I thought I might do a little business there.
Oh, what kind of business?
Liz, be careful of that suit.
It's a nice place you have here.
Oh, it could be nicer. I've been wanting to do some redecorating, but Henry says it's too expensive.
I like the place the way it is.
Henry's not a man for novelties. I remember how I had to beg him to buy a radio years ago. He said it was only a newfangled toy that wouldn't last.
You own a radio?
Oh, yeah, good one, too. We usually listen to news about this time. Say, Liz, will you turn it on?
I wish you wouldn't turn it on right now.
No?
I have a slight headache. It's too much driving. The radio wouldn't help it any.
All right, Mr. Hewlett. You're the guest. Pass salt, Liz.
Rolls, Mr. Hewlett?
Oh, thanks.
Nice and fresh, too. There's a truck that delivers them every morning, along with the papers.
The newspapers?
Warren City Gazette. Pass about the list.
You're rather secluded out here, I imagine. It must get lonesome.
Oh, I don't know.
Oh, it does, Henry, and you know it. Our nearest neighbor's a mile away, Mr. Hewlett, and there's never much excitement. I guess a man like you would find it boring, Mr. Hewlett.
A man like me?
I mean a man who's traveled as much as you have.
Oh.
I suppose your business must be pretty important to make you get around as much as you do.
Mr. Hewlett's business is none of ours, Liz.
I was just saying.
My business is books, Mrs. Briggs.
Oh, books.
You sound disappointed.
Well, I just didn't think it was anything like that.
No? Then what did you think it was? Liz, please.
Oh, now, don't be so narrow-minded, Henry. The gentleman wants to talk.
Oh, it's quite all right, Mr. Briggs. I don't mind. Now, tell me, what business did you think I was in?
Oh, some kind of traveling line. Exotic perfume or silks from China.
Spices and rare jewels?
Oh, now you're kidding me.
Well, Liz is a walking geography book. All she ever does is look at maps.
Well, travel is educational. And in a way, my business is rare, so to speak. You see, I collect very rare volumes in every language.
You don't say.
I travel from country to country, trading and buying and, well, seeing the world.
Have you ever been to Persia?
Once or twice.
Oh.
I picked up a very expensive edition there that belonged to a sultan many years ago.
Sultan?
The book was bound in woven gold, and there were rubies on the covers.
That must have cost a lot of money.
Is that why you're so careful about that trunk?
No, Well, that is not exactly. I sold that particular volume to an English millionaire. The trunk is another matter. Not really interesting enough to discuss. I think I've had enough to eat.
But you've only finished your soup.
Oh, I'm not very hungry. I had something just before I came here.
Well, if you want me to, I'll bring a sandwich up for you later on, Mr. Hewitt.
Oh, never mind. That won't be necessary. No. Oh, I noticed some matches inside on one of the tables. May I borrow them?
Sure. Help yourself.
Thanks. And, good night.
Good night.
Good night, Mr. Hewlett.
It's funny, he got awful touchy.
Especially when we mentioned that trunk.
Ah, well, no counting for dispositions.
Henry, I wonder what's in there.
In where?
His trunk. He never told us.
Why should he tell us? It's none of our affair.
I was just curious.
Oh, that's the trouble with you, Liz. One of these days you're going to regret that curiosity of yours.
Oh, don't be silly.
Yeah, well, as long as he's gone, we may as well hear the news. I put the radio on good and loud so we can listen while we eat. Hey, Liz, come in here a minute.
What's the matter?
Radio's broken.
The radio's broken?
Look. You see? Valves won't light up.
Oh, that's funny. I was using it only 2 hours ago and worked fine then.
You did?
Well, what could have happened to it, Henry?
Or maybe the light cord's out of the socket. Oh, well, cord's okay.
Henry, look.
Say.
All the wires inside are broken.
Why? They look as if they've been pulled out deliberately, Liz. Liz, are you sure you weren't careless about using this machine?
Oh, do you think I'm silly enough to yank out all those wires?
Then how did they come loose?
I don't know.
Has anybody been inside the house today?
No.
Are you sure?
Well, stop asking me so many foolish questions.
I'll take this into town at the end of the week. It'll take quite a while before it's fixed. You know how rushed they are these days.
Now we won't be able to hear the news. Henry.
What?
There was someone inside the house besides me.
Who?
And he was in this living room.
You mean Mr. Hewitt?
Yes.
But why would he want to go around ruining people's radio sets?
I don't know if he did it. It just seems peculiar. But he was here, Henry, alone, just before he went upstairs.
Yeah. Wanted to get those matches.
Do you think he did it?
I don't know.
Why don't you ask
I
him?
can't do that, not without proof.
Well, if I were you, I would, Henry. But he's some kind of practical joker.
Well, if he is, this isn't so funny.
Well, if you won't ask him, I will, in the morning. And Henry...
Well?
I'm also going to ask him point blank just what he's got inside that trunk.
Curiosity is a very peculiar thing. Once instilled in the mind, it grows stronger with the passage of time, and every hour only serves to feed its insatiable appetite. And people who finally give in to its gnawing pain have forgotten too soon what curiosity did to the proverbial cat.
Is he up yet, Henry?
I don't know, Liz. I didn't hear him move around.
No, I've got his breakfast ready. I'm going to take it up to his room.
Liz, maybe you'd better not ask him anything.
Oh, why not? He broke our radio, didn't he?
But we're not sure.
Then who else did it?
Well, if you ask me, if you do ask him, be polite about it. It was maybe just an accident.
All right, Henry.
What did you do with the newspaper?
Newspaper? I didn't take it.
Well, I found the bread outside. The paper was missing.
What do you think they forgot to deliver it?
They haven't forgotten 3 years, Liz.
Henry, there's something queer going on in this house, and I'm getting worried.
Now, don't let your imagination go haywire.
It's not my imagination, and you know it. First the radio, now the newspapers, and that trunk. What on earth could he have in that trunk?
Now, Liz.
I'm going up to his room right now with his breakfast, and I'm going to find out what this is all about, once and for all.
Well, what is it?
I got your breakfast, Mr. Hewlett.
I'll leave it outside the door. I'll pick it up later.
But I want to see you.
What do you want, Mrs. Briggs?
Here's your breakfast, eggs and bacon, rolls and coffee. Orange juice, too.
Now, put it on the table. Now, what did you want to see me about?
I was wondering if you tried to use our radio last night.
Your radio?
Yes, you see, it's not working right now.
I don't know anything about your radio.
Well, I just thought I'd ask. Have you seen this morning's paper?
No.
Neither have we. It didn't come today. First time in 3 years.
Mrs. Briggs, I'm very busy. You'll excuse me, won't you?
Oh, why, of course. I didn't mean to disturb you. I'll come back for those breakfast dishes in about an hour.
No. I'll bring them down myself. What are you staring at?
Those padlocks on the trunk. There are 3 of them.
Good morning, Mrs. Briggs. Good morning.
He frightens me, Henry. The way he looked at me when I mentioned the padlocks.
Well, he was mad because you didn't mind your own affairs, and he was right.
Nevertheless, you're not leaving me alone in this house with that man, Henry.
For the love of Mike, you're acting like a frightened kid. You'd think he was some kind of a murderer.
Henry. What brought that into your mind?
Liz, will you cut it out?
It's a sign, that's what it is. You're thinking of that as a warning.
Look, you need some air, and you've got your shopping to do today. Take the car and drive into town. By the time you get back, well, maybe you'll see how silly you've been.
All right, I'll go and do my shopping. But tonight we're giving him notice. He's got to get out of this house by tomorrow. And he can take that awful trunk along with him. Padlocks, labels, and all.
Mrs. Briggs?
Good morning, Freddie.
In town for the weekly shopping?
Yeah, that's right. I got my list all ready.
Fine, just read it off.
4 cans tomato juice, 3 cans of peas, a box of sugar.
Pretty weird story, wasn't it, in the Gazette this morning?
I didn't get to read the papers today.
Whole town's talking about the murder, I guess.
What?
That story in the Gazette.
It concerned a murder?
Well, the cops aren't sure. The body hasn't been found yet, but the girl's missing. No doubt about that.
Where did all this take place?
Barnesville. That's about 100 miles from here. A hotel waitress disappeared from her room.
But why do they think it was murder?
Well, they don't rightly know, I guess. The police just put together the facts and figured that something pretty awful had happened to her. They're still looking for the body. Her room was a mess when they broke in.
Oh, they know who might have done it?
One of the guests, maybe. Trouble is, there was a convention going on and the hotel was full up. So many people checked out at once.
But in a hotel, how could the body disappear?
Well, the police aren't talking. First of all, they haven't even proved there is a body. But if there was...
Yes?
They figure it might have been taken out of the place in a trunk.
Well, that was one of my better class moments. One that Mrs. Briggs will always remember.
Henry, listen.
What's the matter?
There was a story in the papers today. The whole town's talking about it. A girl was murdered, they think.
What?
In Lawrenceville. And the police believe her body was taken away in a trunk.
Oh, now, Liz.
Henry, don't stand there and disagree with me. Why does he keep it locked? Why is he so mysterious about everything? We've got to do something. Jason Newell may be a dangerous killer.
Now, you can't go around calling people killers just because they own trunks, Liz.
Henry, if you don't do something, I will.
What do you want me to do?
Call the police. I tell you, that newspaper story could have fitted in with Jason Hewlett. The man they're after is heading west. He left Lawrenceville yesterday afternoon.
Do they know what he looks like?
No, but they did mention something about a car.
Just open the door upstairs.
Mrs. Briggs,
Yes, Mr. Hewlett?
you needn't bring me my dinner this evening. I don't want to be disturbed at all. Is that clear?
Yes, Mr. Hewlett. Henry, look. Why would he break the radio and steal the paper? So we wouldn't hear the news or read it, don't you see? He didn't want us to know what's going on. Oh. Henry, you've got to call the state trooper and get him to open that trunk.
All right, Liz, I'll do it now.
Is this his room?
Yes, officer. The trunk's in there, too. A big trunk, big enough to hide a body.
What is it? Open up, mister. State police.
Well, what's the trouble?
Your name, Hewlett?
Yeah?
When were you in Lawrenceville last?
Lawrenceville? Well, I've never been there.
There's the trunk I told you about, officer.
Let's have a look at it.
Now, just a moment. That trunk happens to belong to me. It's private property, you know.
Let's have the keys to those padlocks, mister.
Do you have a search warrant?
Right here.
I tell you, there's nothing inside that trunk except some rare editions of books I've purchased. That's why I've kept it locked.
Just to make sure, let's take a look. The keys, mister.
All right. Here. I'll see you in court for this. All of you. You can't treat me like a common criminal and get away with it. And as for you, Mrs.
Keep away from me.
Move back now. Give me room to open this lid.
What's inside, officer?
Books.
Books?
Well, are you satisfied?
Oh, I'm afraid I made a mistake.
I'll say you made a mistake. Sorry, Mr. Hewlett, but you know how it is.
Some women just can't keep their noses out of things that don't concern them. Now get out of here, all of you, and leave me alone.
Well, Liz, you got any more bright ideas about trunk murders? Better look under the bed tonight. Maybe a full-grown gorilla prowling around the house.
Oh, I've never been so embarrassed in my life. I've been such a fool.
And do I still have to stay home and hold your hand?
Oh, stop talking like that, Henry. I feel awful enough as it is.
I'm going to town to bowl, and for Pete's sake, apologize to Mr. Hewlett for his Suses. You understand?
Yes, Henry. I'll do it now.
Who is it?
I just want to see you for a second, Mr. Hewlett. I wanted to tell you
Get
how
out of
sorry.
here.
I wanted to apologize, Mr. Hewlett, that's all.
All right, you apologize. Now get out.
You don't know how stupid I feel. Just before my husband left the house, he told me to come up here. That trunk.
Well?
Were you packing to leave? What is that? No. Oh, no.
You prying female. You asked for it. Now you're going to see it.
No, please, let go of me.
You're very sharp-eyed, aren't you? You notice things immediately.
You've got a false bottom in that trunk.
Well, look at what it's been concealing. Go on, satisfy your curiosity. Look at it.
She's dead.
You're quite right. She's dead, and I strangled her. Would you like the details? Just stay where you are, Mrs. Briggs. I believe you mentioned that your husband's gone. Well, that seems to fit into our plans, doesn't it?
Don't hurt me, please.
Do you like tours, Mrs. Briggs? Tours around the world? The labels on that trunk are interesting, aren't they?
I won't tell if you leave me alone.
You're going to get your wish, Mrs. Briggs. Yes. You're going to travel. You're going to make a journey with my other friend. Inside that trunk.
No!
There'll be plenty of room, Mrs. Briggs, for both of you. And if you're slightly cramped, it won't matter very much.
You won't be aware of it.
You're choking me.
Oh, it feels good to have my hands around your throat, Mrs. Briggs. I've been looking forward to it.
No, please.
Let her go, you swine. Let go of her. Go on, let go of her. The life out of you.
You all right now, Liz?
I think so. Is he dead?
No, but he won't make any more trouble until the cops get here.
Thank heaven you came back.
I didn't have the car keys. You took them this morning when you drove to town. Now, you take it easy, Liz. I'll call the police.
Henry.
Yeah?
Just one thing, Henry. When they take the trunk away,
Well?
do you think we can keep the labels?
Yes, the urge to travel is strong in all of us, and time takes on a new and exciting quality when we hit the broad white highway that ribbons out from coast to coast. And if by any chance you happen to take that trip this summer, and your route carries you east or west, you might stop off at a little gas station on the rim of Death Valley and say hello to Liz and Henry Briggs. I suggest one precaution, however. Don't exhibit any trunks with labels.
The Clock will be heard again next week, same time. This program was written by Lawrence Klee, and Hart McGuire was the voice of the Clock. As Liz Briggs, you heard Margaret Christensen. As Henry Briggs, Don Crosby. And as Jason Hewlett, Lynn Bullen, with Jerry Wells as the officer. The Clock, directed by John Saul, is a Grace Gibson radio production.
The Signal Oil Program, The Whistler. That whistle is your signal for the Signal Oil Program, The Whistler.
Strange tales hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. Yes, I know the nameless terrors of which they dare not speak.
Yes, friends, it's time for The Whistler, rated by independent research, the most popular West Coast program. And remember, let every traffic signal remind you, with new Signal gasoline, you do go farther than ever. Look for the familiar big yellow and black circle sign that identifies those popular Signal service stations in 7 western states from Canada to Mexico. And now, the Whistler's strange story. Murder in Haste.
Elbert Taylor was two people. To the Cafe Society crowd in Miami, he was the charming young husband of a silver fortune from Denver, aged 45, amply mature, and a little crotchety. To his wife, Helen, the silver fortune, he was something else again, an unpleasant little boy whose unpleasantness had to be bought off with $100 bills instead of chewing gum. This made for friction, of course. After 3 years of marriage, Helen was heartily sick of both Alberts, and more careful with the $100 bills. And Albert, too, had reached the saturation point. As a matter of fact, the unpleasant little boy was on the verge of a tantrum.
Albert, is that you?
Yeah?
Albert, I'm awfully upset.
Oh, what now?
My bracelet, the diamond and emerald one. I put it in the drawer of my vanity last night, after the party.
Well, what about it?
It's gone. I've questioned the servants and they
Did
don't...
you, call the police?
No.
Good.
What do you mean?
I told you I'd get money somewhere, Helen.
You took it.
Of course I took it.
I see. And what did you do with it?
I sold it, of course.
Oh.
What did you expect? Think I'm going to sit up and beg you for every time I need $5?
Oh.
Sure, that's what you want, isn't it? Come on, come all. Watch Albert, the trained terrier. Eats, sleeps, walks, talks, thinks like a human being.
That's enough, Albert.
You bet it's enough. I'm sick of it. I'm through being your favorite charity.
You don't know how right you are.
Well, what does that mean?
It's very simple. I'm going to call the police and tell them you've stolen my bracelet.
Wait a minute. Don't be ridiculous. Wait, come on. Give me that phone.
Go my head.
Why, you nagging, disagreeable...
Albert! I'm sorry.
You want to watch me jump, don't you? You want to crack the whip and watch me jump.
You're hurting me.
Yes.
Let go, please.
I'll hurt you all right.
Albert.
I'd like to shake you until... Shake until your teeth fall out, you...
Well, Albert, why don't you do something? Why don't you go over there to the hearth and help her up? Or perhaps you're not as dazed as you look, standing there in the middle of the room. Maybe even now you realize Helen isn't going to get up, because she struck her temple on the andiron when you hurled her across the room. Yes, Albert, she's lying there so very still, because she's dead.
With the prologue of tonight's story, Murder in Haste, the Signal Oil Company brings you another strange story by The Whistler. When you see those big new signal billboards that say, "Go farther than ever with new Signal gasoline," remember, it's power that puts more mileage into new Signal gasoline. Amazingly increased power that chemists created by actually rearranging the atoms in gasoline molecules. You'll notice Signal's power first in the way your motor springs to life the instant you touch the starter. You'll notice Signal's power again in the way your car steps ahead in traffic with pickup that makes you proud. And you'll notice it in the knock-free purr of your motor on hills, steep ones that you breeze up in high. Yes, new Signal gasoline is packed with the kind of performance that makes even old cars feel young again. But while you're enjoying this performance, don't forget the amazing power in new Signal gasoline that makes this performance possible also makes new Signal, more than ever, the Go Farther gasoline. And now, back to the Whistler.
Yes, Albert. There'll be no more ugly squabbles over money. No more jumping through hoops for Helen. Because the last argument was final, wasn't it? So final that Helen lies dead in front of the hearth. A minute later, you've decided on the only course of action possible. You leave her in her bedroom and lock the door. The servants in their separate quarters are used to your arguments and probably have paid no attention. 2 hours and 20 minutes later, you're standing on the observation platform of the Limited Express bound for Jacksonville and points north.
Nice night. Oh, I didn't hear you come up. Sorry. I said it was a nice night. Yeah. I saw you running for the train when we were pulling out. Just made it, didn't you? Yeah, it was kind of close, all right. Yeah. You been in Miami long? No, been fishing off the Keys just a week or so. I see. My name's Ricketts. I'd know you. I'm Brown, Richard Brown. Uh-huh. You going up to New York, Brown?
That's right. Well, I guess I'll be getting inside, Ricketts.
Good idea. I'll go with you.
You knew it the minute he opened his mouth, didn't you, Albert? Ricketts is a plainclothes cop. And there can be only one reason why he's so interested in you. He's right behind you as you walk back through the train to your seat. And you're wondering if he'll sit beside you when you stop there. Then when you're 10 feet from it hits you. You realize why he's following you. Your luggage with your initials E.T. on it is in the baggage rack over the seat. And Ricketts is just waiting for you to stop there. You hold your breath and keep on going.
Brown?
Yeah?
Isn't this your seat?
Why, no. I have a compartment up ahead.
Oh, I see. Well, good night, Brown.
Good night.
There's only one place to go, the club car and the bar, where you can sit for a minute and think.
Yes, sir?
Make it a Manhattan, dry.
Dry Manhattan. Right, sir.
Thank you. Oh, is this your magazine here, sir?
What? Oh, no.
May I look at it?
Sure.
Thank you.
Are you going to New York?
Yes.
Well, it'll be cold up there this time of year. A lot of snow and all that.
Yes, I suppose so.
You know, I'm as excited as a kid. I haven't seen snow for an age. Matter of fact, I haven't set foot in America for, 5 years. Oh, it's great to be back. I get a kick out of just talking to Americans again.
Yeah.
I was sitting in my compartment a few minutes ago and
You have a compartment?
Oh, yeah. A couple of cars ahead.
Oh, how? My name's Brown, Mr.
Jameson. Leslie Jameson.
Jameson? Wait a minute, you're not the mystery writer.
I'm afraid I am, yes.
Here you are, sir. Dry Manhattan.
Oh, thank you. Well, here's to you, Mr.
What's the matter?
Nothing. Say, Jameson, why don't we go to your compartment? Be quieter there. We could have the drinks sent in.
Why, of course, if you'd like.
Yes, Albert, the compartment would be quieter. And you'd feel a little more comfortable, particularly since you noticed your friend Mr. Ricketts stroll into the bar and sit down, still hunting for the occupant of your seat, no doubt. Mr. Jameson finds the compartment pleasanter, too.
Well, a man can't stay forever in Buenos Aires and continue to write for the American public. Has to keep in touch, you know. Don't you think so?
Oh, yes. Yes, of course. So you say you left Buenos Aires, huh?
Yes, planned to anyway, but made it a little earlier on account of that nasty business with my assistant.
Oh, yes, I see.
Well, I'll probably go back in a year or so. Did you ever read anything of mine, Brown?
I can't say I've done much reading in the detective storyline. You have a serial running in one of the magazines right now, haven't you?
Yes. Murder and Haste. I don't suppose you're reading it.
No, I'm sorry. If I'd known I was going to meet the author, I'd have boned up on it.
Oh, don't apologize, Brown. Well, how about a nightcap before we turn in, eh?
Oh, it's early yet, Jameson. Surely you're not going to give up the ship so soon.
Well, I've got to confess I'm a little bush. I've been rattling on like a magpie all evening. There you are.
Oh, thanks. Oh, that's beautiful brandy.
None better. Well, Brown, what do we drink to?
Oh,
I have it's a crime, Brown. Mighty profitable business, for me at least. Yeah, here's to crime. You know, that's odd. Murder is my business, and yet I've never in my life seen a murdered man.
Fact?
No, never been in a police court. Hardly ever known a policeman.
Well,
I'm really sort of a phony when you get right down to it. Well, Brown, it's been great talking to you, but
tell me more about your agent. You were saying you've never met him personally?
Oh, Farrell. Oh, he's a great agent. I've often wondered what he looks like. Sometimes I think he must be a magician with a long beard, the way he pulls royalties out of a hat. Sold my leading character to a radio series.
Wow. You've never even been to New York?
Never. Probably the only man in the business who can say that. Well, Brown, it's close to midnight.
Look, Jameson, what about this serial you're running? Maybe you could bring me up to date on it. And
I'll tell you about it tomorrow, Brown.
Right now, I'm awfully tired.
Oh, it's early yet.
Now, see here, I don't want to be rude, but I'll have to ask you to...
Good Lord, what's that? They're trying to stop. Stop it. Wait. Back up!
An open switch, a signal down, and the southbound local is suddenly there on the same track without warning. It's over in a split second, and then you open your eyes, Albert. You're all right, miraculously safe, in the tangled network of steel and splintered wood that used to be a Pullman car. And there's Leslie Jameson. He wasn't so lucky, Albert. There's nothing you can do for him now. The other end of the coach is in flames, and they're moving towards you. Finally, you manage to get out.
Gotta get out. Through this window. What's this glass?
Here, let me help you.
Oh.
Give me a hand.
That's it. Oh, thanks.
You all right?
I think so. I'm a little dizzy.
Oh, sure. Oh, it's you, Mr. Brown.
Oh, rickets.
Yeah, you're lucky. This coach got it worst of all. Look at that fire.
Yeah, got out just in time.
Hey, that fellow you were drinking with at the bar went to your compartment with you. He's still in there?
My compartment?
Pretty sure he's Albert E. Taylor murdered his wife in Miami. Is he still there?
No, he left a few minutes before the crash.
Well, you better get on ahead, Mr. Brown. I gotta give him a hand here. Can you make it up to the crossing? There's a highway restaurant up there.
Sure. I'm okay. Thanks.
Okay, Brown. Take it easy.
Well.
Well, Albert, you stand there dazed for a minute, watching the fire move closer. Then you decide to take a chance. Crawl back to Leslie Jameson's body, take his wallet, his ring and watch, exchange them for your ring and watch, engraved, to Albert with all my love, Helen. Then as the flames move close, you find his briefcase and bag and crawl out with him. 10 minutes later, you stagger into the highway restaurant at the grade crossing.
Say, wonder if you fellows can help me.
Hurt, mister? We got the doc in the back room.
Come on. No, I'm all right. I just want to get out of here. I thought I could hire a car or get a bus to New York.
You were in the wreck?
Yeah.
Say, I'm the AP correspondent here. Could you give me your name?
I'm Leslie Jameson.
Leslie G. Say, aren't you the fellow who writes those murder mysteries?
Yeah, that's right.
Well, if that ain't a coincidence, Frank. Only last night you and me made that bet. Yeah, now we can settle it once and for all. Yeah, we was betting which one would turn out to be the murderer in that serial you're running in the Post.
Oh, well, that's very flattering. Now, I wonder if you could help me about the bus I
Say,
need.
Mr. Jameson, could you give us an advance tip on the murderer?
Yeah, then we won't have to wait for the magazine to come out tomorrow.
Who was it, Mr. Jameson?
Who? Well, I don't think that
Give
would
me a fast cup of coffee, will you?
Yeah, sure.
Oh, rickets.
Oh, pretty rough out there. 3 cars gone. What are you guys standing around here for? You been out there and looked at it?
Well, I got to stand by the
I'm
counter.
a reporter, pal, and I'm getting a story. Or I was until you... How do you feel, Brown? Brown? That's Leslie Jameson, the writer. Huh? I thought your name was Brown.
Well, of course Well, you know how it is.
Here's your coffee.
Thanks. No, Mr. Brown, I don't know how it is. How is it? Leslie Jameson, famous mystery story writer.
Well?
Traveling incognito.
Well,
narrowly escaped death.
You see, Ricketts, I didn't want to... Oh, I get it.
We've been reading Mr. Jameson's serial in the Post, Murder and Haste. Had a little bet with Frank here on who the murderer was.
Oh, I can tell you that. I read the last installment last night.
Yeah?
Sure. Got it at a newsstand in Miami.
Well, we ain't got it here yet. Well, Mr. Jameson, who done it?
Well, I don't want to spoil the story for you. You ought to finish.
Afraid we won't buy another copy of the magazine?
Yeah, come on, Jameson.
Well, it's a matter of ethics. A writer...
What do you mean, ethics? I know how it ends.
Sure, Jameson. I can tell the boys I got it straight from the author's mouth. Come on, now, what goes?
Well, I don't want...
I got your car, Lieutenant.
Oh, good. I'll be right with you. Hey, you guys know anyone who wants to go to New York? I got a car and I want someone to share the driving.
Well, Jameson here...
Sure, you said you were going to New York, didn't you, Jameson?
Well, as a matter of fact...
Well, you can come with me, huh? Give me a hand with the driving. Come on.
All right.
Oh, but first, give him a break. Tell him who the murderer was.
Oh, no, I'm sorry. It's against my principles.
Well, it's your business. Come on. Hey, it was the old lady did it. You got hotel hotel space in New York, Jameson?
No, not yet. I thought I'd arrange that when I arrived.
You haven't been around much lately, I see. Probably isn't a room to be had.
That bad?
Worse. But I think I might be able to fix you up at the Midtown. I know the manager there.
No, I couldn't possibly.
Oh, forget it, Jameson. Glad to help you out. Can you fix him up, Walter?
Oh, I think so. Just sign the register, Mr.
Jameson. Leslie Jameson, the writer.
Well, why didn't you say so?
Look, I don't want to put you out.
Oh, nonsense. We're honored, Mr. Jameson. I'm a mystery fan myself. I want to tell you that Murder in Haste has me fooled right up to the last page. Oh, Peters.
Yes, sir?
This is Mr. Leslie Jameson. Now, get the boys over. I want to take a few pictures.
Pictures? No, wait a minute. I don't want any pictures.
Nothing to it, Mr. Jameson. Just a couple of the boys from the Star Express. I know you're tired, but it won't take long. And Peters,
yes?
Have some flowers sent up to Mr. Jameson's room. We'll have the pictures taken there. Peters is our press agent, Mr. Jameson. He'll take care of you.
Oh, certainly will, Mr. Jameson. Right this way.
Say, look here, Peters. You look like a reasonable man. I never have my picture taken, and I don't intend to stand for it now.
Oh, you just don't know New York newspaper photographers, Mr. Jameson. It's much easier if you give in.
What'll happen if I refuse?
You'll find out.
And you did find out, didn't you, Elbert? You were helpless. There was nothing you could do. They came, they saw, they took pictures, and all you could do was rage and try to keep your face covered. And that only made a better story for them. They were delighted, Elbert. The next day, there are pictures of you in the tabloids, hiding your face under the caption, Leslie Jameson, mystery author, stages publicity scene in room at Midtown Hotel. And to complete the success of your change of identity, the second page of the same paper carries the news that you, Elbert Taylor, wanted for the murder of his wife in Miami, perished in a train wreck. You're all mixed up now, aren't you, Elbert? But you almost wish Helen was with you again, to make the decisions for you like she used to. And then suddenly there's nothing for you to do. The decision is all made.
Yes?
Mr. Jameson?
Yes?
Mrs. Jameson is on her way up.
What?
Your wife. I assumed it would be all right to tell her that,
No, never mind.
Hello, Leslie.
Oh, what are you...
Maybe I'd better come in. Well?
Well, what? All right, what you going to do about it?
You're an awfully simple sort, aren't you, Mr. Whatever your name is?
All right, I suppose I am.
How did you expect to get away with it after all the publicity? All right, where is he? What have you done to him?
Now, wait a minute, Mrs. Jameson. I can explain.
Maybe you'd better.
Your husband was killed in that train wreck in Florida. I had reasons for wanting to disappear, so I took his identity. I never meant to keep it up. Now, if you'll just...
Just what?
Now, look, there's nothing we can do for your husband. Now he was killed. You believe that, don't you?
I don't know.
Well, I'm going to leave town. Now, all I ask is that you forget you ever saw me.
I see.
What are you going to do?
I could go to the police,
No,
of course.
Wait a minute. Wait. I can make it worth your while to...
Oh, stop simpering. Does anyone know you here in New York?
No.
Well, that's very fortunate. You see, Leslie and I, we didn't get along. As a matter of fact, we'd been separated for some time. He said he was cutting me out of his will. So, with Leslie dead, I don't get anything at all. But with Leslie alive...
Wait a minute. You wouldn't...
Why not? He could retire right now and live off his royalties without doing another lick.
You want me to keep this up?
Of course.
Don't be ridiculous. There are a dozen reasons why I can't. You'll discover it in a week.
You have his baggage?
Yes.
And I know his signature. I can imitate it perfectly. I know his background like a book. You may as well get used to it, Mr. Jameson.
Oh, I tell you, I won't do it. It's the most fantastic thing I ever heard
There's
of.
a Lieutenant Ricketts down in the lobby. You know, he seemed quite interested in our relationship. Of course, if you like, I'll bring him up to date.
Mrs. Jameson.
Oh, darling. Just call me Ruth. Mm-hmm. Ah, there's it, dear.
Ruth.
Yes, what is it?
I tell you, this can't go on. You're spending money like a child. $28,000 in 3 months besides the deposits I made to your account. Why, we're behind in the rent. The maid hasn't been paid. Just look at these bills. Look at them. I haven't got a penny.
Are you all through? You know, there's your quarterly royalty check due tomorrow.
That'll only pay part of the bills.
It's not paying any of them, darling. It's going into my account.
Oh, I see. Maybe you've got a fast way of getting out from under these bills?
That's your worry, dear, not mine.
32.
Having trouble?
Oh, nothing at all, sweetheart. It's just that my account's overdrawn by $500.
Of course, you could finish your book, dear.
Sure. Finish the book. Write a Leslie Jameson mystery novel.
Well, then I suppose you'll just have to think of something else.
Ruth, be honest with me. Actually, how long do you intend to carry on with this?
Indefinitely, dear. You know, I know when I have a good thing.
You mean then there's no end?
Oh, there is if you want one. There are always the police, of course.
Will you quit throwing that up to me? If you could be decent about it, you know. There could have been plenty without you bleeding me to death.
I think I've been pretty fair
6
with
months
you.
Now. No sleep. Hounded day and night. I can't eat.
This isn't getting us anywhere.
Trying to dodge my shadow. I'm getting nowhere. Afraid all the time. This dagger hanging over my head.
Albert, what happened to you? Albert, get a hold of yourself.
No way out, is there? I'm trapped. Yeah, I run into a corner. There's no way to turn.
Albert,
There's no way to turn, is there?
What are you doing?
No way to turn.
Yes, sir.
You're the desk sergeant?
That's right. What can I do for you?
Well, you can take this down.
What's the matter, pal?
I just killed my wife.
The Whistler will return in just a moment with the strange ending of tonight's story. Meantime, a word about that extra something you get when you have your car serviced at independently operated Signal gasoline stations. I'm talking about that feeling of confidence and well-being you have as you drive out, knowing that your car has been thoroughly and conscientiously taken care of. You see, Signal dealers, being in business for themselves, do go out of their way to give you the kind of job they're proud to stand back of. When they lubricate your car, for instance, here's what Signal dealers do to make sure not a single point is overlooked. Instead of relying on memory, they check each point against Signal's lubrication chart, which shows every lubrication point on your car and specifies which of Signal's 9 specialized oils and greases each part should have for long, trouble-free service. But they don't even stop there, no sir. Just to make doubly sure, they check each point again, which is why it's called Signal Double-Check Lubrication. That's the kind of service you want these days, when your car has to last until who knows when. And that's the kind of service you'll get from your friendly neighborhood Signal gasoline dealer. And now, back to the Whistler.
Well, Albert, for the first time since that awful night in Miami, you feel relaxed. It's over now, isn't it? The hounding, the fear, the dagger hanging over your head. They're gone now. You sit down in a chair by the sergeant's desk and start to tell him the whole thing.
And then I wandered around the streets all night. I thought about running away again. And then it all seemed so useless.
So you came into the station and spilled it, huh?
you're going over there?
We've been there. Found her an hour after you did it.
I see. You may as well know that she's not my wife.
Yeah, we know that, Mr. Jameson. She was your assistant in Buenos Aires.
What?
You say she was shaking you down, huh? What'd she have on you?
My assistant.
Oh, that's right, your assistant. Have you, had a lapse of memory or something, Jameson?
The assistant? Yes, I
Now, tell me, Jameson, what was she threatening to take to the police? Okay, but a 3-year-old would have known it was a bluff. That's the last thing in the world she would have done.
No, you don't know. She would have done anything.
Not if it meant her neck, pal.
Huh?
You have got a bum memory, Jameson. It was all over Buenos Aires 6 months ago. She's wanted down there for murder.
Next Monday at 9 o'clock, The Whistler will bring you another strange tale. The Whistler is broadcast for your entertainment by the marketers of Signal gasoline and motor oil and fine quality automotive accessories, and by your neighborhood Signal dealer. This program, produced by George W. Allen with tonight's story by Eleanor Beeson, music by Wilbur Hatch, is transmitted to our troops overseas by the Armed Forces Radio Service. That whistle is your signal for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler. This is Marvin Miller speaking, reminding you to look for those familiar yellow and black circle signs that identify those popular Signal Oil stations in 7 western states from Canada to Mexico. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The Signal Oil program, The Whistler. That whistle is your signal for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler.
And I know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. Yes, I know the nameless terrors of which they dare not speak.
Yes, friends, it's time for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler. Rated tops in popularity for a longer period of time than any other West Coast program in radio history. And Signal gasoline is tops, too. Tops in quality. It takes extra quality, you know, to give you extra mileage. And Signal is the famous Go Farther gasoline. So look for the Signal circle sign in yellow and black that identifies friendly dealer-owned Signal stations from Canada to Mexico. And now the Whistler's strange story. Decision.
It would have been far more logical had it happened in the springtime. In April, perhaps, with the rhododendrons blooming in Golden Gate Park. The kids playing ball on the green lawns and the maple trees coming to life again. Yes, spring in San Francisco would have helped explain part of it. But the rest would always be beyond logic and common sense. It wasn't springtime, it was November, with Christmas just around the corner. A cold, gray day with the steam sizzling in the radiators as he sat near the window of his office on the 20th floor of the Hamilton Building, looking at an uninspiring assortment of X-rays of Mrs. Harrison's chest cavity.
Excuse me, Dr. Evans.
Oh, yes, Miss Carlton.
Mrs. Harrison called again about the X-rays.
Well, there's nothing wrong with her heart. All she needs is some fresh air.
Shall I tell her that?
No, I suppose I'll have to find her a disease with 20 letters. Oh, I'll call her.
And there was another call from a Mrs. John Cameron.
Cameron?
Can you see her today?
Is it important?
Well, she said so.
Yes, they all do. All right, make it 12:30.
What about lunch?
I'll have to skip it. Mrs. Cameron's heart is undoubtedly more important than my lunch.
And you noted it down in the book simply, 12:30, Mrs. John Cameron. Later, when you had a chance to think, you decided if it hadn't happened so suddenly, it might not have happened at all. Perhaps that was part of it, Paul. The suddenness, the way it threw you off balance. But more than that, it was a black-haired girl with blue eyes standing by the window when you looked up from your X-rays a half hour later. You remember exactly how she looked. The turquoise dress with a gold belt and clip, the smart little felt hat accenting her dark hair, making you realize in a split second what was wrong with all the girls you ever knew. She must have come in while you sat at the film illuminator looking at negatives and making notes.
Evident mitral insufficiency, minor valvular lesion.
You're Dr. Evans?
Oh, right. I'll be with you in a moment. Request detailed cardiograph immediately. There we are. I'll just get rid of this stuff. Please sit down. Now, what can I do for...
Hello, Doctor. I'm Carol Cameron.
Carol Cameron? My nurse said you were rather concerned about yourself.
Oh, no, it's not about myself. It's about my husband.
Oh, I see.
John Cameron, perhaps you've heard of him?
Stocks and bonds, isn't it?
Yes, a few too many for his own good, I'm afraid.
Oh?
He's been under a terrible strain recently, and night before last he had a rather severe attack.
His heart?
Yes. Dr. Miles, our family physician, suggested that I see you about it.
I see. Well, tell me, where is your husband now?
At home, in bed.
Mm-hmm. Didn't Dr. Miles recommend a hospital?
Well, John's awfully unreasonable. He wouldn't hear of it. He insisted that he'd be up and around in a day or two.
Well, that is unreasonable.
You'll see him, Dr. Evans?
Yes, of course. I'll be glad to. I'll do what I can.
Just like that, Paul. A minute or so and she's gone. You look up, you see her, and 30 seconds later, she could ask if you'd mind going to the North Pole for her, and you'd tell her you'd be glad to. All afternoon, you try to shrug it off. Tell yourself it's fantastic. That this is the sort of thing that keeps you away from second-rate movies. But that evening, when you call on John Cameron, it's still there. Lucinda Withers, the housekeeper, is waiting outside the door after you finish your examination.
Oh, where is Mrs. Cameron, Lucinda?
She went out for a moment, sir. Tell me, is it serious?
Yes, I'm afraid it is.
Oh, I knew it. I could see it coming on. He's like a son to me, Doctor. I've been with the family for 20 years now. Since way before she came.
Oh, I see.
He was never like this before.
Oh, what do you mean by that?
She's not good for him. She worries him, makes him nervous, keeps him thinking about the 15 years between them.
Yes. Well, I'll have a prescription sent over in the morning. I better be going now. My taxi's waiting outside. You just keep him as quiet as you can, and I'll check him again tomorrow.
Very well, Doctor.
Oh, Dr. Evans.
Oh.
Just a minute.
I wondered what happened to you. I was just about to go. I left instructions with the housekeeper.
How is he?
Angina pectoris. It's quite serious, I'm afraid.
Oh. He hasn't been taking very good care of himself.
He's got to now.
I see. Well, must you go right away?
Yes, I'm afraid I'd better. My taxi's waiting. Well, I thought it was waiting. Doesn't seem to be there now. That's odd. I told him to wait. I didn't even pay him.
I'd be glad to take you.
Can't understand.
The car's right down at the curb.
Oh, no. I couldn't. It'll only take a minute to call another cab.
No, it's really no trouble.
All right.
I'll get my coat. There you are, Doctor. Right to the door.
It was awfully nice of you, Mrs. Cameron.
All right.
Well, I guess the next thing to do is get out.
Just a minute. I want to tell you I lied about the taxi.
Huh?
I told him to go.
Why?
Because I wanted to take you home.
I'm very flattered.
That's all. I just wanted to tell you.
It's happened to you too, hasn't it?
Oh, yes.
Look, there's a friend of mine, a Dr. Andrews. He's an awfully good heart man. I'm sure he'll take the case.
Please don't do that.
What else can I do? It's only going to make it worse.
I know, but you just can't throw away what's happened to us, can you? It'd be wrong
It'd be wrong to do anything else, Carol.
Is that what we're here for? To spend our lives looking for something that isn't there and then to suddenly find it? Throw it away?
Oh, please, Carol.
Well, shall we forget it?
I'll be around tomorrow with the prescription.
So that's how it started, Paul. Yes, it was easy to analyze it, to list a million reasons why it was wrong. But the trouble was that when you were all through analyzing, it was still there, stronger than ever. You visit John Cameron the next day and the day after that. And before you know it, the days have grown into weeks. And the damp November night you arrange to meet her secretly at a little French cafe on Washington Street leads to a lot more of them. The two of you at the little corner table Henry reserves especially, not saying much, hardly realizing how the time has flown, that tomorrow is the day before Christmas.
You know, that's one of my favorite Christmas hymns. Beautiful.
Yeah.
Christmas, day after tomorrow.
Uh-huh.
It's hard to realize it. You happy, Carol?
Happy. And miserable.
Well, did you expect anything else?
No. I knew it was going to be this way, Paul. It's just that I feel so helpless, and
I'm glad you came tonight, Carol, because I'm afraid this is going to be the last time.
Oh, Paul.
Don't you see how impossible it all is? We're both beating our heads against a stone wall. You're absolutely right, Carol. We are helpless. As I see it, the only thing we can do is try to be square with ourselves. Honestly, it just won't work any other way.
No, I suppose not. John will probably hang on like this for years.
Yes, he might if he's careful.
You know, Paul, it's terrible to feel this way.
What way?
I just can't help it, Paul. I almost wish he'd...
No.
It's true. It's true. I never loved him, Paul. My family thought he'd be good for me. I didn't want any part of it.
I know, my dear. You don't have to tell me.
He's unhappy, and he's sick, and he's miserable, and it'll always be that way. Why should he
Please,
live?
Carol. Now, this is going to be the last time. I mean it. I can get Dr. Andrews on the case next week.
Oh, no.
Look at me. Carol. Oh, it's going to work out somehow. The right way. Will you believe that?
All right, Paul. If you say so.
Yes, Paul, it was the only thing to do. The honorable thing. Approved 100% by the Medical Association. But it doesn't help you sleep that night. And it doesn't help the next day when you make your regular call on John Cameron. Examine him, find him the same, leave his prescription bottle with Carol and go. Yes, it had to end, Paul. Because you were both beginning to think the thing that Carol almost said at the restaurant. That you both wished John would die. And then at 10 o'clock that night...
Hello?
Dr. Evans.
Yes?
You must come at once, Doctor. Mr. Cameron's had an attack.
I'll be right over, Lucinda. Now listen carefully. There's a bottle of amyl nitrate in the medicine cabinet in the bathroom. Break up a tablet in a handkerchief and make him inhale it. Is that clear?
It's too late for that, Doctor. I'm afraid he's dead.
With the prologue of Decision, the Signal Oil Company is bringing you another strange story by The Whistler. Just remember these 2 points if you want to be sure of the tops in gasoline quality. 1, in gasoline, it takes extra quality to go farther. And 2, Signal is the famous Go Farther gasoline. And now back to The Whistler.
Cameron is dead. But it hasn't affected you as you thought it would. There was something so sudden about it. It happened so soon after you and Carol had decided to call it off. After she'd almost said what you'd both been thinking. Yes, there's something wrong with it. It just feels wrong. That's why after you've examined him, you turn to Lucinda.
Lucinda,
Yes, Doctor.
you were here when it happened.
Yes. Mrs. Cameron had given him his medicine and gone to bed. I heard him call.
Yes. What happened then?
He'd been violently sick. Said his throat was burning.
Throat was burnt? Well, you must be mistaken.
No, sir. And he was all doubled up with cramps.
Wrong, you must be.
It's the truth, sir.
Did you give him anything?
No. It was my night out, and I'd only just come in when...
Excuse me a minute.
Well, Paul?
Don't go in there. There's nothing you can do now.
I know. Well, it's over.
Oh, Carol.
Don't say anything, Paul. I don't want to talk about it or think about it anymore, ever.
We've got to think about it.
I know. You don't have to tell me. He was all right this morning, just as well as could be expected.
All right, Carol.
What happens now?
I won't say any more. But you know what's ahead, I guess.
Of course. I'll be all right. It's just...
You better go to bed. You need some rest. I'll take care of everything.
It's almost midnight when you get back to the office and take the prescription bottle out of your pocket. The one you took from Carol's medicine cabinet. You forget to take off your hat and overcoat as you throw a few pieces of laboratory equipment together. Dissolve the powder in water and make a test. A very simple test.
Thiocyanin. I knew it.
Poison. Well, Paul, it's quite a decision, isn't it? You look down at the blank death certificate on your desk until the letters burn into your brain and you can see them when you close your eyes. It's the most important decision you'll ever have to make, Paul.
Is that what we're here for? To spend our lives looking for something that isn't there and then to suddenly find it? Throw it away?
2 o'clock. 3. 4. All you can do is sit and stare at the desk, trying to think it through. Your medical certificate's on one wall. the Hippocratic oath in a neat black frame on the other. 6 o'clock, 7, 8, and then your nurse arrives.
Why, Doctor, you've been here all night.
Yes. It's Cameron. He's dead.
Well, it was only a matter of time.
Yes, I guess it was.
I'll make out the certificate. Death from natural causes, angina pectoris acute. Yes, Doctor?
Oh, nothing.
Hello?
Carol,
Yes, Paul.
I've just filled out the death certificate.
Heart disease?
Yes.
Do you think they'll investigate?
Got to be careful, awfully careful.
I will.
Poison isn't easy to cover up, Carol. They'll find it in a second if they ever get suspicious. Now, listen. I'll send the certificate over this morning. If nobody gets curious during the next week, I think we'll be safe.
All right, Paul.
But we mustn't be seen together under any circumstances. I don't want you even to telephone me if you can possibly help it. Okay?
Okay.
Well, that's all then. Good luck, darling.
Hello, Evans.
Well, hello, Miles. How are you?
A little puzzled at the moment. Thought I'd drop in for a minute.
I certainly have a chair.
Thanks. About Cameron. I've had a rather distressing experience.
Oh?
I've been their family doctor for some time, of course. I didn't know Mrs. Cameron before she married John some years ago, but I've always thought her a rather charming person.
But she seems to be?
Yes. You know her pretty well, Paul?
Oh, well, naturally, in attending her husband.
Of course. Do you think she's a woman of character?
Yes, I'd say so.
So would I. Miss Lucinda Withers, however, seems to think she's a murderess.
What does that mean?
I don't know. The woman was completely confusing. A lot of rambling, disconnected remarks that seemed to imply that you and Mrs. Cameron were in love.
Well, as you said, Miss Withers seems to be confused.
Yes. Well, I just think, Paul, that you ought to do something about Miss Withers. You know as well as I that this sort of thing can ruin you.
Hello, Carol. Yes. Listen, darling. You've got to get Withers out of town. Yeah, I know it'll make it look worse, but it's the only thing we can do. Now, where's her family? Idaho. Well, that's good. Now, tell her she needs a rest, anything. I know it sounds crazy, but it's better than sitting around waiting for the axe to fall. Well, that's it. Good luck, darling.
You're walking on thin ice, Paul. You can almost hear it cracking under your feet, and it seems to be getting thinner. The funeral on Thursday, then Friday, Saturday, and Lucinda's still in town. Carol was right. It only made it worse to try and get her to leave. They're just waiting now. It's only a matter of time. And then, bright and early, Monday morning...
Hello, Doctor. I'm Willard Stevens.
How do you do? I'm afraid
I'm John Cameron's cousin. Flew out from New York.
I see.
I have a rather delicate problem on my hands. I hope you'll understand.
I'll try to.
About John's death. I had a letter from him indicating he planned to make certain changes in his will. It arrived just a day or two before he died. Does that suggest anything to you?
No, I'm afraid it doesn't.
You naturally ascribed his death to his heart condition?
Yes, naturally.
I realize it would be embarrassing for me to contest your diagnosis. I'm hoping you'll work with me in
what?
I had a talk with Miss Withers the night I arrived.
She's a meddlesome old fool.
Oh? How did you know?
Dr. Miles told me. Does that answer your question?
It answers that question.
I assume you have others.
Indeed, I have. And I'm afraid, Doctor, there's only one way to answer them.
What's that?
An exhumation and an autopsy.
So that's it, Paul. It's all over, isn't it? The autopsy will undoubtedly be tomorrow, and after that, of course, there'll be a trial. The next decision is easy, isn't it? It would be useless to try and run away. Would never lead to anything. You and Carol could never find happiness with an axe hanging over your head. So the next day, during the autopsy, you sit at home quietly in the chair by the phone, waiting for it to ring.
Hello?
Hello, darling.
Is the autopsy over?
Yes. They're waiting downstairs to take me to the coroner's office for the report now. Listen to me. Paul, would you do me a favor?
Anything, Carol.
Will you leave? Now?
Leave? What do you mean?
Look, if it's going to happen, there's no reason for it happening to both of us.
That's about the most ridiculous thing you ever said.
Oh, Paul, please listen.
Go with them, Carol. I'll be down there in an hour.
But
Carol, there's only one thing in the world right now. And when that's gone, I don't want to be here anymore.
I hoped you'd say that.
You keep your chin up, darling. I'll see you in an hour.
Yes?
I'm Dr. Evans.
Oh, yes. This way.
All right, Lieutenant. There he is.
Just a minute, Miss Withers.
Make him admit it. He's in love with her. It's been going on
I said just a minute.
How about that, Doctor?
It's written all over his face. He's in love with her.
All right. I am in love with Mrs. Cameron. So what?
The Whistler will return in just a moment with a strange ending to tonight's story. Meantime, all of the people in the Signal Oil Company, as well as signal dealers, and we of the Whistler cast, wish you a very Merry Christmas and a new year brimful of good health, good cheer, good luck. And now back to the Whistler.
So you stand there, Paul, shouting to the high heavens that you're in love with Carol, with all of them clustered around you like vultures. It doesn't seem to matter anymore, does it? In spite of your love for Carol, you know that sooner or later your sense of responsibility would have forced you to tell the whole story. There's a long silence, and then the police lieutenant slowly walks over to Lucinda Withers.
All right, Miss Withers, now that we're all here, maybe you'll tell us why you tried to frame Mrs. Cameron.
I don't know what you're talking about.
On April 5th, you bought 100 grains of thiocyanate at the Black and White Pharmacy on Farrell Street, right?
I did no such thing.
You signed Evelyn Jones on the register.
That's a lie.
Is this the woman, Mr. Thorson?
That's the woman. I make a practice of remembering the faces of people who buy poison.
Excuse me. I think I'd like to sit down.
Sure, Doctor. Take a chair over there. Now, Miss Withers, why did you try to frame Mrs. Cameron? Why did you put poison in the medicine you knew she had to give him?
I didn't do it.
Don't lie to me. Now, what did you do with the bottle?
I didn't do anything with it. I left it in the...
Oh, you did have the bottle, huh? Why did you try to frame Mrs. Cameron? Why did you try to frame her?
She killed him. She killed him just as surely as if she...
As if she put the poison in the bottle instead of you, that's it, isn't it?
She didn't drop him. She never did. He was as good as dead.
So you thought you'd finish the job and hanging around her neck?
Lieutenant, I must see Mrs. Cameron. Where is she?
In the next room, lying down. Go ahead, Dr. Evans. Now, Miss Withers, we're going to take this all down right from the very...
Carol,
You're looking for Mrs. Cameron?
Yes, the lieutenant
You're
said...
Dr. Evans?
Yes, I am.
Well, Mrs. Cameron's gone, but she asked me to give you a message, and she said she was waiting for you at the French restaurant on Washington Street. She said you'd know the place.
Oh, yes, thank you. I know the place. Carol.
Oh, Paul.
Carol.
Oh, please sit down, Paul.
Here it is, the same table. as before.
And we said it would never happen again.
Yes, the nerve of us, saying what will and won't happen.
We were fools.
I was the fool, thinking all the time that you'd killed him.
I know, but you had every reason when I think how I acted after it happened, but I thought it was you. You gave me his prescription that morning, and an hour after I gave it to him, he was dead.
We were both wrong. It was Lucinda who killed him.
She thinks she did. They say they'll have a better case against her if they let her confess it first before they tell her.
Tell her what?
Paul, when you brought the new prescription that morning, the old bottle was still half full. And that's the one she put the poison in.
What?
That's the way it happened, Paul. You see, darling, I used the new bottle the night he died. That's why I was so sure you did it.
The prescription was perfectly all right. There was nothing...
Of course it was.
And I was so sure he was poisoned. Those symptoms...
Lucinda was lying, Paul, about the burning in his throat and the cramps. Don't you see?
Then the autopsy was okay. There was no murder.
No, there was no murder, Paul. You see, darling, your diagnosis was correct. John died of natural causes, just as you said on the certificate.
Let that whistle be your signal for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler, each Wednesday night at the same time. Brought to you by the Signal Oil Company, marketers of Signal gasoline and motor oil and fine quality automotive accessories. Signal has asked me to remind you, to get the most driving pleasure, drive at sensible speeds, be courteous, and obey traffic regulations. It may save a life, possibly your own. Featured in tonight's story were Kathy Lewis and Joseph Kern. The Whistler was produced by George W. Allen, with story by Harold M. Swanton, music by Wilbur Hatch, and was transmitted to our troops overseas by the Armed Forces Radio Service. Next Wednesday, for a full hour of mystery over most of these stations, tune in a half hour earlier. Enjoy The Saint as well as The Whistler. This is Marvin Miller speaking.
This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Quiet, please. Quiet, please. American Broadcasting Company presents Quiet Please, which is written and directed by Willis Cooper, and which features Ernest Chappell. Quiet Please for today is called Summer Goodbye.
The last stoplight, the last traffic light, is where Sepulveda Boulevard crosses Ventura at Sherman Oaks. The next one's nearly 40 miles northwest at Camarillo. So we felt pretty sure there'd be nothing to stop us for a long time. And even though they weren't very far behind us then, I knew most of the side roads. I wasn't sure they did. I thought of the road that branches off the Hidden Valley Road that goes the other way from Lake Sherwood. And I thought of the East Potrero Road that goes down to the Coast Road. Finally leads deviously over through the sand dunes of Onemi. I was afraid they might know that way. And then I remembered Las Vergenas Canyon. I remembered the little house way up under the hills, the place we used to call Shangri-La. And I was sure they wouldn't know that place. Now, you need a place to hide out in. And the back of your car is loaded down with 2 satchels full of money that used to belong to somebody else. And there's bright, fresh blood on the handle of one of them.
summer in California. The time when you know it's summer goodbye. When the rains are sweeping down from the northwest where they've been gathering up over Juan de Fuca, drenching the forests in the north, turning to snow over the high Sierras, drifting southward to kiss summer goodbye and turn the long brown hills into green pastures. When the little brooks would fill up and overflow their banks, the sleepy Los Angeles River would come to life again down in the valley. Roads would disappear in the mud. The last days of summer. Then I knew if we could hide away somewhere till the rains came, they'd be hard put to follow us. Maybe there'd come a day when we could pull out again. And that money that used to be somebody else's would be ours. Madeline's and mine. And not in California either.
It's raining up in the ridge rock, Noel. We'll get it almost any day now.
It certainly doesn't look like it now, does it?
Oh, you can't tell in California.
Sooner the better.
That's right. The way it's been all summer. We get up in the canyon there, you know. I'm afraid of fire.
Yeah, we had no fires all summer.
It only takes one.
Turn around and see if you can see anybody.
No, nobody. I think they got tied up in the traffic back there at Van Nuys Boulevard.
Yeah, I hope so.
Me too.
Keep a sharp eye out for motorcycle cops, too.
Big joke if we got stopped for speeding.
I feel sorry for anybody that tries it.
Me too. I wonder what about that one that was carrying the satchel.
Nothing to wonder about.
I guess not. I got my hands all dirty from that satchel, too.
We can wash when we get up there.
I hope there's nobody up there.
So do I. Be too bad if there is.
Noel, you think you can get out if it starts to rain?
Hope so.
That road will probably go all to pieces.
Well, all the better for us.
Oh, I wouldn't want to get stuck.
We won't. Take another look back.
Nobody yet.
Well, I think we're getting away from it. If we don't get stuck behind a truck or something. California drivers.
Be careful, you're doing 75.
Well, I have to do better than that.
How much farther? Where are we tearing off, I mean?
4, 5, 6 miles, maybe more. That road there over to Canoga Park.
Listen, Noel. You hear anything?
What?
Sirens.
I hear them. Long ways off, though. Hang on, we're going places.
I hope we don't blow a tire.
Don't cut it out. Fat chance.
What?
Hitchhiker. See him? Blue denim pants, khaki shirt.
Take the next car, mister.
Yeah.
You're going awful fast, Noel.
Well, so are the boys behind us.
Noel.
What?
What do we do if they catch up with us?
They won't catch up with us.
But what if they do?
Well, if they grab us,
Well?
they'll top us.
Stop us? What do you mean?
Put us up on a platform with a rope around our necks, honey. Pull the platform out from under us.
Hang us?
Yeah, that's what they do to people that murder other people, honey.
I didn't murder anybody, Noel.
You were with me when I did.
Yes, but...
You didn't try to stop me. You grabbed the satchel he was carrying.
My hands. I didn't have a chance to wash them. I wish...
Wish what?
Now the hitchhiker.
Yeah, it looks just like the one we just passed. Wish what?
What?
Wish what?
Oh, I wish we hadn't done it.
You want to keep on living in that shack down on Temple Street?
I wish we hadn't killed him.
Yeah, we had the honey. We wanted the money. He didn't want us to have it. Forget it.
I can't forget him. No, I think they're getting closer.
Can you see them?
There's too many curves in the road.
We'll be at Brent's Junction in a minute where we turn off.
But what if they follow us?
I don't think they will if they don't see us turn. They'll go right on out Ventura Boulevard.
And if they stop and ask somebody?
Well, if they follow us. Is that gun loaded?
You only fired one shot.
I'll see the safety's off.
You're really gonna fight it out if they...
Well, there's nothing else to do, honey. We're dead pigeons anyway.
It's a beautiful day.
Yeah.
To die.
We won't die, baby.
Die with the summertime.
We won't die. Look, there's the turnoff.
Get closer, too, Noel.
Hang on. Here we go. Out of the way there, Mac. These hitchhikers, the woods is full of them.
Poor fellas.
Listen, if you're going to feel sorry for anybody, feel sorry for us.
I know, but they all look so...
They all look alike. Blue denim pants, khaki shirts.
No.
What?
I was just thinking. Suppose they stop and ask one of those hitchhikers.
They won't. Hey, wait a minute.
What are you going to do?
Talk to that fellow a minute. Hand me the pistol.
No.
Shut up.
Are you going to...
Stick your head out and yell at him.
Yell what?
Ask him to come here. I think we're going to pick him up.
No, you're not...
Do what I tell you.
Oh. Where is he?
Back up a little ways.
I don't see him, Noel.
He was right there. He was standing by that live oak tree.
Well, he's gone.
Well, he can't. Listen.
No, we can't wait. Go on.
What if he...
Go on. They're right behind us.
Hang on to your hat, baby. We made it around the corner at Brent's Junction. Down the Las Vergenas Canyon Road. As we passed the big yellow sign, no smoking or fires beyond this point, we heard the sirens of the police cars screaming their way on up and Joe Boulevard away from us. And we breathed a long sigh of relief. Slowed down at last to a respectable 30 miles an hour in the dust among the sunflowers. Down the winding road, past the alfalfa fields and the side road that leads down to the creek. Down the winding road past the steep little path that leads up to Las Vergenas schoolhouse. Sedately on past the barn where the dog comes out and bites at your tires. Down the winding road under the trees. To the clump of eucalyptus at the corner of Clarence Brown's ranch. And sharp turn left past the high wire fence. To the clump of scrub oak where you turn off. Across the fields at the bottom of the hill. Up to Shangri-La. Around through the willows. Down through the sandy little creek bed that's a roaring torrent when it rains. Across the fields. And take down the bars in the gate. Up toward the hill. Through the woods to Shangri-La.
Look, Noel.
What?
My gracious, are there hitchhikers everywhere?
Way up here, too. Where's he going? There's nothing up this way except the house at Shangri-La.
He's got the same kind of uniform on.
Blue Levi's, khaki shirt. No hat?
No. Wait, stop.
What's the matter?
Listen, Noel. What if it's the same man?
What? You're crazy. How could he?
I don't know how he could, but it was a policeman or something.
I'll take the gun.
You're going to pick him up? You're going to stop?
I'm going to stop.
Look where you're going! What's the matter now?
We're stuck. No good. No good. We're stuck. Listen, go on up there and get that fellow to come and give us a hand, will you, Madeline?
What if he...
Tell him we'll give him a ride.
All right.
Hurry up. The longer we sit here, the deeper we'll be in the sand here.
All right.
Make it snappy. I want to get out of here. I'll give him a ride, all right. You think if I can get him and Madeline to push...
Noel?
Now what?
Noel?
Yeah, what's the matter?
He's gone.
What?
He's gone. I can't find him anywhere. He was standing right there by the big rock and there isn't a sign of him. Oh, no, I'm scared.
Well, I was scared, too. You think not? Well, try it yourself sometime. Try murdering a man in broad daylight. Try carrying away 2 satchels full of money with a dozen people watching you. And try racing across the countryside with a frightened woman in a fast car and 3 carloads of cops right behind you. Get stuck in the sand 20 miles from no place. Somebody watching you and then disappearing when you go looking for him. Sure. Yeah, sure, you'll be just as scared as I was. Late summer afternoon, hot and lazy. The smell of eucalyptus trees around you, not a sound to reach you. Not a sound except the scrape of the shovel as you dig and dig and dig at the sand that keeps shifting under the wheels. And your wife standing there with a gun, keeping watch for you don't know who. And the afternoon shadows growing longer and longer, and a little breeze coming up to rustle the leaves and make you think you don't know who's creeping up on you. Ready to throw down a gun on you and say, "Come out with me, kids, let us hang you for robbery and murder." And you know all you want is to get up there to that deserted old house and stash away the satchels of money and just lie low till the rains come and the coppers stay in the station house. And the curtain of rain hides you as you creep out and up the highway to a boat that's going to take you and the money and her away someplace where they'll never find you. Oh, you got plenty to think about while you're digging and the shadows crawl on the hillside towards you. You wonder if you'll ever be done and get out of there. You want to try it sometime? You don't, friend. Oh, yes, everything's got to end sometime, and at last the back wheel's free, and you get back in, and you ease yourself out of there. And it's dark now as you take that winding little old trail up between the hills. It's so hard to see, even in the daytime.
I keep feeling that there's somebody watching us, Noel.
Listen, you keep your ideas to yourself. This is tough enough in the dark.
Well, I wish you'd turn the bright lights on.
And have everybody within 20 miles seeing
You
them.
said nobody lives up here.
Yeah, we'll be all right with these lights. You can't get off the trail.
Unless we fall down the hillside.
We won't fall.
I keep feeling somebody's watching.
Will you cut it out?
Sorry, honey. I'm scared.
Well, there's nothing to be scared of.
I know, that's what...
A deer. Deer all around here.
So his eyes in the light. They look like...
I know what they look like.
Somebody's staring
It
at
was
us.
only a deer.
How much farther is it, Noel?
Only a little way now. You remember this turn, don't you?
I don't remember anything except I'm tired and cold and hungry.
Yeah, I'll give you something to remember when we're living on some nice, warm island down the South Pacific somewhere. 6,000 miles away from here.
If we ever get there.
What'd you say?
If we ever get there.
We'll get there.
No.
Well?
Do you think that hitchhiker could be a cop?
Nah.
Well, who was he?
Some bum. Listen, that wasn't the same guy. You crazy?
Well, I don't know. He sure looked the same.
Well, that's silly. How could he get ahead of us all the time? I was doing 75, 80 miles an hour. He was walking.
Maybe.
I can't hear you.
I said maybe he was walking.
You're crazy, Madeline.
Well, maybe he had a motorcycle or something.
Well, how could he get past us? We'd have seen him if he passed us.
Well, maybe he knew some shortcuts.
Oh, cut it out.
Look out!
What? Just a snake in the road.
Did you run over it?
Yeah.
I heard it's bad luck to kill a snake.
Kill a snake, it brings rain. That's what we want.
I hate to see the summer go away.
Not me. Summer, goodbye. That's what I say. And good riddance. I want rain.
I wish we'd get there.
Yeah. That's just up this little slope, honey. And then we can rest.
I'm worn out.
Me too.
We've had a day.
Yeah, I'll say.
I sure want some coffee.
No coffee.
Why not?
Fire. I'm going to build a fire up here.
Why? Afraid of setting the grass on fire? Afraid about that sign?
What sign?
Sign that said no smoke and no fires beyond this point.
No, not that. Somebody might see it. Anyway, you ever see a brush fire up here in the canyon?
No.
Well, you don't want to see one, believe me.
I guess not.
There's only this one road to get out, see?
I know.
And we drive right into the hands of the cops.
Yeah.
After it rains, it'll be all right.
Doesn't feel much like rain now. Say, isn't this the place?
Oh, I think it's a couple of 100 yards more. No, wait.
There's that rock shaped like a bell.
Sure, that's right. My gosh, I nearly got lost.
Well, you couldn't go much farther. The canyon ends right past the house.
Sure. Hey, looks different here at night.
I hope nobody's up here, no?
There isn't anybody, don't worry.
I don't know. That fella we saw.
Ah, forget it, will you? Yeah, this is good. We'll park here.
Why?
You go ahead and unlock the door. I'll get the stuff out and bring it up. Flashlight in the glove compartment.
You go unlock it.
Scared?
Well,
but...
All right, I'll try.
Go ahead, honey. We're all alone here. And this will be all over in a couple of days, and it's a hope for the South Pacific. Go ahead. I'll be right behind you.
All right.
Watch out for snakes.
I will. No!
What's the matter? Where's that gun?
No!
What's the matter? Is there somebody?
No! The house! It's gone!
The house is gone, I said. The house is gone, she said. And the house was gone. I saw it 3.5 months before, and it was there. Little frame cabin, 3 rooms, a little porch and a chimney, big as life. I know it was there then. But in the darkness, that night, it was gone, friend. Oh, no, I checked it with a lone eucalyptus tree that stood alongside the porch. The tree was there. The house was gone. There wasn't the slightest sign that the house had ever stood there. Nothing dug up, no debris of any kind, no sign there'd ever been a house there. In the dim starlight, in the middle of the night, with my wife and me looking at it, me holding a satchel full of money in one hand and a loaded cocked pistol in the other. And top that, friend. Madeline started to cry. Well, I'll be...
You took us to the wrong place.
I wonder if I... No, I couldn't have. I know every inch of that trail, Madeline. You recognize the rock that looks like a bell yourself, didn't you?
Didn't I what?
Recognize it.
I thought I did. But where's the house?
I don't know. Somebody must have torn it down and taken it away.
Doesn't look as if there ever was a house here.
Yeah, you can't see in the dark. This is the place, all right. This is Shangri-La, Madeline.
I'm scared. Let's get out of here.
Get out of here and go where, darling?
Oh, no. Why did we do it?
Oh, for the love of it. Here, give me that flash.
I tell you the house.
Give me
is
that
gone.
flashlight. What's that over there?
Where?
Looks like somebody's had a campfire here. Yeah, that's what it is.
No, let's go.
This fire's old. Old fire. The people that tore down the house probably built it to burn up rubbish. That's why we don't find anything.
I'm scared, Noah.
Shut up.
What are you going to do?
There's nothing else to do. Go back and sleep in the car.
With those bags? With the one of the blood?
The blood. And the money, baby.
I won't be able to sleep a wink.
You said you were so tired.
I expected to sleep on a bunk in the house. Noah, what became of
It's been torn down, I told you. You talk as if I owned it or something.
Well, I don't go for it.
Look, sweetheart. We're 2 jumps ahead of the cops. We're loaded with 2 bags of money. They saw us knock off that guard. What do you want to do? Go to a hotel up in Santa Barbara? Don't be a jerk.
I'm sorry. I'm making a fool of myself, no.
That's a kid. That's a good kid.
Hope we don't have to stay here very long.
It'll rain. Any day now. Summer's over, baby. Now, come on back to the car. I'm out on my feet.
I wish...
I wonder who it was tore that place down.
I hope it wasn't that man we saw.
Cut it out. He's a million miles away from here.
Well, I hope...
There was a rifle shot. I wonder...
What do you think?
Get in the car, Madeline.
I don't...
Get in the car.
I told you that, man.
Cut it out. I don't hear anything. Maybe it was somebody out taking a pot shot at a beer.
I tell you...
Get inside the car.
No, I don't want to.
You heard me. If anybody... What?
Look. On the hill behind you.
What? Where?
The man. The man. The hitchhiker.
Where he's dead. On the little slope of the hill above and behind us. Mist was drifting over the stars, but I couldn't mistake him. Khaki shirt, blue Levi's, no hat. Rifle in his hand. I shouted at him, but he didn't even look down at me. He raised his rifle and fired. Immediately there was an answering shot from somewhere off in the hills below us. Madeline was lying alongside the car crying. I stood there. Just stood there unable to move. And he started down the hill toward us. And then a sudden flurry of shots in the distance. And like a character in an old-time silent movie, he stumbled and fell down the hill toward us. I could see the spreading stain across his khaki shirt in the starlight. I took a step toward him. He didn't even look at me. Painfully, oh, so painfully, he drew himself up on his knees, aimed the longest time, and fired one shot. Madeline! Madeline, I yelled. And all I could hear in the dark was her bubbling, rasping breath, and when I reached her, her sweater was black with blood. She could only gasp. I raised the pistol and aimed it at the man who had murdered my wife, and I pressed the trigger once, twice, 3, 4 times. The man stood up again, and I saw the bullets hit him in the starlight, but he didn't even cringe. Silently, deliberately, he reached in his pocket, pulled out a match, and struck it. Bent down to set fire to the summer dry grass. And in half a second, the scene was bright as day. The racing fire roared at me. I hardly had time to snatch up Madeline and hurry into the car. Start away back where we came from. There was nothing else to do. Down the twisting canyon trail, a car pursued us. I drove faster and faster. Faster and dying over in the car with me, a devastating fire was leaping at us. Down through the fence. Down to the sandy creek bottom. Fire always at our heels. And then, just as we crossed the creek, the rain began. The blessed rain that was to have saved us now that we'd bidden goodbye to summer. And at the corner, there by the ranch, the police car was waiting. And Madeline was dead. I told them, under the guns, and I could see they didn't believe me. I babbled about the rain, how it had put out the fire, how the house was gone, and they laughed. And then when it was morning, when it was broad daylight, we went back up the canyon, up the twisting trail, where there was no sign of fire. Me and the police. And when we got there, in the daylight, there was the house. Just as it always had been. And there hadn't been any fire. Not the night before, anyway. One of the police officers told me about it. Remember, or maybe you don't, 27 years ago, there was a fellow murdered a couple up here in Las Pajinas Canyon, he said. And he hid away up here. 27 years ago, he said. The posse came on him at night and they killed him. But he managed to set the grass on fire that night. It burned out the whole countryside, he said. He was a bad man, he said. Right up here. I remember him so well. A hitchhiker he was. Wore a pair of Levi's and a khaki shirt. Remember him very well, he said. So do I.
The title of today's Quiet Please story is Summer Goodbye. It was written and directed by Willis Cooper. The man who spoke to you was Ernest Chappell. And Kathleen Cordell played the part of Madeline. Music for Quiet Please is by Albert Berman. Now, Willis Cooper for a word about next week.
Thank you for listening to Quiet Please. My story for you for next week is called Northern Light.
And so, until next week at the same time, I'm quietly yours, Ernest Chappell.
Lipton Tea and Lipton Soups present Inner Sanctum Mysteries. Good evening, friends of the Inner Sanctum. This is your host opening the squeaking door for another session of the AGGMS, the Association of Ghouls, Ghosts, and Midnight Spirits. Oh, may I see your membership card as you enter, please? What's that? Oh, no, it's not a printed card. All you have to do is show me your wrist. If there's any blood pulsing in your arteries, then you don't belong here tonight. Better come back and try some other time. After you've passed your mortuary test.
Well, Mr. Host, I'm afraid I don't qualify as a member of your AGGMS, Association of Ghouls, or whatever it is. But I am a charter member of the ILLB Society.
The ILLB? What's that, Mary? It's a new one on me.
Why, those initials stand for I Like Lipton's Best. To join this club, all you have to do is see that the tea in your teapot is always Lipton's. The club password isn't a word at all. It's that familiar sound of appreciation, mm-hmm. For really, Lipton tea is delicious, as zestful and spirited as can be. And the reason? Very simple. It's Lipton's brisk flavor. Brisk, you know, is the tea expert's own word for the lively, full-bodied flavor of Lipton tea. That brisk flavor has made a lot of friends, for more folks buy and enjoy Lipton's than any other tea in the world. So try a cup of Lipton tea yourself. I know you'll say, as so many others do, I like Lipton's best.
And now for tonight's Inner Sanctum Mystery. It's an original radio play by Emil Teffelman called Make Ready My Grave, and stars two radio favorites, John Banks and Richard Whitmark. It's about a boy and a girl who've just been married, a piece of colored string, an open grave, and a hangman's noose. That train is the Southeast Limited. See it? Long, sleek, and powerful. ticking off the miles on the humming rails. A masterpiece of 20th century mechanical perfection. Nothing about it to suggest lurking hate or fear or superstition or death. But let's take a look into compartment A, car 17. John and Betty Loomis, just married, are going for their honeymoon to John's ancestral estate.
John, I'm so happy. How soon do we get to Louisville?
In about an hour, Betty.
Just think, I married into one of the oldest families in the state.
I hope you'll be very happy, darling.
Oh, I will. You do love me, don't you, John?
Of course I do, baby. I'll always love you. Always. No matter what happens.
What do you mean, no matter what happens? What could happen? John, something's bothering you.
No, it's nothing at all.
You're hiding something. There's something you haven't told me.
It's nothing, Betty. It's nothing to worry about.
You don't want to tell me?
No, not now. Maybe later.
Why are you playing with that piece of yellow string?
What?
You've been playing with it ever since we came onto the train.
Gosh, I never noticed.
I watched you. You've been tying a knot in it.
A knot? Good Lord. I must have tied it without knowing what I was doing.
You've tied it into a noose. A hangman's noose.
I don't know how I came to make it or where I picked it up.
Well, it's only a piece of string.
Yes, it's only a piece of string. Betty.
What is it, John?
Here, take this.
A gun?
Take it.
But why?
If I should ever try to strangle you, please listen to me. If I should ever try to strangle you, promise me to use that gun on me.
What are you talking about?
Louisville, next stop.
Next
stop, Louisville.
This is where we get...
John, what's this all about? That piece of yellow string and now this gun.
Put it away, Betty, and remember what I said. Don't ever forget it.
So dark here.
This is just a way station. The train only stops here to let us off. Otherwise, it goes right through.
Oh? I thought Louisville was a big town.
Well, it used to be 100 years ago, but now there's only the Loomis estate.
Are we far from the estate?
About 2 miles. Old Herman Galt should be here to pick us up in the station wagon.
Herman Galt?
Mm-hmm. He's the handyman. There's been a Galt working for the Loomis family for the last 150 years.
John, I don't like it here. Dark, and that wind.
The devil can Galt be? I wrote them what train we were taking.
I'm right here, Mr. John.
Oh, Galt, you frightened my wife.
I'm sorry, ma'am, if I scared you.
Oh, that's all right. It was just the way you spoke so suddenly out of the darkness.
If you'll follow me, I've got the station wagon back here.
John, he doesn't like me.
Oh, no, that's just his way. He's very devoted to the family. Wait till you get to know him.
I don't think I care to. Johnny, he's driving too fast. It's so dark.
Don't worry, Betty. Galt knows this road like the back of his hand. We'll be there in a few minutes.
I'm frightened. Darling, please, tell me why you gave me the gun.
No, I can't tell you now, Betty. Maybe after you meet Uncle Everard.
John.
What?
What's that in your hand?
Where? Oh.
Another piece of string. A red one this time.
What? I must have picked it up in here, off the seat.
You've knotted it into another hangman's noose.
Galt.
Yes, Mr. John.
This piece of red string, did you put it here?
No, sir.
Then how did it get here?
You ought to know.
Yes, I ought to know.
Galt, why are you stopping here?
We're home, ma'am. This is the entrance to the Loomis estate. I've got to get out and open the gate. I'll be right back.
Betty, I've got to get out, too. I've got to see for myself.
See what, John?
You stay here, Betty.
But,
stay right where you are.
Wait a minute, I'm coming,
too. Betty, get back in the car.
Mr. John is right, ma'am. You shouldn't go with him.
Take care of her, Galt. I won't be long.
Galt, where's he going?
That is the Loomis family cemetery.
What does he want to see in there in the middle of the night?
He'll tell you himself, ma'am. In due time.
No, I'm going to find out right now.
Better not, ma'am. Better come.
John, wait for me.
Betty, I told you to...
I'm going with you. I want to know what there is in that cemetery.
Get back in that car.
I'm your wife now. I have a right to know what this is all about. I'm going with you.
All right, if that's the way you feel about it. But hold on to that gun I gave you. Keep it in your hand all the time.
John, why?
You'll find out soon enough. This is the gate of the family cemetery. All the Loomises and their wives are buried here.
It's so shadowy. White tombstones look like ghosts. Hold my hand, John.
No. Just hold on to that gun.
John, whose grave is this with the high tombstone?
My great-grandfather's. Stuart Loomis. He founded the Loomis estate. This is my grandfather's grave. His wife. Here's my father. My mother.
And that's all?
That should be all.
What do you mean?
Come over here. This is what I came to see. This is what I've been afraid of.
John, it's an open grave. Freshly dug.
Yes, Betty. It was just dug tonight. But
who is it for?
Betty, darling. I'm afraid it's for you.
Well, what's poor Betty letting herself in for? With a fresh grave waiting for her on a honeymoon. And a husband who ties little strings into hangman's nooses. But you know, come to think of it, Betty's a lucky girl at that. How many girls who get married nowadays can count on finding a nice, snug place all ready for them to lie down in and rest? In peace.
Gracious, Mr. Host, Betty doesn't seem like a lucky bride to me. Why, most brides have things much easier. Because there's so many things today to help them make their marriage a success.
For example?
For example, Lipton tea. With Lipton tea on the pantry shelf, a young bride today has a much better chance of making her home a happy one. Just the other day, I was talking to a friend who just got married. As we sat there in her kitchen sipping our Lipton tea, me occupying the only chair and she perched on the kitchen stool, she said, "You know, Mary, it was silly of me to worry about being able to cook the things Jack liked. It's not nearly as difficult as I imagined. Take this Lipton tea here. It answers the whole beverage problem as far as Jack is concerned. He's happy as long as he has Lipton's morning, noon, and night." Well, I told her I could understand that, because most husbands I know about are partial to Lipton tea. And it's because of the extra satisfaction that's in Lipton's wonderful brisk flavor. Satisfaction, did I say? You just try Lipton tea and see if that isn't an understatement. Try Lipton's tomorrow.
And now let's hurry back to our date in the graveyard. Remember? With poor Betty, whose husband has just told her he's afraid the freshly dug grave is for her.
John, what do you mean? Who dug this grave for me? Who?
If I told you, you'd think I was crazy.
No, you've got to tell me. If I'm in danger, I have a right to know. Was it Galt? Your Uncle Everard?
No, at least I don't think so.
His wife, Christine.
Betty, do you believe that a ghost could dig a grave?
Ghost? Do you mean I'm in danger from a ghost?
Oh, I told you you'd think I was crazy.
John, why are you looking at me like that?
I don't know. Betty, have you got that gun with you?
No, I left it in the car. What good would a gun be against a ghost?
station wagon still waiting at the gate, but I don't see Galt.
Maybe he went up to the house.
Galt, where are you?
Hello there, John.
What's up? Uncle Everard. What happened to Galt?
He came up to the house. Said you'd gone into the cemetery. So I thought I'd better come down.
Oh.
Is it there?
Yes, it's there. A freshly dug grave.
Oh.
Uncle Everard, this is my wife, Betty.
How are you, Betty?
Hello.
You saw the grave too, Betty?
Yes, and John says he thinks it's for me. I'm afraid I don't understand all
You haven't told her anything yet, John?
Well, just a little. I couldn't bring myself to.
I think it's time you did. More tea, Betty?
Thank you, Uncle Everard. I will have a little more.
You, John?
No, thanks.
Too bad Christina's ill. She's upstairs in our room. But I hope she'll be better by tomorrow. You can see her then.
Maybe.
What do you mean?
That grave out there. Maybe it'll be filled tomorrow.
John, don't you think it's time you kept your promise to tell me what this is all about?
You tell her, Uncle Everard.
Well, Betty, there's a ghost in the Loomis family. That's it in a nutshell.
Oh, I see. And it was a ghost who dug that grave.
I know it sounds mad. But after 150 years, we Loomises have come to the conviction that it can't be anything but a ghost.
150 years? You mean...
John's great-grandfather, Stuart Loomis, settled this strip of seacoast under a patent from the colonial governor. There's his picture over the fireplace.
He doesn't look much like you, John.
Stuart Loomis was a hard man. There was a French privateer in these waters who made a lot of trouble in those days. Gaston Leroux, who sailed the seas with his wife, Antoinette.
But what has a French pirate and his wife to do with that grave?
Stuart Loomis captured Leroux and his wife, and under the authority conferred upon him by the governor, had the power to hang them.
You mean the woman, too?
Yes. He hanged them both on a gibbet where our family cemetery now stands.
Oh, how terrible.
Before he died, Gaston Leroux laid a curse on the Loomis family. He swore that just as his wife was hanged, so would all the Loomis women die. He swore that he would come back and dig a grave for the wife of a Loomis in every generation, and furnish the noose by which a Loomis would strangle his own wife.
But that's incredible.
A short while afterward, a fresh grave was found beside the gibbet where Leroux had been hung. That night, Stuart Loomis's wife, John's great-grandmother, was found hanging by the neck from the eaves of this very house.
And Stuart Loomis?
I told you Stuart Loomis was a hard man and had made many enemies. There were many who hated him deeply and bitterly. He was arrested and tried for the murder of his wife, convicted and executed.
Now you know the secret of the Loomis family.
But, John, that still doesn't prove there's a ghost.
No, that one incident doesn't prove it. But it happened again when the next Loomis married, John's grandfather. And to the next Loomis, John's father. Sometimes a year after he married, sometimes 5 years. But the curse never fails.
It's happened in every generation?
Yes. And now, John Loomis has brought a new wife home. And there's a freshly dug grave waiting in the family cemetery.
And I'm next.
I don't know, Betty. Maybe that grave isn't for you.
What?
Maybe it's for Christine. For my wife.
This is all ridiculous. A ghost couldn't dig a grave, make John strangle me to death. Uncle Everard, you can't believe such a legend. It can't be true.
Maybe not, my dear. But the graves of the strangled Loomis women are out there to prove it. This is your room, Betty. I'd have called to call you at 8 tomorrow morning. Good night.
Good night, Uncle Everard.
Good night, John.
Good night, Uncle Everard.
This is such a big room. It's so gloomy.
The whole house is like that. It lies gloomy and sullen under the Loomis curse. Oh, Betty, I love you so much. We'll beat the curse together.
Let me go, darling. I want to change my clothes and wash.
All right. There's the bathroom over there.
I'll only be a minute.
All right, darling.
Oh, it's a lovely bath.
Betty, what is...
John, quick.
What?
Look. Hanging from the shower bar.
What? A hangman's noose.
It's a real one this time. Of rope.
Ready to hang someone.
Who put it there?
It's the Loomis curse. We can't get away from it.
No ghost could have hung that rope there.
Let's call Uncle Everard.
All right.
Have you got the gun with you?
No, it's in my handbag.
Get it.
But
Get it, I say.
All right, John. Here, I've got it.
All right, now keep it with you all the time. And don't be afraid to use it on me if necessary.
All right, let's get your uncle.
This is his room. I wonder if I ought to wake him. It might upset Aunt Christine. She's sick.
We've got to wake him. Better knock harder.
Well, it wasn't locked.
Call him.
Uncle Everard. Uncle Everard? He doesn't answer. But there's a light in the room.
Push the door further open.
All right. Well, there's nobody in the room. The bed's empty. Uncle Everard? Aunt Christine?
Maybe in the bathroom. The door is open.
Betty!
John!
Aunt Christine.
She's hanging by the neck.
She's dead.
It's the same kind of a noose as in our bathroom.
Uncle Everard hanged her. It's the Loomis curse catching up with us. Well, Galt, any trace of Uncle Everard?
I searched the whole house, basement to attic, not a sign of him.
He must have gone out. Come along.
But it's raining.
We've got to find him, Betty. Come on.
So dark out here. How will we ever find him?
I have a flashlight, ma'am. You look.
What?
Fresh footprints in the slush.
Oh, they must be Uncle Everard's. They lead down toward the cemetery. Come along, Galt.
John, you can see for yourself the footprints lead right to this new grave.
But why did he come here?
There's the answer, Betty. A cross at the head of the empty grave. Throw your flashlight on it, Galt. There's something written on it.
It says, Christine Loomis.
Betty, what is it?
Look. Over there.
Another grave. He's dug another one.
There's a cross on this one, too.
Does it say anything?
Yes. Yes, it does. It says, Betty Loomis.
John, sit close to me. That portrait of Stuart Loomis over the fireplace looks so real. It frightens me.
Now, remember, Betty, whatever happens, hold on to that gun, and don't be afraid to use it tonight.
Where is Gold?
He ought to be here soon. He went to look for some weapons.
Here I am, Mr. John.
God, you always frighten me coming in so quietly.
I'm sorry, ma'am. Here, Mr. John. These ought to be pretty good weapons.
Size?
Yes, I had them sharpened only the other day. They could slice a man's head off in one stroke. Take one, Mr. John.
Thanks. But I'd hate to use it on Uncle Everard.
If he shows up tonight, you'd better use it.
Maybe he's come back into the house through the back way.
I'll go through the house again if you'd like. This time I'll start with the attic.
Be careful, Galt.
I will, Mr.
John,
John.
I don't like him.
Galt?
And I don't think he likes me either.
Oh, that's natural.
Darling, what's that?
Must be Galt in the attic.
Help, Mrs. Galt!
You must have met Uncle Everard hiding up there. Stay right here, Betty, and hold on to that gun.
John, be careful.
Don't worry. Just take care of
John,
yourself.
come back. I'm frightened. I'm afraid nothing to be afraid of. I have this gun. And if anybody comes... The lights. The lights went out. Who's there? Who's in this room? Don't come any closer. I have a gun and I'll shoot. I can't see you, but I'll shoot at the sound. John! Rope. Around my neck. Let go. I'll shoot.
It's not loaded. I took the bullets out when you left it in the car.
Galt.
Yes, ma'am, it's Galt. Mr. John is busy up there in the attic with the body of Mr. Everard. I killed him, too. And when Mr. John comes downstairs, he'll find you. And I'll cut him down in the dark with my scythe.
Why?
There were others besides the pirate LaRue who hated Stuart Loomis. Like my own great-grandfather, he was in the service of Stuart Loomis, and he hated him. When LaRue laid the curse on the Loomises, my great-grandfather decided to make it come true. It was he who strangled the wife of Stuart Loomis. Through the years, the gods from father to son have handed down their hate.
You're mad.
Maybe. I'll tighten the noose and finish you.
Where are you? Why is it dark in here? Betty!
John, look out, it's Galt. He has us eye.
So will I.
John! Who is it?
Darling, well...
Here, John, here. Oh, darling.
Betty, we finished forever with the Loomis curse.
That was a pretty rough honeymoon for Betty. But, you know, there's a lesson in her story for forgetful wives. Yes, if you keep tying little colored strings to your fingers to remind you of things and you still can't remember them, why not try a rope neatly tied around your neck? It's sure to help you forget.
Oh, dear, Mr. Host, there you go telling our listeners how to forget things when I've got something for them to remember.
Oh, I didn't realize that, Mary. What is it you want them to remember?
It's Lipton tea, folks. And you don't need any string tied on your finger or any such reminder. To make sure you get it when you visit your grocer's tomorrow, just remember that Lipton's is the tea with the wonderful brisk flavor.
And so our evening's over, with the usual quota of corpses to qualify for the ghoul school. We're working on a special matriculation for bachelor ghouls. In case you didn't know, a bachelor ghoul is one who believes that two can die as cheaply as one. Oh, by the way, this month's Inner Sanctum mystery novel is I Hate Blondes by Wolf Kaufman. And next week, the makers of Lipton Tea and Lipton Soups will bring you another Inner Sanctum story directed by Hyman Brown and called Dead Man's Turn. It's a little night course in murder, that's all. Yes, you have your choice of majoring in choking, shooting, drowning. But why don't you just listen in to Inner Sanctum next week and you'll get all the inside told. Until then, good night. Pleasant dreams.
Mystery is my hobby. Today's story took place last fall. I retired early after spending an evening with Inspector Noah Danton at the Lamplighters Club. It must have been about 3 o'clock in the morning when my telephone began to ring. Huh? What's that? That blasted telephone. Probably Inspector Danton. Hello.
Hello. Is this Barton Drake?
Yes, this is Drake. Who's calling?
Well, this is Guy Walters. Can you come out to 146 West Chestnut Street right away? There's been a murder.
If there's been a murder, why haven't you called the police? I wish people would realize
The person murdered was Mrs. Stella Dix.
It's 3 o'clock in the morning. What did you say?
Mrs. Stella Dix. Under the circumstances, you can probably understand why we haven't called the police, Mr. Drake.
Yes, of course. What did you say that address was?
146 West Chestnut.
146. Very well. I'll be there within a half hour. Tell absolutely no one that this has happened.
So, you told this guy Walters to tell nobody that Stella Dix had been murdered, and then you wake me up to tell me. Is that right, Bart?
Yes, that's right, Inspector. You see, you are a policeman.
Yeah, but I thought Guy Walters didn't want the cops in on the deal.
No, he didn't, Inspector. However, when a murder has been committed, it's necessary to have an officer around. And you men can be trusted. See, Inspector, if Stella Dix has actually been murdered, it's going to make a profound influence on how the voters cast their ballots next week.
Yeah, I suppose you're right.
This is the first time that a woman has come close to being elected to the United States Senate in this state. It's important to know how she died, who's responsible for her death before the voting starts.
You mean you think her opponent might have killed her?
No, Inspector, not that. But suppose at the last moment, Mrs. Dix had decided to change her stand on the Interstate Commerce Bill. Suppose someone who would be personally affected by that change of attitude decided to do something about it.
Like knocking her off before the old girl's decision was made known to the press, eh?
Exactly, Inspector. Stella Dix is, was one of the most brilliant personalities of our day, Inspector. She has a large following, people who believe in her implicitly.
And a switch in policy on her part would come the worst, eh?
Yes, that's one way of putting it, Inspector.
Okay. Now, where did this murder take place?
I don't know. Guy Walters asked me to come to 146 Chestnut Street. That's the Dix home.
Isn't Guy Walters Stella Dix's campaign manager?
Yes, that's right.
And isn't he president of the Walters Trucking Company?
Yes, I think he is, Inspector.
Well, then.
So, Walters murdered her because Stella decided to change her policy, thereby affecting his trucking business, eh?
Well, it's a motive.
Yes, it would be, Inspector. If Stella had decided to change her policy. This is the house, I think.
Yeah, 146. Well, let's go up and start the old routine.
Right.
Shall I ring the bell, or do we go busting in?
Well, I think it would be polite if you rang. Well.
You're Barton Drake.
That's right.
We've been waiting for you. I'm Penelope Gage. Oh, you have someone with you?
Yes, this is Inspector Noah Danton, Miss Gage.
Hi.
But the police...
Yes, I know. Mr. Waters prefers that the police were not to be notified. However,
Of course. I'm sure the presence of Inspector Danton will be a help to us. Come in, please.
Thank you. Miss Gage, you are Stella Dix's secretary, aren't you?
Yes, I was. Guy called me directly after it happened, and I came over immediately.
Well, when did it happen, and where, and why?
I can answer your first two questions, Inspector Danton, but I'm afraid that... Oh, here comes Guy now. He can tell you.
Hello, Drake.
Hello, Waters.
Oh, who's this gentleman?
Never mind, Bart. I'll tell him. I'm tired of being apologized for. The name is Danton, Inspector Noah Danton.
Oh, yes, of course, Danton. I've heard of you. Your name is frequently mentioned in connection with Drake's work.
Yeah.
Drake, I appreciate you being willing to make an investigation before notifying the police. You see,
Now, wait a minute, Junior. You got your wires crossed. I'm the police.
Huh? Oh, are you?
Yeah.
Well, then I imagine Penny's giving you all the details.
No, I haven't. I thought you'd be better at that, Guy.
Huh? Very well. Well, it was like this. Stella came over to my house tonight to discuss the campaign. Penny was also there, and Otto, Stella's husband.
You four were the only ones present?
Yes. We broke up about 2 a.m. Stella and Otto decided to walk home. It's only a few blocks. About 3/4 of an hour later, Otto called and asked me to come over. I couldn't understand him very well, but, well, I came nevertheless.
Yes, and what did you find?
Stella was dead. She'd been beaten to death with a hammer wrapped in a newspaper. Otto was wounded, but had crawled into the house, bound a towel around his head, and called me.
Then the murder took place outside the house?
Yes. Just as they turned up the walk from the street. Apparently, the murderer or murderers had been waiting behind the shrubbery that grows there.
I didn't see any shrubbery.
Well, you should go out and look again.
Huh?
Otto's upstairs in his room, Drake. I suppose you'd like to hear the story from him firsthand.
Yeah, And we'd like to ask what decision Stella Dix came to tonight at your house regarding the interstate commerce business.
In good time, Inspector. Drake, I have the hammer and the newspaper in which it was wrapped in the next room.
Oh, good.
I found them lying beside the body. Possibly you'd like to examine them.
Yes, I would. Did you find anything else?
No, that's all.
How about the body? Where's it?
Upstairs. I carried Stella to her room.
You mean you moved the body without a coroner?
Well, naturally, I couldn't just leave her out there on the street. Oh, Penny, have I omitted anything?
Nothing except that you murdered Stella.
What was that?
You murdered her, Guy. It's silly to deny it. You were the only one who had a motive.
What you hope?
No, what's that, Inspector?
I hope it was Wallace who committed the murder.
You do? Why?
I don't like him.
Oh, come, Inspector.
Oh, all right. What's that you got?
It's the murder hammer, Inspector. If it weren't for the fact that the handle was broken and held together with picture wire, I'd say that Mrs. Dix's murderer was a homicidal maniac.
You would? Why?
Because most hammer murderers are committed by maniacs, Inspector. And in practically every case, their weapons have been nice new hammers.
You're right. Now, why do you figure the killer wrapped his hammer in that newspaper? And why do you figure he left the hammer at the scene of the crime?
Well, he probably left the hammer there, so we would think the killer was a homicidal maniac. And he probably wrapped the hammer in a newspaper so there wouldn't be any fingerprints, Inspector.
But we think otherwise, eh? Mm-hmm. We know that there will be fingerprints on the newspaper, don't we, Bud?
I'm afraid, Inspector, we're going to find that the killer's prints aren't on this newspaper. Look here.
Well, what do you know? The outside page has been torn off.
Yes, and that's the page on which the killer's fingerprints would have been. Inspector, I think we've really stepped into one this time. Come on, let's go upstairs and have a talk with Otto Dix.
And that's about all I can tell you, gentlemen. As Stella and I approached the house, someone jumped on us from behind. I was immediately knocked unconscious. When I regained my senses, Stella was lying beside me on the sidewalk.
Mm-hmm. Did you know she was dead at the time, Mr. Dix?
No, I spoke to her, but she didn't answer. She's a fairly large woman, and I knew I couldn't move her, especially in my weakened condition.
So you called into the house and got to a telephone?
That's right, Inspector Diamond.
Shouldn't you have called a doctor for yourself, Mr. Dix? That wound looks pretty bad.
No, I'm getting along fine. Please don't call a doctor. Oh, Mr. Drake, you must know what this will mean if the news gets out.
We both know, but the news has got to get out sometime.
Oh, yes, of course. But I was hoping that Mr. Drake could apprehend the murderer before the story reached the papers. You see, if the man I suspect is guilty, it'll make a great deal of difference.
Oh, so. And whom do you suspect, Mr. Dix?
Terence Adams.
Adams? Your wife's opponent for the senatorial chair, eh?
Yes. Oh, I don't imagine that Adams attacked us personally, but if it were proven that he'd hired some thug, well, you can understand what it would mean.
Yes, quite. If Adams is responsible for your wife's murder, I hardly think he would get many votes.
Exactly. On the other hand, if Terence is innocent, I shouldn't want to hurt his campaign.
Well, that's very fair of you, Mr. Dix. Tell me, did your wife discuss with you the possibility of changing her views on the interstate commerce bill?
Well, briefly, yes. I urged her to maintain her original stand, but I doubt if my argument had much effect.
I see. And what was the nature of your argument, Mr. Dix?
Nature? Why, I just reasoned it was rather late in her campaign to make such a drastic step. Her platform had been too firmly established.
I see. If Mrs. Dix had decided to take your advice, how would that have benefited you, Mr. Dix?
Benefited? I beg your pardon?
I understand that you and Terence Adams were one-time partners. You owned and operated a road construction business. I was thinking that possibly a coastal truck route might have...
That's ridiculous. I don't know where you got your information, Drake, but... well, it's entirely incorrect. I've been retired from active business for several years.
I see. I beg your pardon, sir. Thank you. I didn't know that, Mr. Dix. Come along, Inspector.
Yeah.
I think we'd better step across the hall and have a look at the body of Mrs. Dix.
If you gentlemen will excuse me, I'd like to lie down.
Certainly, Mr. Dix. Get some rest. We'll see you later.
Well, there she is. I wish that Walters mug hadn't moved her.
Yeah. Why?
Why? It's against the law, for one thing.
Inspector, she's pretty severely beaten. Have you any other reasons, Inspector?
Sure, I have other reasons. The position of the body, the condition of the body. Oh, there are 100 reasons, and you know it.
Yeah, she's quite right, Inspector. Mrs. Dix was a handsome woman, wasn't she?
Sure, everybody knows. That's one reason she had a chance of winning the election.
You know, I admire intelligent women who have the good sense not to neglect their looks. Especially, look at that now. Except for the wounds about her head, Mrs. Dix is perfectly groomed. Now, Inspector, let's... Oh, hello, Waters. We're just about to go looking for you.
I hope what that poor woman said there hasn't made you suspicious about me.
We're suspicious of everyone, Junior. Now, where is the poor woman, by the way?
I sent her home.
Sent her home? What's the matter? Were you scared she'd tell some more stories on you?
Scared is hardly the word, Inspector. I think annoyed would be more suitable.
Oh, so then you did figure she had some more to tell.
I figured she'd tell some more, whether she knew anything or not. Miss Gage saw a chance to put me in a bad light, and she grabbed it.
Why would she want to put you in a bad light, Waters?
Well, we seldom agreed on anything. As Mrs. Dix's secretary, she wanted to run the entire campaign. Said she knew the women's viewpoint.
Do women have a viewpoint?
Well, we'll talk to Miss Gage again in the morning. In the meantime, Waters, I'd like to have you show Inspector Danton and me exactly where you found the body of Mrs. Dix. Get out your flashlight, Inspector.
Yeah.
Well, is this the place, Waters?
Yes. She was lying right there with her head at the edge of the curbing.
Mm-hmm. And where was the hammer?
Right there beside her. The newspaper was under it.
Oh, the newspaper was under it?
Yes. Does that prove anything?
I don't know. It might.
Well, there's plenty of blood stains. Footprints could have been made by anyone walking by. Uh-oh.
Found anything, Drake?
Yes. These fine particles of glass, they look as though they might come from the crystal of a wristwatch.
Hey, that's right. Otto's watch was broken when he fell. He showed it to me himself.
Oh, he did? Well. Waters, did Mrs. Dix mention that Terence Adams had called on her recently?
Yes, as a matter of fact, she did. He was here yesterday. Tried to get her to change her mind on the interstate commerce bill.
Well, thank you very much. Come along, Inspector.
Huh?
We're going to wake up Terence Adams out of a sound sleep. If a man who has a guilty conscience can sleep soundly.
Doggone it, Bart, I don't get this. We drive around the block, park the car, and then start walking. What's the idea?
Oh, that might not be a good idea at all, Inspector. Look, can you read the number on that house up there?
Wait a minute, I get out my flashlight.
No, don't do that, man, don't. I think this must be it.
Must be what?
Yep, there's the number above the bell. 381. That's where he lives.
Who, Terence Adams? You're crazy. He lives way over the other side of...
I'm talking about Guy Walters, Inspector. This is where he lives. You got the skeleton keys with you?
Sure, but without a warrant, I don't like to use them now.
Loud, man. Oh, wait a minute. Let me try the door first. Good, it opens. Walters probably left in such a hurry he neglected to lock it. Close the door, Inspector. Now you can get out your flashlight.
Okay. Suppose he's got a wife. Suppose there's a house full of servants. I'd be like a thief.
You're going to be a thief in just about 1 minute, Inspector.
Huh?
Throw your light around the hall.
Okay. Well, looks like an ordinary hall to me. What'd you expect to find?
Look, that door over there probably leads to Walter's study. Come on, be careful. Don't trip over the rug.
Don't worry about me tripping. I'm not tripping.
Quiet.
All right. People ought to know better than this.
There we are, Inspector. I'll open the door. Throw your light around, Inspector.
Yeah. Hey, there is someone.
Oh. It's Miss Gage. Grab her, Inspector.
Is that a fact? Now, I wonder why. I suppose you're going to tell us you live here.
No, I don't. Do you?
Do I? Are you kidding?
Then what are you doing here? Have you a search warrant? If so, why'd you come sneaking in? Did Mr. Walters give you permission to enter his house?
No, but...
I think we're in the same boat, Inspector Danton. Suppose we compromise.
Compromise? Look, Bud, why don't you say something? Answer the lady's question.
I'm speechless, Inspector.
That's the house.
However, I think we'd be smart to listen to Miss Gage's compromise.
Yeah, that's a good idea. A very good idea. All right, lady. What's the compromise?
You came here looking for evidence that would convict Guy Walters of murdering Stella Dix. So did I.
Well?
I found it. I'll be glad to turn it over to you, but I don't want my name used in connection with your investigation.
We don't make deals, Miss Gage. Just give us the evidence.
Mr. Drake.
Never mind him right now. Let's see what you've got.
Very well. Here.
Well, now, picture wire.
Yes. I think you'll find that it is the same as was used to bind up the handle of the hammer that was found beside Stella's body.
Well, Bart, that little lady's smart. I guess this sort of clinches things, doesn't it?
No, hardly, Inspector.
Huh?
Miss Gage, a moment ago, you said we came here looking for evidence that would convict Guy Walters. That's not so. We came here looking for evidence, period.
But doesn't this prove that
No, that doesn't prove anything. What made you think a coil of picture wire would be lying in Walter's desk drawer anyway?
I saw him put it there.
Oh, you did?
It was lying on top of his desk when we came in tonight. I watched him thrust it into a drawer. I didn't think anything of it at the time. But when Stella...
Oh, that's nonsense. The man who had used picture wire to bind up a hammer that he planned to use to kill someone wouldn't leave such damning bit of evidence lying around.
Come to think of it, that's right.
Of course, that's right, Inspector. Miss Gage, would you mind telling me why you're so anxious to pin this murder onto Guy Walters?
I'm not. I'm just trying to do what I think is right. It's important that the murderer be apprehended before the story gets to the newspapers.
Even though the murderer is yourself, Miss Gage?
Whatever are you saying?
I'm saying, Miss Gage, that you have a motive and a good one.
I have a motive?
Yes. If Stella Dix was successful in the forthcoming election, you would continue as her secretary, wouldn't you?
Why, yes, but...
Being secretary to U.S. Senator is an important position, Miss Gage. If Mrs. Dix changed her policy regarding the interstate commerce bill, the chances are she would be defeated at the polls. In that event, you would, of course, find yourself out of a job.
Well, the idea. Are you implying that I would...
Well, it's a possibility the inspector and I can't afford to overlook, Miss Gage. May I suggest that you return to the Dix home? We'll join you there in about an hour.
But
If you don't mind, we'd prefer that you discontinue going about looking for evidence that will convict someone else. At best, you'd probably destroy clues that would help the inspector and myself.
Well, you certainly
Good
have
evening,
your
Miss
nerve.
Gage. Take the picture wire, Inspector, and let's get going.
Sure, that was a nice brush off you gave the babe. But I'll bet a butt she didn't swallow that routine about us suspecting her because she'd lose her job.
No, why not, Inspector?
Because if she did murder Stella Dix, like you implied, she'd be out of a job anyhow.
That's right, Inspector. However, somebody had to say something. You weren't doing so well.
Oh, yeah?
Oh, yeah.
I suppose you expect to find her at the Dix house when we get there.
Yes, definitely.
And I suppose you told me to bring along the picture wire because you figure it's the same as was wrapped around the hammer handle, and you didn't want Miss Gates to know it.
Oh, Inspector, now you're anticipating me.
Yeah, I'm anticipating.
Now what? I'm going to buy a newspaper that's all that stands. Inspector, have you got a nickel?
Have I got... Oh, sure. Just... Hey, haven't you got a nickel?
Thanks, Inspector. Here we are. Let's see now.
What are you looking for?
An account of Stella Dix's murder, sir.
But look, the newspapers aren't supposed to...
Well.
It's there.
No. But here on the masthead, it says that this particular paper reached the newsstand at 2:15 in the morning.
Well,
the newspaper in which the murder weapon was wrapped was an early edition of this same paper.
My. So now we know that the murderer bought a paper at this stand, wrapped his hammer in it, and shot Stella on the noggin, eh? So what?
So now we know who murdered Stella Dix. Don't we, Inspector?
Oh, hello, Mr. Drake. Come in.
Oh, go ahead, Mr. Dix.
It's coming along nicely. Have you talked to Torrance Adams?
No. We found it wasn't necessary.
Not necessary? Well, then, that must mean you believe him innocent. Oh, I'm glad to hear it. Arresting Terrence would have created no end of a scandal.
Yes, it would. We've just returned from the house of Guy Walters.
Walters?
Mm-hmm.
Good heavens, you don't think
I didn't say that now. Inspector Danton will be here in a moment with some evidence that we found. As a matter of fact, well, here he is now. Come in, Inspector.
Hey, Bart, I found these two in our huddle in the den. At first, they didn't want to come along, but I got kind of persuaded.
You mean you threatened us with a gun? Now, see here, Drake. Penny tells me you two have been searching my house. I'd like to know about...
Did she tell you that she was searching it, too?
Of course I did. I explained that I was looking for some evidence that would help solve the murder.
Yeah, but did you tell him that you figured...
Inspector, did you bring the picture wire?
Yeah. Here it is in the hammer, too.
Thank you. Walters, we found this picture wire in a drawer of the desk of your study. We've compared it to the wire that was used to bind up the hammer handle.
Oh, of all the idiotic nonsense. That picture wire was lying on my desk because I was hanging a picture this afternoon.
Now, that's a simple explanation, isn't it?
Sorry, Walters, you didn't let me finish. I said we compared the two wires and found that they were of an entirely different texture.
Entirely different texture?
That's right.
Well, then why are you accusing me of murdering Stella?
Oh, did we? What's the matter? Something wrong, Miss Gage?
It's Otto. He seems so fainted.
Huh?
No, I'm all right. Just let me rest a minute.
He's probably weak from loss of blood.
Yes. Miss Gage, suppose you look at that wound. Since Mr. Dix refuses to see a doctor.
No, I'm all right. I'm all right, I tell you.
Yes, but I still think you ought to change that bandage. Do you mind, Miss Gage?
No, I'll be glad to, Father.
Keep away from me. I don't want the bandage changed.
Sorry, Mr. Dix. I insist.
I don't care whether you insist or not. I'm not going to permit. Keep away from me, Drake.
Hold still, can't you? I'm only trying to help you.
You take your hands off me. Let me alone.
There.
Why, he isn't wounded at all. Why, there isn't even a sign of a wound.
Otto, what the devil's the meaning of this?
The meaning is quite obvious, Walters. Dix wasn't attacked by his wife's murderer because he is a murderer himself. Arrest him, Inspector.
Hey, Bart.
Inspector Hunt.
Get your nose out of that newspaper and let's play chess. What's so doggone interesting, anyhow?
Well, I was just reading the statement that Stella Dix made to the newspapers last night before she attended the meeting at Guy Walters' house.
What's it say?
It says she definitely did not plan to change her policy on the Interstate Commerce Bill. So, you see, there was no point in being so secretive about her investigation after all.
And there's no point in you being so secretive about how you knew that Otto was our boy. You can tell me while I'm setting up the men.
All right, Inspector. First, I think I'd better give you the picture of how it happened as I see it.
Yeah, tell me about that first.
You see, Mr. and Mrs. Dix left the Walters home shortly after 2 o'clock. As they passed the all-night stand, Mrs. Dix asked her husband to step inside and get an earlier issue of the morning paper.
She wanted to see if they'd published her story on the commerce bill, eh?
Yes, that's right. There was a hammer lying on the counter beside the newspapers. While Dix stood there waiting for his change, he probably conceived the idea of murdering his wife.
Why?
Because, Inspector, he was sick and tired of being known as Mr. Stella Dix.
The old motive, eh?
Right.
Hubby's pride wouldn't allow him to take second place.
That's it, Inspector. Dix had been an important man all of his life. He didn't like being shoved into the background. You remember, he told us himself that Stella had little respect for his opinion.
Yes, so he did. So he rolled up the hammer in the newspaper, thus concealing it, and they started home.
Yes, and it isn't a pretty picture. During the brief walk, the murderous impulse was probably building in his mind.
And when they got in front of the house, he let her have it, eh?
Yes, I'm afraid that's right, Inspector.
What made you suspicious about her?
Well, Mrs. Dix was meticulous about her appearance, Inspector. She was one of the best-groomed women in the public eye.
Everyone knows that, Bart. So what?
When we viewed her corpse, we found her without a hair out of place, except for the wound caused by the blow.
And that made you suspicious about her?
Yes, it substantiated my suspicions. Otto told us that he was attacked first and knocked unconscious. Say, is right, Inspector. If Otto were attacked first, Mrs. Dix would have had a chance to scream or run or at least defend herself. She certainly would have struggled.
Struggle is right, and being a big woman, she'd probably have put up quite a scrap. At least she'd have been mussed up.
That's right, Inspector.
But you're an amazing fellow. Sometimes I think you're wasting your time in this sort of work. Now, if you were in politics...
Yes, possibly you've got something there, Inspector. Politics these days is murder. Mystery is my hobby.
Presents The Mysterious Traveler. This is The Mysterious Traveler, inviting you to join me on another journey into the realm of the strange and the terrifying. I hope you will enjoy the trip, that it will thrill you a little and chill you a little. So settle back, get a good grip on your nerves, and be comfortable. If you can. Where are we going?
Today we're going to delve into the strange story of a Chinese bell. A bell whose ringing is a summons for the dead to live and the living to die. As you shall see in the story I call Death is the Judge. Our story begins in a small curio shop in New York's Chinatown. Dr. John Williams, one of the finest brain surgeons in the Middle West, and his wife are celebrating their 20th wedding anniversary by a trip to New York. They have stopped in at this curio shop for sentimental reasons, just as they did on their honeymoon 20 years before.
Oh, John, it's the same. It's exactly the same as it was. Doesn't look as though a thing had been sold since we were in here last.
It certainly doesn't. If it wasn't that old Ki Wong is dead now, I'd be tempted to believe we'd gone back 20 years when we came through the door.
Even the smell of incense and ginger the same. We must buy something, John, even if it's only a trinket, just for sentiment's sake.
If you want to trinket, how about this statue of Buddha here, huh? It only weighs about 3 tons.
Oh, silly. But what about one of these bells, John? We need a dinner bell. How would this one do?
That would be better for a temple gong, darling. Better try again.
All right, John. Oh, I have it. This lovely little bell of rose crystal. Why, it's the exact color of that rose crystal pendant old Ki Wong sold us on our honeymoon.
The lady has found something that pleases her?
Yes, this crystal bell. How much is it? And please don't make the price too high.
The price is not high, but the lady would not want it.
But I do want it. Why should you think I wouldn't?
Once it was a most unlucky bell. Now it is broken. My honored father, Ki Wong, broke it to break the evil fortune that followed it.
Broken? Where? Looks all right to me.
It is broken because it will not ring. The clapper is gone.
That's right, Mary. The clapper is missing.
But I could easily have a new clapper made.
It is not possible. Only the clapper carved when this bell was carved out of the same block of rose crystal will make this bell ring.
But that's ridiculous. I never heard of such a thing.
Oh, we can test it easily enough. Suppose I tap it with this silver pencil. That ought to make it ring.
I am happy to have you try.
That's odd. It won't make anything but that dead sound.
I'll bet I could make it ring.
You're welcome to try, my
dear.
No,
I don't mean now. I mean once I got it home.
When my honored father took out the clapper, he meant that this bell should never ring again. And it never will.
But why, Sankey?
Because bell was stolen, and so carried evil fortune with it. And because it is a bell of life. It came from a temple in Tibet. Only lamas were permitted to lay hands on it.
But obviously someone else did.
That is why it is unlucky. When my father received it 20 years ago, he took out the clapper and disposed of it. I do not know where or to whom.
But why? Just what was he afraid of?
He dare not risk having this bell ring, for it belonged to the High Lama of a tribe that believed the ringing of this bell will bring the dead back to life.
You mean this bell?
Yes. You look skeptical, but it is true. When someone died whose life was too precious to spare, this sacred bell was rung beside his body, and death let go his hold. The dead return to life.
You mean you really believe that?
It is true, but I have not told the whole story. This carving here upon the bell, it is Tibetan. It says, "Who rings this bell cheats death, but death will not be cheated."
A little cryptic, I'd say.
It means that when the bell is used to rescue someone from death, another whose span of life is not yet over is taken by death instead.
You mean that the Grim Reaper keeps his quota filled, even if he has to take somebody who's not on his list?
It is so, Doctor.
John, you're talking as if you believe the whole thing. It's just nonsense, of course. But what a lovely topic for conversation it'll make. I just simply won't leave without this bell now.
But if it won't ring, what good is it?
I'll make it ring. Leave that to me.
If the lady wishes the bell, the price is $5.
Well, the lady wants it, so she'd better have it, I guess. Oh, I don't want to risk breaking it while we're traveling, though. Can you mail it to our home address?
Of course.
The name is Dr. John Williams, 1766.
And so, a week later, shortly after Dr. Williams and his wife had returned home, a small package reached them. As he unwrapped it, Dr. Williams' curiosity was stirred again, and in his study he tried once more to make the strange bell of rose crystal ring.
Curious. It really won't ring, no matter what I tap it with.
Hello, John.
Oh, hello, Mary.
You're home from the hospital early, dear.
Yes, I felt a little tired today. But look what just came in the mail.
Oh. Why, it's my crystal bell. Oh, John, it's lovely. It's even more beautiful than I remembered it.
Yes, but I'm afraid Sam Key was telling the truth when he said only the original clapper will make it ring. I've tried everything I can think of.
The trouble with men, darling, is that they're not logical.
What do you mean?
Well, if the ball is of rose crystal, a rose crystal clapper should make it ring, shouldn't it?
The logic is perfect, but how can we test it?
By using my rose crystal pendant, of course. I'm wearing it this afternoon so we can try it out right away. Here, see?
Now what?
You hold the bell, and I'll tap it with the pendant.
All right, tap away, but I bet it doesn't ring.
You'll see. Now listen. There. What'd I tell you?
It did ring.
Of course it did. I was sure it would, even if Sam Key's story was true. John, don't you see?
Don't I see what?
Well, my crystal pendant is the bell's missing clapper.
The missing clapper?
Mm-hmm.
Good heavens, I almost believe you're right.
Well, I am right. As soon as Sam Key told us how his father took the clapper out of the bell and sold it 20 years ago, well, I was positive he'd made it into the pendant that he sold us 20 years ago.
It should be impossible, but it certainly looks as if it must be true.
After all these years, the bell and the clapper have come back together again. You know, I knew there was something queer about that bell the minute I saw it. Queerest feeling came over me that I just must have it.
I'm not sure that I like that thought, Mary.
Silly. I know you half believed that story Sam Key told us, but I didn't. Now, I have my bell complete. Now, all I have to do is unfasten the pendant and attach it to the bell again.
But, Mary...
Now, help me do it, John. Look, the pendant's loose. It'll come off the chain if I twist it. Here it is.
Mary, are you sure this is wise?
Now, if I tie it inside the bell with this thread... Darling, please hold it so I can see what I'm doing. There. Now it's as good as new again. Listen.
Mary,
John, what is it?
I don't know. I don't feel well.
Oh, you're tired, darling. Now, please sit down. Sit down here.
I will. I feel better now. It was just a moment's dizziness.
You're working too hard at the hospital. That's what's the trouble.
Well, maybe. I admit I had a strenuous day. I spent 2 hours on a brain operation. Splendid boy. He looked a lot like our David. But he'll be good for another 50 years now, with luck.
Just the same, you must take it easier, John. Now, you sit still here while I fix you some spirits of ammonia, and then...
Well, that's probably for me.
Now, you sit still. I'll answer. Hello? Yes, Dr. Williams is here. Who's calling, please? The hospital? Oh. Yes, I'll tell him. Goodbye.
Mary, what's happened at the hospital?
It's an emergency case, John. Another brain operation. And, oh, darling, you are so tired.
Can't be helped. I'm the only brain surgeon in town these days. Help me get into my coat, will you? Where's my hat?
Oh, here you are, dear.
Thanks.
Now, let me straighten your tie.
Good.
There, you're ready. Now, I'm going to drive you over, and you can relax until we get there.
All right, then, but let's get going. The almost 5 miles to the hospital. Nurse, another sponge, please.
Here, Doctor.
Dr. Williams, the pulse is very faint. The breathing has become dangerously weak.
I'll have to try adrenaline. The hypodermic, nurse.
Yes, Doctor. I'll get it ready.
The patient has stopped breathing, Doctor. And there's no pulse.
Quick with that adrenaline. You've got to get the pulse started again.
Okay, Doctor.
Good. Yeah. That ought to start the heart action again.
There's still no pulse, Doctor.
We'll try artificial respiration.
Yes, Doctor.
Oxygen, nurse, quickly. Keep the pressure steady, nurse. Johnson, any pulse yet?
Not yet, Doctor. The adrenaline doesn't seem to have taken effect.
Well, it must. Nurse, give him more oxygen. I'm going to continue the artificial respiration as long as there's a single chance.
I'm afraid it's no use, Doctor. No sign of a pulse at all.
Dr. Williams, please rest now. You've done everything that anyone could. But he hasn't shown a sign of life, not for half an hour.
Yes, I'm afraid we're beaten.
If anyone could have saved him, you'd have done it. But death had, well, too strong a grip on him for anyone to bring him back.
Too strong a grip. Yes, I do rather feel as if I'd been wrestling with someone for this poor fellow's life. And lost.
Well, Doctor, don't feel too badly. In room 8, there's a boy who has a full life ahead of him, thanks to you.
I suppose I have to look at it that way. Well, help me off with these things, will you, nurse?
Of course, Doctor.
There's the gloves and the jacket. Now, what did I do with my coat? I just threw it down somewhere when I arrived here. I was in such a hurry.
I've got it, Doctor. Let me help you.
Oh, thanks, Johnson. What the deuce have I got in this pocket? That bell. I must have jammed it into my coat without thinking in the rush to get here. Oh, look out. Catch it.
Oh, I have it. Ooh, that was close. Might have smashed on the floor. Here you are, Doctor.
Thanks. I almost wish it had broken, though. For some reason, I hate the sound of it. But my wife...
Dr. Williams?
Yes, nurse?
The patient. The color's coming back in his face, and I can feel a pulse now.
What? Now, let me see. Yes, you're right. His heart's beating again.
Look, he's beginning to breathe.
Quick, start the oxygen again. I'm going to give him an injection of plasma. Make the preparation, please, Johnson.
Yes, Dr. Williams.
How is the pulse now, nurse?
It's getting stronger, Doctor.
And his respiration is gaining, too.
Yes, Doctor. What? I've never seen anything like it.
It's almost a miracle. Now, where's that plasma?
Here, Doctor. I have everything ready.
Good. Nurse, disinfect the arm, please.
Right away, Dr. Williams. Oh, here comes Dr. Bronson.
How's it going, Williams? Been having trouble?
Oh, hello, Bronson. Yes, a little trouble, but I think we're in the clear now. For a while, I thought the patient was gone, but now he's going to pull through. I'm sure of it.
Good. Doctor, I'm afraid I have bad news for you about your other patient, though.
What do you mean?
The boy in room 8. The one you operated on this afternoon.
Yeah?
He died suddenly just a couple of minutes ago. Just went like that for no reason at all.
Dr. Williams' second patient, who had come back seemingly from death itself, did live. But when the operation was over and Dr. Williams was driving back to his home with his wife, he was strangely silent and preoccupied, so that when his wife spoke to him, he did not seem to hear her.
Don't you want me to drive, John? John, I'm speaking to you.
Oh, what, Mary?
I said, don't you want me to drive?
Oh, no, thanks, Mary. I'm perfectly all right. It's just that I was thinking.
About that operation? Yes, the nurse told me about it. It was wonderful that you saved him.
That's just it. I didn't save him. He was dead. Dead, do you hear? Then for no reason whatever, he came back to life.
But you injected adrenaline and...
I injected adrenaline half an hour before he showed signs of life. Then he revived. For no apparent reason whatever.
Well, perhaps the adrenaline took a delayed effect.
Perhaps. But there was no more reason for it than there was for the boy in room 8 to die suddenly as he did.
But you have said yourself, John, that in medicine, nothing is ever absolutely certain.
That's true, but just the same, that boy's sudden death bothers me. I want to know why he died.
Well, an autopsy would tell you, wouldn't it?
An autopsy? Yes. Mary, I'm going to turn around and go back to the hospital right now. I'm going to perform that autopsy myself.
But, John, you mustn't turn here. There's too much traffic here.
There's nothing coming now. I'll just swing around.
John, look out! A car coming around the turn! Look out!
Faster,
stand back, all of you. Come on, get back.
Now, lady, drink this. It'll make you feel better.
Thank you, officer.
You were in an accident and knocked out for a couple of minutes. But you're coming around all right. Just drink this and lie quiet.
An accident? Yes. My husband, where is he?
I'm sorry, ma'am.
Oh, he's hurt. Where is he? I must go to him.
He's right here, ma'am. When I come along on my motorcycle after it happened, I pulled you both out. But he wasn't breathing.
John. John, speak to me.
It's no use, ma'am. I'm afraid he's gone.
John. John.
Go on, get back, all of you. Get back, I say.
Now, ma'am, the ambulance will be here in a minute. If there's anything to be done, they'll do it.
There's nothing. I've been a doctor's wife long enough not to know death when I see it. Just let me sit here. Where I can see it.
I know how you feel, ma'am, and I hate to bother you. But if you could just tell me how it happened for my report. You see, the other driver says...
It wasn't my fault. I couldn't help it. He pulled right out in front of me. He didn't even signal.
Now, take it easy, mister. Or you'll make that bump on your head worse.
Officer, where's my bag? There's some smelly salt in it. I feel faint.
Well, here's your bag. I took care of it.
Thank you. I'll feel better in a minute.
And here's something that was in the bag, ma'am. Fell out, and I put it in my pocket. It's a bell. I'll put it in your bag if you like.
Mary.
Thank you so much.
Oh, Mary. Where are you?
John. John.
Was that a bell ringing? Seemed so loud and clear. Like an alarm waking me up. What's happened, Mary?
There was an accident, John. But you're all right. You're all right.
An accident? Are you hurt?
No, John, no. Please lie still.
He's trying to sit up. And only a moment ago, he was dead.
Gee, I'm glad he's okay, even though the accident wasn't my fault. Hey, mister, I'll give you a hand. Officer,
What's wrong? I told you to be careful. You got quite a bump on the head.
I feel so weak, so dizzy.
Oh, he's keeled over. Where are those smelling salts?
Here, let me look at him. I'm a doctor.
John, you shouldn't exert yourself.
Now, please, Mary.
How is he, Doc?
This man is dead. Though Dr. Wilson protested that his injuries were not serious, he returned to the hospital where Dr. Bronson treated him, finding nothing wrong save a slight concussion. His wife took him home in a taxicab, promising to see that he stayed in bed for a day or two. That night, however, neither Dr. Williams nor his wife could sleep, though they remained awake for different reasons.
10, 11, 12.
Mary, is that you?
I was counting the strokes. It's midnight.
You should be asleep.
Can't go to sleep. Not until David gets home.
David? Where is he? The movie?
No, he came to me this afternoon and said there was a party at his fraternity tonight. He asked me if he could borrow the old car for the evening, and I let him have it. But he's not back yet, John. I can't help worrying. Especially after what happened to us.
Well, I'll give him a talking to in the morning. A boy of 17 isn't old enough to be out until all hours.
You ought to be asleep yourself, John. How's your head?
It's all right. Just throbs a little. All I had was a slight concussion.
John, are you sure?
Of course I am. Didn't you hear Bronson say so? What are you getting at?
The bell. The crystal bell.
Well, what about the bell?
Your first words were about hearing it ring like an alarm wakening you. And it had just rung.
Well, what of it? It rang, and I heard it as I was regaining consciousness.
But at the hospital, the bell rang in the operating room, and your patient came back to life. He heard the bell ring, too.
Don't be silly, Mary. My patient revived for natural reasons. As for me, I was just knocked out.
But both times, somebody else died, John. At the hospital, the boy in room 8. And after you returned, the driver in the other car died.
Pure coincidence. The boy probably had a blood clot on his heart. The driver had a fractured skull. It's a common occurrence for men with fractured skulls to keel over without even realizing they're hurt.
But Sam Key told us that when the bell rang, the dead would return to life. And someone living would die.
Oh, stuff and nonsense, Mary. You've been a doctor's wife long enough to know that such thing isn't possible.
But, John,
No buts about it. It's impossible, do you hear?
Yes, John. course it's impossible. Oh, I do wish David would get home. I feel so uneasy about him.
He'll be home any minute now. He knows that he's supposed
Oh, it's the telephone.
Well, I'll answer.
No, let me.
No, stay in bed. I'll answer.
Oh, all right, John.
It'll only be a moment. Hello, Dr. Williams speaking. The police? What is it? What's happened? An accident. My son? Where is he? Is he badly hurt? The car turned over and burned. And my son? I see. The Rockford Village Morgue. Yes, I'll come at once.
John, what was it?
Mary, I told you to stay in bed. It was just an emergency call.
It's David, isn't it? Yes, it is David. I can tell by your face. Where is he? What's happened to him?
He's been in an accident, Mary.
David is dead. Is that it, John?
Yes, Mary.
Take me to him. Oh, John, you got to take me to him.
This is the place, mister. The Rockford Village Morgue. Cross the pavement, go down those steps, then along the walk to where you see that little light over the door.
Thank you. Mary, you must wait in the cab for me.
I want to come with you.
No, you mustn't. Promise me you'll wait here.
I want to come with you. I want to see my son.
Not yet. Promise you'll wait for me.
Oh, all right, John. I'll wait.
Be careful of those steps, mister. They're pretty steep, and it's awful dark.
I'll be careful. I'll only be 5 minutes or so, Mary.
Here comes your husband back now, ma'am.
John. Oh, John. Was it David?
Please get back in the cab.
No, John, I must know. Was it David?
Yes, Mary, it was David.
Oh, I have to go to him.
Mary, stop.
No, let go of me. I'm going to David.
Mary, stop struggling. You can't go to
I
him.
must. I must.
Mary, don't you understand? You mustn't see him.
I'm going, John.
What have you got in your hand?
It's the bell, the crystal bell.
What are you doing with it? Here, give it to me.
No, I'm going to ring it.
Oh, give me that bell.
No, I won't. I'm going to ring it, I tell you. There, I've rung it. I've rung it. David! David, did you hear?
Mary, you're out of your mind.
I'm not. I know what I'm doing. David! Can you hear me?
Now, give me that bell. There. In heaven's name, what are you trying to do?
It brought back your patient. It brought you back. And it'll bring back my son.
Mary, come to your senses. It's just a bell.
It's not. I know it's not. You were dead. And I saw it bring you back to life.
You mustn't believe that. And even if the bell were more than a bell, don't you understand? The car turned over and burned. I had to identify David by his fraternity ring and the driver's license in his wallet.
I don't care. He's my son. David! David!
Mary, get into the cab.
I won't. Not until I have my son back. David!
Mary, won't you please?
Mother! Mother! John, listen. David.
Mother! David.
Mother, Dad! Where are you? John, let go of me. It's David. He can't find us. I've got to go to him.
Mary, don't you understand? He was burned horribly.
Mother, Dad! Where are you?
Mary.
Let go of me. He's my son, and I'm going to him. David! David!
Mary, come back. Mary, don't go down those steps to the morgue.
David! David!
Mary, come back. Come back.
Hey, mister, watch yourself. Look out for them steps.
Mary! Mary!
Mister, look out! Mister, are you hurt? Gosh, he fell all the way down the steps. Mister, are you all right? Here, let me help you.
Dad, here I am. I'm all right. I was
wasn't in the car at all. It was one of my fraternity brothers. I lent him my driver's license and... Dad, what is it? What's wrong?
He started this way and fell down these steps.
But why is he so still? Dad, speak to me.
John, speak to us. David's all right, dear. David's come back to us. He's come back from the dead. He doesn't answer. He isn't breathing. David. He's dead.
Yeah, lady. I guess he is. You see this glass bell he was holding? When he fell down, it broke. Looks like one of the pieces of it went straight into his heart. The bell killed him.
This is the mysterious traveler again. Yes, Dr. Williams was dead, but his son is alive and well, even today. Although it wasn't because the bell rang. Of course not. Anyhow, the bell is broken, so there's no way of proving whether or not it had strange powers of life and death, or whether it was just a coincidence that each time it rang, one of the dead lives and the living died. But if I were you, I'd certainly play safe. If you hear a bell ringing tonight, don't answer it. It might be ringing. Oh, you have to get off here. I'm sorry. But I'm sure we'll meet again. I take this same train each week at this time.
You have just heard The Mysterious Traveler, a series of dramas of the strange and terrifying. In tonight's cast were Maurice Toplin, Cameron Prudhomme, Eleanor Phelps, Donald Buca, Juan Hernandez, and Mort Lawrence. Original music was played by Charles Paul. The Mysterious Traveler is written, produced, and directed by Bob Arthur and David Cogan. Listen next week to a tale titled
Meet Me at the Morgue.
Another strange and shivery tale of the Mysterious Traveler. The Mysterious Traveler has come to you from our New York studios. Ralph Paul speaking. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
The Mummers, in the Little Theater of the Air.
Ghost stories. Weird stories. And murders, too. The hermit knows of them all. Turn out your lights. Turn them out. Have you heard the story? The House of Purple Shadows? Then listen while the hermit tells you the story.
Yesterday we weren't so alarmed. When he didn't come to the office this morning, then we concluded something must be wrong.
He's here in the house. We'll find out in a minute, Benson.
dark in this hallway, Mr. Lamont.
Must be a light switch here somewhere. Oh, yes, here it is.
Oh, there. That's better.
Hasn't been sleeping here at this house for over a year.
No, but they said at the club that he wasn't there yesterday. Hadn't slept in his room there last night.
In that case, he may be here.
That's what I'm afraid of. Maybe he had a stroke or something and wasn't able to get to a phone.
We'll look upstairs first.
Yes, I think we'd better.
Here's the stairway. It's queer, isn't it? If he came here in the evening, wouldn't he have left some lights on?
That's what I was thinking. It's gloomy in this house. No wonder he shut it all up and went to live at the club after his wife died.
Mr. Davison has always been a peculiar man. I haven't been his attorney as long as I have without realizing that.
Do you know which bedroom is his?
Yes, I think this one. At least we'll try this room first.
Is it locked?
No, it just seems to stick. Must be the door is swelled.
Let me try it, Mr. Lamont.
Oh, I'm getting it now. Here it comes.
Gee whiz.
What's the matter, Benson?
I don't know, but when you opened the door, it was as if something grabbed a hold of my hand.
What?
Well, I know it sounds queer, but it was as if an icicle touched me.
It's just the cold air rushing out of this room. It's as black as night in here. Curtains and drapes are heavily drawn. Now, if I can find a light in here.
Oh, here it is, Mr. Lamont.
He's not in here.
No, not here. Maybe this isn't his room.
If he's going to stay in the house, he'd sleep in here.
This room hasn't been touched for a long time, has it?
Well, I guess not.
Mr. Lamont, isn't it queer that this room should be so cold?
Well, no, there's nothing strange about that. A room that's all closed up gets damp and cold.
I have a feeling that it's going to start snowing in here any minute. This cold air seems to freeze your very blood.
Mr. Benson, I don't think your employer stayed in this house night before last. I don't think anyone's been in this house for a long time.
Well, then, where is he?
I don't know. We'll look in the other rooms up here. Turn off his light.
Shall we close the door?
Yes, leave everything just as we found it. If he finds out that we've been snooping around up here, he may not like it. He's very peculiar.
I know, but certainly he'd want us to hunt for him if he thought we were worried. If we thought he was lying up here, dead.
He doesn't like people prying into his affairs.
That's true.
Yeah, we're looking this upstairs library. If he's not in there, well, then, means he's not here in the house.
Yes.
But
what was that?
Sounded like a moan.
Yes, it did. Mr. Davison, where are you? Mr. Davison?
Mr. Davison, where are you? Well, he's not here in the library.
No, it sounded as if it came from downstairs.
Yes, I guess it did. Hurry, let's get down there.
Yes. Mr. Davison, where are you?
He's not here in the living room.
No, but we heard a moan from somewhere.
Sounded like it.
Mr. Lamont, look. Look, do you see what I'm pointing at?
Where?
That book on the table. It moved. It moved all by itself.
What?
It did. I saw it. I saw it. It moved from one side of the table to the other.
Nonsense. That's impossible.
My eyes aren't playing me tricks that badly. I saw it move. Come over here. Look. You see where it's been lying?
Imprint in the dust.
Yes. Now it's over here.
Wait a minute. This is getting a little too deep for me.
Oh.
Benson, what's the matter now?
I felt that touch on my hand again. I did.
There is something queer going on in here. Look. Look over there at the window. You see that?
Here.
It's like someone was touching those drapes and making them move.
Yes. Mr. Lamont, let's get out of here. Let's get out. Hurry.
Right.
They couldn't see me. They couldn't hear my voice. Isn't there anyone who can hear me speak? Oh, if you know how badly I needed help, how hard I tried to make them hear me. You people who are of the world and know it. You who can step to the mirror, look in it, and see your face and body reflected there. Oh, how thankful you should be. Just a few moments ago, I managed to propel myself to the mirror in the hall. I looked into it. I stood directly in front of it. There was nothing there. I have no face, no body, no arms, no hands. And yet a sound came from whatever it is that I am, like a moan.
My lawyer, Mr. Lamont, and my bookkeeper, Mr. Benson, came rushing down the stairs. I could see them. But great heaven, they couldn't see me. I called out, "Help me! Help me!" But they went out the door, slammed it shut, left me here alone. Oh, doomed to what? Isn't there anyone who can tell me what's happened to me? 2 days ago, yes, I can still reckon days, I left the office and went to the club. It was about an hour before dinner. I sat reading the paper. Suddenly all the letters began to jump and dance before my eyes. I distinctly heard something whispering in my ears.
Go to your house. Go to your house.
I threw down the paper. No one seemed to be watching me. I was so frightened I felt I must be ill. But I couldn't tell anyone in the club. There was a buzzing in my ears. And I could hear that voice saying,
"Go to your house. Go to your house."
I walked out the door down the street. Some power seemed to be forcing me to go. I walked fast. I approached my house. I haven't lived in it since my wife died. I looked up at it. It seemed to be weaving back and forth. Black clouds hung over it. I walked up the steps. I reached the outside door. Mechanically, I took the key from my pocket, inserted it in the lock, opened the door. I stood inside. Now, why was I here? Why had I come to the house? I didn't know. I walked into the living room. Suddenly, I felt a great rush of cold wind. It engulfed me, whirled round me, seemed to be wrapping itself about me. Help! Help! What is it? Help! Help! My body is freezing. My blood has turned to ice. Help! 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 I can't move! I can't move! I couldn't move. The room seemed to be bathed in a purple twilight. It was then that I realized that I no longer had a physical body. I seemed to see everything in the room but myself. Look down at your hand and arm. Realize what it would mean to have the feeling of it, but not be able to see it. Can you imagine such torture? I can make things move, but I can't see the hand that moves them. Oh, horrible, terrible calamity that has befallen me. How long am I going to go on like this? What sort of a world am I living in? In the purple shadows between this and the next. Someone have mercy on me. Help me. Great heaven, someone help me.
Mr. Benson.
Yes, Mr. Lamont.
Before we go into the next room to talk to Mr. Davison's niece, I think there are a few things we should settle between us.
Yes, sir.
Yesterday ended a year since the disappearance of Mr. Davison. There's no doubt about it. He's dead.
He must be, sir.
He was kidnapped, which I'm inclined to think happened. Kidnappers must have gotten frightened and killed him.
There were no ransom notes received?
No, because they became frightened after they killed him.
But his body?
Don't know what they did with it. It's possible that though we dragged the river, it's still there. We've gone all over that before. That isn't what I want to talk to you about. It's his house.
Yes.
Police have been through it dozens of times since the day last year when you and I went through it.
I know they have.
If they saw or heard anything peculiar, they failed to mention it, as far as you and I are concerned.
I've never mentioned what happened to a soul.
Nor I. It's been so long now, I wonder if it could have been true.
I often think the same thing.
According to Mr. Davison's will, the house and part of his estate is to be deeded to his niece, Loretta Hathaway. She and her husband are in the next room. I think it best, Mr. Benson, that we never tell her what occurred to us that day.
I agree.
She and her husband are not wealthy. Money in the house would be very welcome to them. We shouldn't spoil it for her.
No.
All right. We'll go inside now and read the will to them. Mr. Hathaway will take over Mr. Davison's business. Think you'll find him a nice man to work for. Come. Let's go inside.
Dan, you think you're going to like it here in this house?
It almost seems to be too grand for us.
I know it. Weren't you surprised to find out that Uncle Jim had willed us so much? Business, half his money, and this house?
Well, rather. But then, of course, there was no one else for him to leave it to.
I know. Dan, have you ever thought he might have committed suicide?
No. I never thought that.
Mother said he wasn't always as peculiar as he was during his last years.
What do you mean?
Well, I remember her saying that it was after he built this house and he and Aunt Mary moved into it that he began to change.
You know, there's something about this place that would make anybody change.
Now, what do you mean?
What I mean, Loretta, is that, why, it's so blamed cold in here.
The house has been shut up for over 3 years, Dan.
I know, but it's warm outside. This house is like an icebox. We've had the windows open all day.
It'll get thawed out in a few days.
I hope so.
I suppose we better retire. You take charge of the office tomorrow, don't you?
Yes.
Poor Uncle Jim. I still keep thinking that he may have committed suicide. I've often wondered if they went through his desk and things to see if he left any notes.
Oh, yes, they've gone through his things dozens of times.
Dan?
Yes?
It was 3 years ago that Aunt Mary died, wasn't it?
Oh, about that.
She took an overdose of sleeping powder by mistake. And 6 months after that, Mother died. Then Uncle Jim disappeared. A lot of tragedy in one family in a few years, isn't it?
I wouldn't dwell on that, Loretta. What are you doing?
I just thought I'd go through this desk to see if I could find anything that no one else has discovered.
I wouldn't look through those things tonight. Let's go upstairs.
I will in a minute. Dan, come here.
What is it?
Look at this. Look at this writing.
Well, what is it?
That's what I'm asking you.
Just purple marks on a piece of paper.
I know, but what peculiar marks. Like they were made with a fingernail and written in some foreign language. What do you suppose it is?
I haven't any idea. It's probably been there for ages. If it had any significance, the police would have used it.
I know, but it's lying right here on top of all these papers. As if it had been dropped here just recently. Dan, feel of that paper. It's ice cold.
Yes, it's like everything else in this house. Oh, come on. You can rummage through that desk tomorrow. I'm going upstairs. Do you realize it's nearly midnight?
Dan!
For heaven's sakes, what is it?
Look. See that window blind? Look at it.
Why, it's moving.
Yes. Look at it. It's moving up and down all by itself.
Oh, I see what it is, Loretta. There's something the matter with the roller. You've seen it happen to window curtains before. They fly way up to the top or way down to the bottom of the window when the roller's broken.
But, Dan, it was just as if some unseen hand moved that window curtain. That's what it was like. Some unseen hand moved that curtain.
Loretta and Dan see strange things, too. Can it be that Davison is still trying to make himself known to the people in his house? The hermit will tell you before the night is done.
Now, the hermit again.
Midnight in the house. Loretta and Dan are sleeping, but not... Well, listen.
No, I am not sleeping. I never sleep. You know that I've been wandering in this, my house, for over a year. Living in hideous torture. Oh, I've tried to make someone understand, but it's useless. They only grow frightened, as Loretta did earlier this evening. But she didn't get frightened enough, no. I'll tell you why. What I've discovered in these long, endless hours that I've spent here. There's something strange about this place. Something horrible. You hear the wind? It's beginning again.
About midnight every night, it springs up. There's a queer purple glow over everything. The cold sears me all through again, penetrating to my very marrow. I know. I have no form that you can see, or I can see, but I can feel pain just the same. Such pain as you never dreamed of in your normal world. Loretta and Dan will suffer the same transformation as I have if they don't get out of this house. I've been convinced for a long time now that it must have been true that my wife, Mary, realized there was something wrong in this house. That's why she took the sleeping powders that night. She took her own life through fear. But why didn't she warn me so that I could die? For as it is now, I may go on suffering like this for ages and centuries. There may be thousands of houses all over the world that are under a spell like this one is. There must be other people living in this strange world like I am. Here it comes again. This wind that lives in this world of purple shadows. I've got to warn Loretta and Dan. I've got to get them out of the house. I must propel myself up the stairs and open the door to their room. I'm climbing the stairs now. I can see in the night. I can see everything but myself. I think my hand is touching the banister. Now, I'm at the top of the stairs. Just open the door to the room. Oh, that wind. It's making me suffer such pain. I must warn them. Loretta. She doesn't hear me. Loretta, you must get out of here. Loretta.
Oh.
She's turning in her sleep.
Oh, what is it? Dan, wake up. Wake up.
What?
Wake up, Dan.
What did you say?
Wake up. Look, there's a strange light in this room. And where's the wind coming from?
Loretta, get out. Get out of this house. It's going to be too late. There is a strange light in here. Turn up the night lamp.
It doesn't seem to make any difference. The light is getting stronger and stronger. And the wind is freezing me. Freezing my blood.
Loretta, I feel it too. Let's get out of this room.
Help. I can't move. I can't move.
Loretta, I can't move either. I'm powerless.
Help. Someone help us. Help. I can feel my whole body changing.
Loretta, what's happening to us?
Dan, help me.
I reached out for you and knocked over the lamp. Loretta, I can't see my hand anymore. I can't see my arms or my legs.
Look. Standing in this room. It's Uncle Jim.
Jim Davison. Yes. You see me now. For you're changed the same as I am. What's happened to us? We've entered a strange world. It's this house. It's under some horrible spell. I've been in these shadows since the day I disappeared.
Uncle Jim, is there nothing we can do? Nothing?
There's our only hope, see? You knocked over that lamp, Dan. This room will soon be all afire. Yes. Let it burn. It may burn down the house and give us the freedom of death. It's our only hope, our only salvation. Death, give us freedom. Let us get out of this torture. Have mercy. Save us. Have mercy. Save us.
What's the news, Mr. Lamont? Did they find the bodies?
They've gone through the charred wreck of that house for hours. There's no trace of a body there.
Well, you think they got out before the house burned? Then where are they?
Benson, I don't think they got out.
But they didn't find their bodies, Mr. Lamont.
They didn't find them, but no one will ever hear of them again.
What do you mean?
It's difficult to explain to anyone but you, because you and I know there was something strange about that place.
Yes.
I was with the firemen when we went through the wreckage. It was their bedroom. There was nothing there. But Benson, as we were going through it, smoke, of course, was smoldering there, but a huge purple flame sprung up and seemed to lose itself in the atmosphere. It startled me. I stepped back. Firemen thought I'd found something. Of course, I couldn't explain to them. I don't know that I can explain to you. But it was as if, well, as if something registered in my mind, and a voice said to me, "You'll never find their bodies. They're gone. Gone forever."
In the world of purple shadows are liberated forever. They're free, no longer tortured. Turn on your lights. Turn them on. I'll be back. Pleasant dreams.
All characters, places, and occurrences mentioned in the Hermits Cave are fictitious, and similarity to persons, places, or occurrences is purely accidental.
Unsolved Mysteries. Out of deference to people who may still be living, character names in some of these true unsolved mysteries have been changed. Murder has many tongues, and there have been times when these tongues have accused falsely. As, for instance, the trial and conviction of Herbert Bennett was thought by many to be a miscarriage of justice. Not that Bennett was a desirable citizen, for that he most certainly was not, but guilty of murder? Would a jury today say not guilty, where almost 40 years ago they said he must hang? If that be so, and many agree, then the murder on Yarmouth sands stands today as one of England's unsolved mysteries. The scene is South Beach, Yarmouth, England, and the time 6 o'clock on a summer's morning. An early morning bather strides down the tight, damp sand toward the sea. South Beach is deserted but for this lone figure. Not a sound breaks the stillness but the cawing of seagulls, the timeless beating of the waves on the shore. The lone bather stops, turns white. His eyes start in their sockets. A cry of horror dies in his throat, and turning, he runs down the beach. In a few minutes, a police inspector, a policeman, and the lone bather are staring down on the body of a beautiful woman.
You found her here not 5 minutes ago?
That's right, Inspector. I was going for my morning swim. Not a thought on my mind. I almost stepped on her.
She's been dead most of the night, I'd say. Some time, anyway. We'll let the medical examiner decide that.
How was she killed?
Strangled. Strangled with a mohair bootlace. Look, tied in a reef knot.
No signs of a struggle either, Inspector.
No, sand isn't disturbed. Doesn't look like robbery either, since the rings are still on her fingers.
I don't want to disturb her too much, but I can't find a single identifying mark on her clothing. Now, wait. Here's a number. A laundry tag. Number 599.
You live around these parts?
Yes, Inspector. But I never saw this woman before. And this isn't a very big place.
She's from the city, all right. What are these shoes, that hat? People living in beach towns don't wear hats like that.
No chance of following anything from footprints. Tide pretty near came up to her.
That's true. When you come right down to it, there isn't a clue as to who she is Or who was with her?
No, and on top of that, you can't even trace the murder weapon. Practically everyone has bought bootlaces like that one around her neck at some time or another.
Nothing under her fingernails to indicate that she fought for her life.
We know that. The sand isn't even disturbed.
But she could have been brought here after she was killed. Don't forget that.
If you don't need me anymore, I'll get dressed. I don't think I'll go in for my swim after all.
With nothing but the laundry mark as a clue, the Yarmouth police combed the town for someone to identify the murdered woman. Dozens of people visited the morgue, but not one could say that they knew who the woman was. Late the day following the murder, a Mrs. Rudrum went to the police to report that one of her boarders, a Mrs. Hood, had not returned to her lodgings for 2 days. The desk sergeant led the way to the morgue, motioning to Mrs. Rudrum to follow him.
Is that the woman?
Yes. Oh, the poor soul. That's her, all right.
You're absolutely certain?
Yes, and besides, look at this. I brought it along.
Oh. One of those photographs they take on the beach. When was it taken?
Not more than 3 days ago.
You're certain of that?
Of course I'm certain. Didn't the poor soul come to my room and show it to me? Told me she did, that she'd had it taken that very day, and that was Friday.
And we found the body Sunday morning. Oh, Inspector!
Yes, what is it?
Come here, quick.
Found something?
Plenty. Look at this.
Photograph of the murdered woman.
But it was taken only 3 days ago.
That's right, it is, although I don't see what there is in that to get all excited about.
You don't? Well, look here. In the photograph, this woman is wearing a chain. Looks like a silver chain, with a watch attached.
Right, sir. I noticed it. And look at the body. No chain or watch.
She was wearing that chain and watch the night she went out, Saturday night.
Tell us some more. You're a perfect mine of information.
Well, I'm not one, you understand, to be asking questions of my boarders. And Mrs. Hood, she wasn't one to be saying much about herself. But she was going out to meet a man Saturday night, because she dressed herself with a lot of extra care. And something else, too.
Yes, what's that?
The only mail she ever got was a couple of bluish-gray envelopes. From Woolwich they was. And I remember she got one that morning, and she was excited all day. Maybe it was a letter telling her to meet somebody that night, because she was seen by one of my neighbors waiting outside the station for the evening train from London.
Thanks. Come on, officer. This is where we go to work.
And go to work the police did. Every laundry in Woolwich was canvassed. Post officers were watched for bluish-gray envelopes. Pawn shops came in for their share of scrutiny, but no signs of the silver chain or the watch could be found. Newspapers were loud and long in their denunciation of the police slowness in finding the murderer. Hints, none too veiled, were thrown out that a husband should be looked for. And all over England, the main topic of conversation was the murder on Yarmouth sands.
Terrible, that's what it is. The police are not doing their duty.
If I had anything to do with it, I'd find that woman's husband.
They say that the police know who the murderer is, but won't make an arrest.
She'd no business going to a place like that at night, married or not.
More than likely it was someone too prominent.
If the police can't solve the mystery, let them who can solve it take their places.
A crying shame.
Scandalous.
Outrageous.
More bungling. We're not safe.
Hopeless muddling. Who'll be next?
Day after day, scathing letters to the press, burning hot editorials, speeches in Parliament, a perfect furor of invective harassing the police at every turn, phone calls from cranks, letters from amateur detectives, visits from maniacs who claimed that they could tell who the murderer was. But one morning at the Woolwich police station...
Come in. What's this, Sergeant?
This, Inspector, is the murderer of the Yarmouth Sands mystery.
What?
Here's the evidence, sir. Name is Bennett. Murdered woman's name was not Hood. It was Bennett. Bennett here works at Woolwich Arsenal.
A lot of nonsense. I'll have you kicked off the force for this.
I'm not finished.
Go ahead, Sergeant.
Bennett has been going around with a woman by the name of Meadows. She thinks he's not married. And he's been posing as a single man for months.
Go on.
He was at Yarmouth Saturday evening. Landed on the 8th train, went to the hotel, and left for London again on the first morning train.
You think this is evidence?
And here, Inspector, is the final link. The only thing needed to put the rope around his neck.
Yes?
The chain and the watch.
The sergeant spoke the truth. The chain and the watch placed the hangman's rope around Herbert Bennett's neck, and on a cold gray morning in March the following year, Bennett walked the 13 steps that lead to eternity. But that hanging was not considered by everyone the solution to the Yarmouth Sands mystery. A great many people agreed with Bennett's attorney, the famous Marshall Hall, who stated that while the jury may have accepted the watch and chain in Bennett's possession as one and the same with that in the photograph of the murdered woman, it was not the same. In just a moment, you will hear a solution to the Yarmouth Sands mystery.
Stay tuned. We'll be back with more right after this short break on When Radio Was. You're listening to When Radio Was. And now, back to Unsolved Mysteries.
Ladies and gentlemen, inasmuch as any solution must of necessity be supposition, liberties of time, place, and character exist in the solution for which you have been waiting. The scene is the home of one of New Scotland Yard's most able detective inspectors. The inspector is talking to one of his friends.
No, Jim. Now that the years have rolled past and I've had more experience with circumstantial evidence, I don't believe that a jury would bring in a guilty verdict on the evidence presented at Bennett's trial.
It was rather strong evidence, even if it was circumstantial.
I know it was. And our department fully believes that they had the guilty man. But look here.
Yes?
In the first place, motive. Now, 40 years ago, any jury would consider that a man with a criminal record and who was posing as a single man, though married, was guilty. I say that a jury would, under these conditions, consider that sufficient motive for murder there. Today, they wouldn't.
You think not?
I wouldn't press a charge on such a motive. The fact that a married man, is in love with a woman, not his wife, is not, in my opinion, motive for murder.
Well, even allowing that, what about the chain?
Well, that photograph is one of these things taken on metal. You know, the kind that they take at the beach for tuppence? It was such a poor reproduction that the jury wasn't really satisfied and justified in using it for identification of such a small article as that chain.
And Bennett never confessed, did he?
No, he maintained his innocence up to the last. And Marshall Hall always believed his client innocent. And Marshall Hall was one of the most brilliant legal minds of the day, besides being a shrewd judge of character. And his reputation is most certainly beyond reproach.
You certainly have sown the seeds of doubt in my mind.
You know, I've often wondered...
Yes?
What would have been the results if the inspector and the officer who discovered the body had started their investigations along different lines? That morning as they stood looking at that woman's body.
Not a sign of a struggle here at all. And her clothing isn't disarranged.
No. Pretty obvious that she was murdered someplace else and carried here.
And look here. This bootlace around her neck and tied with a reef knot. See the way it was slipped over her head, tightened and knotted.
All right, done by a sailor.
That's what you'd expect out here anyway. After dark, this place is dotted for miles with sailors and their sweethearts.
You never saw her before, did you?
No, not me. The stranger to Yarmouth. I'd say women here don't wear clothes like that.
Oh, she's from London, all right.
No identification at all. Nothing but this laundry tag.
Well, let's get back to the police station. We've got to find out who she is, but more important than that, we've got to start searching for a sailor. A big, husky fellow. Big enough to have carried this woman here after he killed her.
And we, too, wonder what the results would have been had the investigation not been influenced by public clamor. Perhaps the mystery of the murder on Yarmouth sands might not have quite so much the air of an unsolved mystery.
In just a moment, Suspense with Ray Milland.
Say, Harlow Wilcox, do you know what day this is?
Do I know what day this is? Does a dame know what a date is? Does a truck driver know what a spark plug is?
Well,
Why, listen, my Autolite friend. This is the day you plagued me with silly questions when I tell you about Autolite resistor spark plugs, Autolite stay full batteries, Autolite ignition systems, and 400 other Autolite...
I guess I got you, Harlow. That's not the answer.
Why, Hades, ladies, of course that's not the answer. Here's the answer. This is SP Day, Autolite resistor spark plug day. And furthermore, it's the day before T-Day.
T-Day?
Sure, that's tomorrow, Truckers' Day.
Oh.
The day all the American Trucking Association fellows get together in Washington to chin, chuckle, and chortle over their carefree careers as their trucks cross the continent with no thought of trouble or terrain.
Well, how come?
Well, my friend, I wouldn't say that Autolite spark plugs and stay full batteries are wholly responsible, but, well, use your own judgment.
I'll take your word for it, Harlow. Now let's switch to Suspense.
Suspense.
Autolite and its 60,000 dealers and service stations bring you radio's outstanding theater of thrills. Starring tonight, Mr. Ray Milland in Anton Leader's production of Night Cry by William L. Stewart. A tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
Report to the captain of the Homicide Bureau, Manhattan. From Detective Lieutenant Mark Degnan. You know, we always say that the cat waits for the mouse to run, the dog waits for the cat to run, and the police wait for the killer to run. But if he's a smart killer, a real smart guy, he doesn't run at all, but just stands and laughs, or even walks quietly and easily away. He can really get away with murder. There's a lot of murder around Homicide Squad besides the stiffs we work on. Like the knifing I got when they passed me up and made you Lieutenant Knight, an acting captain and head of the squad. Funny how a little promotion goes to a guy's head. It was Friday that you got your promotion, and that evening, after you'd sent for me, I had to warm a chair outside until you were ready to see me. Remember?
Captain Knight will see you now, Lieutenant.
Well, that's sweet of him.
Come on over and have a chat, Eglin. Mark?
Sure. Why not? Congratulations, Captain Knight.
That's one of the things I wanted to talk to you about, Mark. You know, I didn't want this. I didn't do anything to get it.
Sure. Of course, playing golf with the commissioner's brother-in-law had nothing to do with it.
You know it didn't, Mark. The force isn't run that way. Now, look, I've worked with you for a long time, and there's no reason why we can't get along fine.
Sure, no reason.
I'm the first to say that you're the best man on Homicide, Mark. And, well, it's not my place to tell you, but I think you ought to know the reason why you didn't get the promotion instead of me.
I'm listening.
You know, Mark, the police department has come a long way from what it used to be. Now, take Homicide. It's no longer a question of one man going out and sapping some poor devil until he gets a confession. All of us, detectives, identification, lab men, telegraph, the medical examiner's office, we're all one big team.
You know, that sounds like the commissioner's number 2 speech for the Rotarians.
But it's true, Mark. And that's why the police board didn't give you this job. In an age of cooperation, you're still a one-man force.
How many killers did I bring in during the last 5 years?
Every one you went after. I know that, and so does the police board. But a lot of them had marks on them that they didn't have before you went after them. And some of them had to be carried in.
Sure, but I got them, and quick. Some of them I even had booked before that team you mentioned got around to deciding what killed the victim.
I know that, but there's always a chance that the next time you'll bring in some guy who had nothing to do with it. Yes? He's on his way. There's a call. Now, you and Riley will take it. Now, look, Mark.
Yeah?
Riley's a good teammate for you. He's proud of the force, you know, and he'll be just as proud of your work as his own. And we'll talk about this later.
Sure. After I bring in another killer. Where's the killing, Riley?
In the 70s, near Riverside, a gambling joint.
Some guy rolled a 7 the wrong way?
Could be. Mark, I was sorry to hear about
forget about it, Dan. If I'd wanted a desk job, I wouldn't be a cop. I'd rather bring them in than look at them after they're brought in. Come on, let's go. And for a minute, I didn't mind not getting the captaincy. There was something about being on a job, about starting out to look for a killer that beat anything in the world. We got to the big brownstone that was the gambling joint. Riley and I walked up the front stairs through the rain. The patrolman on the door let us in. There were 3 guys in the foyer. One of them was a good-looking guy in a dinner jacket, with a look in his eye that probably came from watching a lot of guys try to make a 4 the hard way. The second was a patrolman, still writing in his notebook. And the third was a guy on the floor, dead. He was partly on his side, and there was a knife in his back. He was wearing a suit that had cost plenty before he spoiled it by bleeding all over it. The patrolman saluted as we came up.
Corcoran, sir. The doorman called me off the beat. The dead man's name is L.O. Morrison. Mr. Carlstrom here is the owner of the club, and he says...
Save it, Corcoran, until we ask for it.
Yes, sir.
What do you think, Riley?
He's dead, all right.
Well, take another look at that stiff. He's got a fresh cut over one eye, which he must have gotten before he was killed.
Yeah, you're right. He wouldn't be that bruised if he got it when he was killed.
Well, let's find out how he got it. All right, you.
Yes, Inspector?
Not Inspector, Lieutenant. Lieutenant Deglin.
Oh, yes, I've heard of you, Lieutenant Deglin.
Well, stick around and get some first-hand knowledge. What kind of a joint is this?
This is a private club. The members have their own keys and let themselves.
Oh, a key club, huh?
Yes, that's right.
Who'd the dead man have a fight with?
Well, I don't like to say this, but he had a fight with Colonel Payne. I asked Mr. Payne to leave.
Colonel Payne, isn't that the guy who was a war hero?
Yes, that's right.
War hero, huh? And he's still fighting the war. Well, having a key could come back after you threw him out.
Yes, he could have come back.
Was he alone?
No, Miss Morgan Taylor was with him.
Where does Payne live?
Well,
Here's his address book, Lieutenant. Payne is in here.
Thanks. Okay, Dan, you can finish up here. I think I'll look up this war hero.
Mark, don't you think you ought to wait for the medical examiner and the ID boys to arrive?
Why? I don't need the ME to tell me this guy is dead, nor identification to tell me he had a fight with Payne. This murder's tailor-made, and I'm going down and try Payne on for size. There was a short street just off the Hudson River where a lot of artists and duck wallopers lived. There was a dim light in the hall, and I went up the stairs. Light spilled out from under the door that had Payne's name on it, and I knocked.
All right, it's open.
He was sitting on the bed. He had an army kit bag open and partly packed. There was a white bandage over his right eye. The drawers of the bureau were open.
Now, what do you want?
Little talk. Your name Payne?
Yeah. You're not anyone I know. Beat it.
We'll get acquainted. This, badge will introduce us.
You know what you can do with that badge.
You know, I almost forgot you were a hero. How long you been here, hero?
Maybe an hour, and I go on. Get out.
How'd you get to be a hero, Payne? With a knife?
Look. I don't know you or your badge. Now go on, get out.
You're a tough little punk, aren't you, hero? Especially tough for a boy who's just killed a man.
What are you talking about?
Where's the dame you're with? Maybe she can tell you about the guy you had a fight with, then went back and killed.
Look, you keep her out of it.
Look, Sonny, you were maybe tough overseas, but back here you're just another meatball. Now talk.
What are you, a tough cop? Well, let's see how tough.
Sure, I'm a tough cop. I hit him 3 times. No more than that. And fell. His head hit the edge of the bed, then he slumped to the floor. His breathing was heavy for a minute, and then it stopped. I stood looking at him, rubbing my knuckles. Then I reached down and felt his wrist. He was dead. Well, there was another trial the taxpayers wouldn't have to pay for. I got up, went to the phone I'd seen in the hall.
Talking.
Deglin here. Look, I just...
Wait a minute, Mark. Hey, close that door, will you? Now that the case is broken, Mark, they're talking their heads off.
Case is broken?
Yeah, it was Carlstrom. He got panicky and started to run. You know, Riley, when they run, he shoots. He nailed him in the shoulder, and Carlstrom thought he was going to die and confessed. The dead man was into the gambling house for $50,000 and wouldn't pay, so Carlstrom stuck the knife into him. Hello? You still on?
Yeah. Yeah, I just dropped some change.
Did you find Payne?
I think he's cleared out. Clothes and the bathroom stuff's all gone.
He has? Well, he probably saw something. He didn't want to get mixed up in it. Well, we can always put out an alarm on him. Go home and get some sleep, Mark.
Sure. I'll get some sleep. Well, I hung up, walked back to Payne's room. I looked down at him. Thought what a lousy time to make a mistake. Well, there's only one smart way out. I had to bring Candle Payne back to life long enough to be seen taking a run-out powder. I needed some good, reliable witnesses. That way, I could get away with murder.
For Suspense, Autolite is bringing you Mr. Ray Milland in radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense.
tarnation do you say so much about Autolite spark plugs in so short a time?
Why, that's easy, Hap. Do you want the high points and the lowdown on these master magicians, these motor marvels, these monuments to Autolite ignition engineers? Well, plug one ear and spark to this.
Well, if I must.
By Cornelius, I'll plug these Autolite resistor spark plugs anytime, any place. Do you want your engine to idle smoothly as the Sultan's harem, purr as contentedly as a Persian kitten, run as tirelessly as a perpetual motion machine?
Well,
Then you want Autolite resistor wide gap spark plugs. Why, that wide gap in these new Autolite resistor spark plugs means as much to your car as Donald Duck means to duckdom, Chessie means to captain, Lassie means to dogdom.
No.
Why, by Cornelius, when you replace your old narrow gap spark plugs with the new Autolite resistor wide gap spark plugs, your car refuses to be satisfied just to run better, save gas, and save dough. With Autolite resistor spark plugs, you cut interference with radio and television reception. That's important, mighty important. And what's more important, you ought to get all your neighbors to march right down with you to buy a set of Autolite resistor spark plugs tomorrow morning. Do it right away, Hap. Don't keep me in suspense.
Okay, Harlow. Here is Suspense.
And now, Autolite brings back to our Hollywood soundstage Mr. Ray Milland as Detective Lieutenant Mark Deglin in Night Cry, a tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
As I said before, Captain Knight, the cat waits for the mouse to run, the dog waits for the cat to run, and the police wait for the killer to run. Only I wasn't going to run. I stood there and tried to figure how to have Candle Payne seen running away. After that, Payne would be just another guy who gets scared and beat it. And I'd still be Lieutenant Mark Deglin, the guy who didn't make mistakes. It took me a while, in the night and the rain, to do what I had to do. Quite a while. But I finally got to my own apartment. I still had Payne's kit bag with his name stenciled on the side, but I could get rid of that later. I tossed it on the floor behind my desk and went to sleep. When I got to headquarters the next morning, it was late. Payne's disappearance had the DA demanding we find him. Dan Riley was already out trying to trace Payne, and I could just imagine him bulldogging along from one witness to another. And then you said...
Suppose you go up to Connecticut, Mark, and talk to Payne's girl, Morgan Taylor. Just routine.
Just routine? Okay, I'll take care of it. I found where Morgan Taylor lived from the Greenwich post office. It was a low, rambling white house set back from a tree-lined road. The girl who answered my ring had dark hair that came down around her shoulders, and wide gray eyes that were sure and young and lovely.
Yes?
You Miss Morgan Taylor?
Yes, I am.
I'm Lieutenant Mark Deglin of the New York Police.
Oh?
You know where I can find Kendall Payne?
Oh, the silly fool. He said something about leaving last night, but I thought he was just being dramatic.
When was this?
Well, I went down to his place with him last night after we left the gambling club. I've been seeing a lot of Ken, but I just couldn't keep on. He was always getting into fights and picking arguments. So I told him I wouldn't see him anymore. That's when he said he'd leave.
And that's the last time you saw him?
Yes.
But there's something else.
Well, yes. It wasn't time for my train yet, so I walked around in the rain. Then I remembered that I had a date to meet Ken in town tonight, and I went back to tell him I wouldn't be there. But he wasn't in his room. I had no idea he'd really left.
You think he might have gone back to the gambling club?
Why do you ask that?
Well, after you left the club last night, a man was killed. The man Payne had a fight with.
And you think he ran away because of that? He might have. Ken was, well, pretty neurotic.
You in love with him?
Oh? I'm very fond of Ken. But that's all, Lieutenant. But I'd hate to think that anything happened to him.
You've no idea where he is now.
If you'll wait a minute, I'll go with you. I was just getting ready to leave myself. He might show up to keep that date with me tonight at Morney's on Bleecker Street. We can wait for him there.
back to New York with me. And after the first few miles, we stopped talking about Candle Payne and talked about ourselves. She was really a beautiful gal. I kept glancing sideways at her profile. Maybe this case was going to turn out better than I thought. When we hit town, I called you, Captain Knight. Remember? I was doing not mentioning what nice work it was turning into. And then Morgan and I went on to the restaurant.
Since then, I've just played around, I guess.
I know what you mean. Look, it's past 8, Morgan. What time was Payne supposed to meet you? 7?
Yes. It looks as though I've been stood up.
Well, he must be pretty scared to stand you up. If it were me, I'd risk even a murder rap to keep the date.
Thank you, Mark. Want to take me to dinner?
Well, it's a good thing you asked me. I was just about to put my handcuffs on him so he couldn't get away. I got into headquarters early next day. I just finished calling Morgan to say good morning. I'll make a date for that night. And the desk sergeant said that you wanted to see me. I went in, and Riley was with you.
Well, we got a couple of things on Payne, Mark. We wanted you in on them.
Sure. Dan, that was a nice job on Carlstrom.
He was certainly a scared guy. You know, one thing about killers, they always make a break for it sooner or later.
Yeah, most of them do. What's doing on Payne, Knight?
I'll let Riley tell it. It's his story. There's nothing much except I talked to a number of people who think they saw him. I got a couple of them outside. Might as well bring them in, Riley. Yeah, okay. Morning, Gold.
Sure.
This is Captain Knight and Lieutenant Beglin, Gold. The Gold's a cab driver. He got out of bed to come down and help us.
Sure, Chief. Anything to help you guys out.
Okay, Gold, tell him the story you told me.
Yeah, sure. Like I said, I picked up this fare downtown last night about 1 o'clock. Big guy with a bandage over one eye. He's carrying one of those soldier kit bags, you know. Wanted to go to the station, Grand Central. Was in a bad temper.
Take a look at these pictures. Now, where did I put that other... Oh, here it is.
It might have been either one of these two. They look a little alike. Without the bandage, I couldn't swear which one.
Okay, thanks, Gold. If we need you later, we'll call on you.
Sure. Anytime, Chief. Anytime at all.
Well, pretty close. One of the two was a picture of Payne.
Who was the other one he thought looked like Payne?
An old newspaper picture of you, Mark.
Me?
Yeah. You didn't know I collected all your publicity, did you? It'd been funny if he just identified you.
Yeah, very funny. Who's your other witness, Riley?
An old lady who lives in the house across the street from Payne's place. Will you come in now, Miss Meacham? Miss Meacham, this is Captain Knight. How do you do, Miss
How do you do?
This is Lieutenant Beglin. Mrs. Meacham, Mark.
I've seen you, Lieutenant.
You have?
Oh, yes.
Oh, well, maybe it was when I was over to Payne's the other night, huh?
Oh, no, I didn't mean there. In the paper.
Oh.
Your picture's been in the papers a lot.
Yeah, I guess it has.
Mrs. Meacham, Detective Riley tells me that you saw several things the other night, things that puzzled you.
They certainly did puzzle me, Captain.
You see quite a few things in the neighborhood, Mrs. Meacham?
Well, some say that's all I do. Well, I say when a body gets old like me, there ain't much left but looking.
Of course. Now, what did you see the other night, Mrs. Meacham?
Let's see. Oh, that was night before last. Well, like I told Mr. Riley, I couldn't sleep. So I was up late, and I saw Mr. Payne and his girl go in. But I didn't see her come out.
You didn't see her come out?
I made tea. Might have missed her. I have to have my tea, you know. But I did see her go back in later.
How much later?
Oh, maybe half an hour, or maybe more. But before she came back, somebody else left.
Now, that must have been Payne.
Well, I don't rightly know. He was wearing a bandage and was carrying his kit bag, but he didn't wave to me.
Didn't wave to you?
Oh, Mr. Payne always waved to me when he went out. So it was mighty funny he didn't that time.
Oh, maybe he just forgot. What happened after that?
No, sir, he never forgot to wave. Oh, well, anyway, about 20 minutes later, Mr. Payne's girl came back. She stayed just a little while and then went away.
That's very interesting, Mrs. Meacham. Is that all?
Of course it is. And that was a lot for a neighborhood where nothing ever happened.
Well, thank you very much, Mrs. Meacham. We'll call you if we need to talk to you again.
Well, I won't remember any more than I have.
Well, let's go, boys. Where are we going? I've been behind this desk so long, Mark, I'm getting calluses. I'm going over to Payne's room with you and Riley.
The room was as I remembered it, except there wasn't any body on the floor and the police technicians were there.
Now, let's see now. The old lady says she saw the girl come in twice, but never saw her go out. Any other way out of here, Riley?
Through the window.
Let's take a look. You men through with this window?
Yeah, all through, Captain. Found plenty of prints of some guy, probably this Payne. A few prints of a small man or woman.
Let's look at this window.
I stood watching. You weren't going to find anything looking out of the window. Maybe they'd see the pry marks in the wood and find the sash weights were missing. But that wouldn't mean a thing. Suddenly, Riley let go of the window and...
It almost took my fingers off.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Hey, Al, the sash cords have been cut and the sash weights are missing.
So what? Is that... I see what you mean, Dan. The river's near here, isn't it?
That's what I was thinking.
Okay. We'll call the harbor patrol and see what we get.
So Riley had finally bulldogged into something. The walk down to the river was shorter than the last time, it seemed. The police tug was stirring the mud of the river bottom with its grappling hook. When Payne's body finally came up, the dirty water cascaded from the blanket shroud and the sash weights dripped in mud.
Well, that's that, boys. Payne didn't run away at all. Somebody killed him. I think we can wrap this one up fast.
How'd you figure that, Knight?
Now, it's easy, Mark. The girl had a fight with him. She's the only one seen going in the other night. Her prints are on the window. She probably killed him, dressed up in his clothes, made it look like he was leaving, then came back and dumped the body. It's the girl, all right.
But this Taylor girl couldn't carry a big guy like that,
couldn't she? She was in the ambulance service overseas, Mark, and carried soldiers around. Civilians aren't any heavier. I'm putting out a pickup on the girl.
Well, that's the way it was. I had an out, but it was the one out I didn't want. I didn't want the chair getting Morgan Taylor, not when I wanted her. I'd have to fix it some way. I had to go home and think. Well, I hadn't been there long when... Morgan stood in the doorway, her eyes tired and frightened, her face white. She went past me without speaking and over to a chair. When she looked at me, I knew I was right. I had to find some way to save her.
Mark, I just heard. They want me for the murder of Ken.
I know, honey. Well, why did you come here?
Why? Why, because... Where else would I go, Mark?
But you're not forgetting that I'm a cop, too.
If you want to take me in, Mark, I'll understand.
I only want to take you one place, Morgan. And that's not headquarters. But I've got to take you in.
Whatever you say, Mark.
But I'll get you out, honey. You won't be in there long enough to remember even what it looks like. After they booked her at headquarters, I went back to the apartment. I had to figure out some way to save her and myself. But first I had to get rid of that kit bag. If she'd seen it, everything would have been ruined. Besides, it was stupid to leave it around. Then I had an idea. There was one way out. That was to write this report to you, Captain Knight, and get out of the country. Then, when she was freed, she could join me. She was worth running for. Only wouldn't really be running. I was walking away. Well, that's that. So long, Captain Knight. I won't be seeing you. I picked up the kit bag with Payne's name on the side, went down the steps. know, Mark.
Riley, what?
I think I got a lead on the girl, and I thought you'd want to be in on the kill.
But I got it, Dan. I just turned her in.
What? Where'd you find it? What's the bag?
Oh, nothing, Dan, nothing.
Handle pain. Mark.
Look, I found it.
Where?
In his apartment.
I was there yesterday, and we were all there today.
Look, what's the matter? You think I'm lying?
I don't know, Mark. Say, what time were you at Payne's the other night?
Look, Dan, I got something to do. Look, we'll talk about this case later, huh?
Wait a minute, Mark. That cab driver picked out your picture as well as Payne's. The old lady said she'd seen you. Maybe they knew what they were talking about.
Listen.
You weren't surprised when we found those sash weights gone, or even when you saw Payne's body dragged out of the river. Oh, there's nothing worse than a cop who's turned bad. Mark.
Get out of my way, Dan. Hey, Mark. I had to run. Everything had been crowding in all day. That cab driver, the old lady, the kit bag. And now Riley. Pushing in like a bulldog with his questions. I had to run and keep running. I had to get away before he could ask another question.
Don't fight, Mark. You shouldn't have run, Mark. You know what happens when a guy runs. Thank you, Ray Milland, for a splendid performance. Mr. Milland will return in just a moment.
Say, Harlow, what about Autolite's, What about Autolite resistor spark plugs, stay full batteries, ignition systems, and over 400 other automotive, aviation, and marine products?
Yeah.
Oh, let's save it for next week, Hap, while we salute the safest, surest, sanest drivers under the sun. And by Cornelius, I didn't say under the sod. That's the truck drivers of America, Hap. Dependable as a donut is dunkable, as a resistor spark plug is sparkable, as an Autolite product is superbable. Say, these wonderful truckers have got me wound upable. I'm delighted. I'm Autolighted. By Cornelius, I'm excited.
Harlow, before these good friends have been good-nighted, remember...
Autolite means spark plug. Ignition-engineered resistor spark plug. Autolite means batteries. Stay full battery. Autolite means ignition system. The lifeline of your car.
And now here again is Mr. Ray Milland.
It has been such a pleasure to appear here tonight with this great cast of suspense actors, and I'm expecting almost as much pleasure from listening next week when radio's outstanding theater of thrills brings you Lucille Ball in A Little Piece of Rope, another gripping study in
Suspense.
Ray Milland may currently be seen in the Hal Wallace production So Evil, My Love. Tonight's suspense play was adapted from the novel of William L. Stewart, Night Cry, which will shortly be made into a motion picture. The music was composed by Lucien Morawek and conducted by Lud Gluskin. The entire production was under the direction of Anton M. Leader. In the coming weeks, Suspense will present such stars as William Powell, Agnes Moorehead, John Garfield, Edmund O'Brien, and many others. Make it a point to listen each Thursday to Suspense, radio's outstanding theater of thrills. And next Thursday, same time, hear Lucille Ball in A Little Piece of Rope.
This is the Autolite Suspense Show. Drive as if your life depends on it. It does. Good night. Switch to Autolite.
This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System. In just a moment, Suspense with Lucille Ball.
Hi, Harlow.
Well, look who's here. Say, it's mighty nice of you to be sitting around all week just to hear me tell more about Autolite.
Oh, I haven't been waiting around all week. Why, I was way up in Oregon.
Oh, that's swell. That's swell. Hey, Hap, Do you know the real story about Autolite Stay Full batteries?
Well, sure, I know the real story about Autolite Stay Full batteries.
Needs water only 3 times a year in normal car use. What a battery. Stay full, that is. Why, by Cornelius, an Autolite Stay Full battery has more liquid reserve than a centipede has legs, than an ocean has waves, than a rabbit has, well, rabbits. Water, whales spout it, geysers gush it, people drink it, but Autolite Stay Full batteries carry good old Aquapura so long and so well, they take a drink about as often as you have a birthday, a wedding anniversary, and a New Year's celebration. Only 3 times a year in normal car use. And let me tell you something else. You'd better get an Autolite Stay Full battery before...
Before you go on some more, Harlow, let's listen to Suspense.
Suspense. Autolite and its 60,000 dealers and service stations bring you radio's outstanding theater of thrills. Starring tonight, Miss Lucille Ball in Anton Leder's production of A Little Piece of Rope. A tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
Said I'd never make good here in Hollywood. Everywhere I went, it was the same story. Sure, they'd see me, but the minute they took a look at my baby face, all I'd get was advice and excuses. No job. My last try was for a schoolgirl part. I was too baby-faced to even land that one. I was walking home still wearing the school uniform that I'd bought to help me get the part when I got the idea. Then I remembered another thing. It was years ago, reading an old copy of the Police Gazette in Grandpa's attic. Printed about 1880, I guess. With their falsely youthful faces, dressed as innocent schoolgirls, these vicious females haunt the vicinity of select young ladies' seminary. And with their airs of artless girlhood, they entice and trap unwary gentlemen. Some from the best of families. It was funny then. But now, well, those gals were suckers. I take the exclusive gents for all they've got and give absolutely nothing. That's how I made good in Hollywood, up to $1,000 a month good. I just take a little walk. I've got uniforms for all the best schools, and I still have the baby face. So help me, lots of those kids look older than I do. When school's out, I let some old wolf pick me up. They always want to park up in the hills or some other lonely place. I drop my compact. He bends over to pick it up. I let him have it with a special little blackjack I carry. Then I leave, taking their wallets and any letters I find. You'd be surprised at some of the letters some of them do have. Makes a dandy bank balance now and then. Them? Remember, I pick 'em old enough to have families, dignified jobs. Would they want to admit to chasing Bobby Soxers? They never squawk. My landlady thinks I'm the ideal tenant. She's no trouble at all, the poor little thing. Infantile, you know. Has to take long walks every day and rest the rest of the time. Never any fun or dates like other pretty girls. Well, lucky she can afford it, I say. Be a county ward otherwise. And so sweet and quiet, uncomplaining, poor little soul. Yes, Mrs. Tilford is a swell character witness. Of course, I always wear a coat over those uniforms near home, and I keep them locked up just in case she snoops. Yes, I've got a nice career in Hollywood. That is, I did have till last month. You going out in this cold, Isabel? Oh, this is a good heavy coat. Well, don't you overdo now. These walks are just what the doctor ordered. Anyway, you sure look healthy enough. Oh, thank heaven for that. Anything I can pick up for you on the way back? Oh, no, thanks, dearie. I got everything done. Goodbye now. Bye. I was dressed for Miss Cadwaller's school this time, and it was just letting out when I got there. I didn't have long to wait. You know, you get so you can tell by the way the cars move along the street if the guy's on the prowl. This one was driving a big black coupe, and he was a little younger than I liked, about 40, but he can't be too fussy. I stepped off the curb, pretending to look for a bus.
Waiting for the bus?
Why, yes, I am.
Which one?
The Bel Air bus.
Oh, I say, that's a shame.
Why?
I just passed it back there. Broken axle.
Oh.
You know, I think I've seen you passing my house. What street do you live on?
Cameron.
Oh, sure. I'm just over on Benda. Hop in, I'll take you home.
Oh, well, you're a neighbor. I guess it's... Gee, thanks, Mr.
Rice. Alex Rice. Insurance.
How do you do?
Like school?
I hate it. School's no fun. I'd like...
What?
Oh, excitement. Danger. I suppose you think I'm pretty silly.
No. No, I think you're the kind of girl who'll get excitement and danger.
Really?
Yes, really. Look, it's so early yet. I'd like to take the long way through the hills. Pretty there now.
Oh, yes, I'd love to. I think the hills are divine. Oh, isn't it just out of this world?
Yes. Yes, indeed. What's the initial on your bag for?
The initial?
Yeah. Irma? Inez? Ingeborg?
Oh, Ingeborg. You made that up.
No, it's Swedish. Imogene?
No, Irene. Irene Taylor.
A pretty name for a pretty girl.
I'll bet.
You have beautiful hair and eyes and a beautiful throat.
Well, throat.
Irene, you're very kind.
Oh, Mr. Rice, I dropped my compact.
You don't need it.
But it might get stepped on.
You won't need it.
But I want it now.
Oh, I know. Don't yell so here. I'll get it. Oh!
Character, huh? Well, here, roll back a little. There. Well, what do you know? Rope. Now, why would a guy carry a piece of rope in his inside breast pocket? Nice wallet. Well, goodbye, Mr. Rice, and thanks for everything. Back home, I showered and changed and settled down to see what was in this wallet worth keeping. Only about $50. What made it so thick was a lot of newspaper clippings. Oh, no, it can't be. But it was. Those clippings were all about the strangler who'd murdered 5 girls in the last year, left them in the hills with a piece of rope around their necks and never a clue. And Alexander Rice carried his press notices. Alexander Rice carried a little piece of rope in his inside breast pocket, picked up girls, drove into the hills. And Alexander Rice wasn't his name. No, his driver's license said Benjamin Carney. I had picked up and slugged the strangler. My latest sucker was the most dangerous man in the country.
For Suspense, Autolite is bringing you Miss Lucille Ball in radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense.
Say there, neighbor. I didn't get going very well on those Autolite Stay Full batteries.
Now, look here, Harlow Wilcox.
Never mind. I'm right back in there pitching. See, if I could only tell you about every one of those 400 Autolite automotive, aviation, and marine products. Well, that takes real breath, lots of breath. And while I'm not as short on taking breath as an Autolite Stay Full battery is on taking a drink, not by a jugful, Even I just haven't got enough breath for that.
Well, if you just stop talking so
I
much...
can sure wind up and sound off on those Autolite stay-full batteries, though. Making camels look like topers is just the beginning with them. They've got oversized electrical capacity plus fiberglass insulation. You know what that means, my friend?
Well, sure, I know what that means.
It means you should find out for yourself how long these batteries are bound to live. You'd have to hibernate like Rip Van Winkle. I guess you could at that if you had an Autolite stay-full battery in your car.
I've got an Autolite.
By the way those Autolite engineers designed that Autolite stay-full battery is so darned ingenious by Cornelius that you could pay as little attention to your Autolite stay-full battery as Rip Van Winkle did to old Father Time. Go down to your Autolite dealer and get one right away. There's no better buy in batteries, my boy, because no better batteries be behind the byline of Barlow Bilcox.
Now, look, Wilcox. Oh, you got bees in my bonnet now. If you'll only pipe down, we'll hear some more of Suspense.
And now, Autolite brings back to a Hollywood soundstage Miss Lucille Ball as Isabel in A Little Piece of Rope. A tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
At first, I just shivered over my narrow escape. Why, if I hadn't been out to get him, he'd have gotten me. I'd be number 6 in tomorrow's headlines. Then I suddenly realized I was the only one who could identify him. I can't be silent, let him go on killing. I've got to go to the police station and tell them. I started to go out when it occurred to me I couldn't. I didn't dare go to the police and take the chance of exposing my own racket. If that ever came out, and it probably would, San Quentin, here I come. It seems they're a little stuffy about people who carry blackjacks and steal wallets and sell letters. So instead, I went for a walk. A real one this time, and tried to think. Pretty soon another thought hit me. He knew I could identify him by now. Strangler was no fool. He'd have me figured out and know the kind of place and time to look for me. And he'd certainly be looking for me, to kill me, to shut my mouth forever. I had to find a way to...
Desk, Thompson.
I know who the Strangler is.
Who's this?
I can't tell you that.
Oh, I see. Well, what can you tell me? You know his name?
Benjamin Carney.
Carney?
Carney. 1156A, Boydell Street.
Yeah, description?
About 40. 5'9" or 10. 160 pounds. Dark hair, eyes, skin, even features. Not ugly, not handsome. Drives a big black coupe. Late model.
Got it. Any identifying marks? Mustache?
No, nothing.
And how do you know this guy's the Strangler?
I just know. Goodbye.
Hey, wait a minute.
So you can trace the call? There'd been hundreds of phony clues, and he thought mine was another. But surely they'd check that name and address. All the way home, I had a creepy feeling he was around somewhere, following me, waiting. The evening paper barely mentioned my call, just listed it with several others. Radio wasn't very much better.
The woman phoned in a description of the killer as a 40-year-old brunette, medium height and weight, no distinguishing features, driving a new black coupe. Police checks revealed that such a man, with the name she gave, had moved from the address given several months before the first of the Strangler murders, but there is no further trace of him. Investigation continues, but it is believed this is another spite accusation. A Portland, Oregon woman reported the Strangler as the man who entered her hen house last night and...
No use phoning again. I didn't think a letter would help much either, but I tried. Being careful it couldn't be traced to me, and mailed it to a newspaper that night.
Hey, Mike, you going to the courthouse? Take this to O'Shea, will you? Another Strangler letter telling all. Why can't he just strangle letter writers? One more and I'll strangle somebody.
Another failure. The letter wasn't even printed. I was getting jumpy from being cooped up like a prisoner. What if he couldn't find me as long as I stayed home? I was losing money every day I didn't pull my act. I could leave town, but Why should I give up this good thing, my perfect setup? I've been doing fine. In another year, I could quit the racket, make friends, invest my money, maybe even get married. But now this had happened. I'd never be safe. Not as long as we both lived. I finally faced it. I have to find him and kill him. This time I put an ad in the personals column. Would he see it? Well, I'd run it till he did. A.K. Rice can book your rope act for mutual profit.
Have immediate out-of-town engagement. Signed, Slugger. Rope act. Mutual profit, huh?
I knew that would get him because it sounded like blackmail. And by pretending to fall for a shakedown, he'd hope to get close enough to kill me. Only it was going to be the other way around. And so our strange correspondence began. He answered right away.
Slugger, interested in offers.
Send details, Box 047M298, Rice. I had him hooked. I didn't lose any time writing. Dear Mr. Rice, I have an invention which I think you'll want for your
rope act. It's expensive, but remember, it's completely silent. And yours exclusively if we agree on terms. Signed, Slugger. Mm-hmm. Completely silent. Delicious. And expensive. Yes, indeed. Slugger, give price and
details of contract. Rice. So close now. I couldn't afford the slightest mistake. Now or... Dear Mr. Rice, 5,000 cash buys complete
assortment of paper and leather goods. Time and place of meeting must be my choice, but decide fast. I must leave town immediately. Signed, Slugger. P.S. You should never have left that snapshot in your wallet. It's awfully good of you. Snapshot? I thought Oh, no. I didn't burn it. So, the little lady's in a jam. Needs money to hide out. And I can help her make her getaway. Oh, I can indeed. Slugger, price okay.
We'll close at your convenience, Rice. I've got him. My plan was as foolproof as I could make it. I packed a suitcase with the kind of clothes I'd hate to be found dead in. And maybe I would be. And told Mrs. Milford I was taking a vacation with friends.
Oh, I'm so glad, dearie. I said to Miss Knight yesterday, that child should have country air. City air just don't do the same for you.
Yes, I know. It'll do me good.
And you stay longer if they ask you. Don't worry about me holding the apartment for you.
Well, thanks a lot, Mrs. Tilford. It's certainly nice of you. I have to catch that train now. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Have a nice time now.
I took those awful clothes to the bus depot, changed, washed, and let the soap dry on my face so it was white and shiny and 10 years older. With my hair skinned back tight under an old beret, I saw a stranger in the mirror. Baby face was gone. Good. No one had noticed me, and looking like this, nobody would. Then I walked to another apartment I'd rented by phone last week. It was in a dingy neighborhood. I'm Miss Sproat.
Oh, Miss Sproat. You can move right in. The people left yesterday. Here, this is the key. It's the first door at the head of the stairs.
Fine, I'll go right up.
It ain't clean yet. Them stairs bother me so.
No, I'd really rather do it myself, thank you.
Well, I'll just leave you alone then.
Now I was Miss Annie Sproat, librarian, and I looked as much like Isabel Towns' baby face as an alley cat looks like a Persian. I sat down to write the last letter. Dear Mr. Rice, come to 609 Fitzgilbert Place at 10 p.m.
Friday. And don't try to come near me, or I'll scream my head off. Tap 5 times, come in, and stand right by the door while we make sure neither of us is double-crossing the other. Have the money in an unsealed envelope. I want that traveling money, but I'd rather take a chance on the cops than on you, so follow instructions. Slugger. You fool. You baby-faced fool.
He'd have to make sure the layout was right before he'd dare attack me. And the more precautions I took, the more he'd believe I was on the level. Near the door where he'd stand, I put a chest with a lamp on it. That was my booby trap, that lamp. The room was so dimly lit, he'd have to light my lamp to look at the wallet. And when he pulled the light chain, he'd shoot himself. I had a gun fixed where the bulb should be, and the chain pulled the trigger. It was set to get him in the chest. Heart, if I was lucky. Dead or not, I'd leave him there for the cops, with his wallet and clippings. Pretty cute, huh? And I'd skip out the back way with all that beautiful money, go to Depot, become Isabel Towns again, safe and free. I wore gloves all the time I was there, and the suitcase with Isabel Towns' identity in it was ready by the back door. The hours passed like centuries. And the old house creaked like a sick old man in a squeaky bed. Because it might be the house, or it might be someone on the stairs. And then it was 10 o'clock. I was standing at the other end of the room, facing the door. The light was very dim. I heard the feet coming up the stairs, or was it just the creaking of the old house? No.
Good evening, Slugger. You see, I'm prompt, Slugger.
Stand where you are.
Certainly.
Did you bring the money?
Yes, indeed. Here. This envelope.
Throw it down in the middle of the room, between us. Go ahead, throw it down. It'll stay there while you examine the leather goods.
You have the wallet here?
Yes. Throw the money. I can't reach it from here, you know. It's quite safe.
All right. There. The wallet. Where is it?
On that chest beside you, by the lamp.
Oh. Yeah. Well, thanks, Slugger.
Aren't you going to look to see that everything's there?
Why should I? I trust you. So long, babyface. See you around.
He's gotten away, alive. He must have guessed I'd done something to the lamp. So he was still alive and still dangerous. But at least I had the money, the $5,000. I picked up the envelope and opened it. There was nothing in it but pieces of newspaper cut to the size of bills. Why, you dirty cheat! I ran to the door and opened it. I looked out, but he wasn't in sight. Maybe I could catch him before he got out of the house. Oh, you won't get away with this. I stepped into the hall, and before I could turn, I felt the rope around my neck. His hands were pulling it tight.
Oh, baby. I told you.
You're paid off in full. Now, we'll just go back inside. Let's see. I guess you'll be safe on the floor while we finish our business. Now, I'll take a look at that wallet, baby. You might have held out some of those clippings. I'll just turn on this light. Oh!
Thank you, Lucille Ball, for a splendid performance. Miss Ball will return in just a moment.
Say, Hap, you going back to Oregon?
Well, how long?
It's a nice trip if you can get it with an Autolite Stay Full battery. You know, I'd advise you to get a sign for your thumb saying, any car with Autolite Stay Full batteries can carry me. I forgot my canteen.
But how long?
Of course, you could buy an Autolite Stay Full battery and simply insist that whoever picked you up use your battery. But you couldn't get back to Oregon that way. No, sirree. They'd never let you out of the car just so they could keep that wonderful Autolite Stay Full battery. Let's see. After you got to Oregon, you could go to Washington, Montana, Minnesota, Maine, New York, and Florida.
Harlow, I've been trying to tell you I've got an Autolite Stay Full battery.
Oh, well, then you know that Autolite means battery.
Stay Full battery.
Autolite means spark plug.
Ignition engineered spark plug.
Autolite means ignition system.
The lifeline of your car.
And now here again is Miss Lucille Ball.
It's always a great pleasure to appear on Suspense, especially when the part is so unusual and exciting.
That's right, Miss Ball. The part of Isabel tonight was very different from your regular radio role on My Favorite Husband.
Plug?
Why not?
Why not? Something like, listen to Lucille Ball as Liz Cougat on My Favorite Husband every Saturday night.
Over your favorite CBS station. All right?
Wonderful. And I hope all of you will be listening next week when Suspense presents William Powell in a role that's also different from the parts he's been playing lately. He's playing a man who's just stolen $250,000 and then finds out that... But you'll hear about it next Thursday when Suspense brings you Give Me Liberty, another gripping study in...
Suspense.
Lucille Ball may soon be seen in the Paramount production Sorrowful Jones. Barry Kroger was heard tonight in the part of the Strangler. Tonight's suspense play was written by Virginia Cross, with music composed by Lucian Moraweck and conducted by Lud Gluskin. The entire production was under the direction of Anton M. Leader. In the coming weeks, Suspense will present such stars as John Garfield, Margaret O'Brien, Sidney Greenstreet, Agnes Moorehead, Edmund O'Brien, and many others. Make it a point to listen each Thursday to Suspense, radio's outstanding theater of thrills. And next Thursday, same time, hear William Powell in Give Me Liberty.
This is the Autolite Suspense Show. Here's your party, Miss Ball.
We should all support our local community chest in their drives for fun. Money is badly needed for aid to the handicapped, child care, hospitals, clinics, and a host of other humanitarian services. Subscribe to your local community chest. Everybody benefits, everybody gives. Thank you.
This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.